Good afternoon. It is now 2:03 p.m., July 10th, 2024. We now join our special board meeting with Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, absolutely. Director Saunders,
Present.
Director Stovall,
Present.
Treasurer Thornbrough,
Here.
Vice President Seaman,
Here.
President McDonald,
Present.
and presenting staff today, we have General Manager Nicholas Schneider, Office Finance Manager Jessica Buckle, Operations Manager Adam Brown, and Legal Counsel Frank Splendori.
Thank you. Director Saunders, please let us in pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Wow, there's a lot more volume.
Yesterday, we had to amp it up a little bit. In that mode. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any public comments?
You're gonna do work.
Hmm?
You're gonna do the adoption
He asked for public comment.
before the adoption?
He asked for public comment.
Okay.
On the adoption of the agenda.
Oh, it's on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. President, we
Yeah.
do have a request for a change in the agenda order. We have a gentleman who has to catch a flight, and we'd like to see if he can be moved to right after the public forum. It would be under the general manager's report, cost of service analysis.
That'll be fine.
Report consent calendar? We could do right after consent.
Okay, which one is it?
It's under GM report. It's the second one. It says cost of service analysis special report. So, item 6D, second bullet. Without the agenda, is that change?
Sounds good. All in favor? Aye. Motion passed to adopt the agenda. Now the public forum portion. Please note the guidelines of the public forum as they appear on the meeting agenda. As a reminder of the Brown Act, the public must address all their public comments to the board, not to the staff or other members of the public. Due to the Brown Act limitations, the board is not able to accept, discuss, or take action on items not on the agenda. The public forum is now open. Sheree.
I was on the Zoom call yesterday and I could not hear anybody but Nick. I don't know if the microphone wasn't in the right spot or what, but, and then it really faded out towards the end. So I don't know, you guys might not want to do a mic check or something, go on Zoom and see if you can hear it. That's why I think, several people at the end dropped off. Cause you could not hear anything.
Yeah, we need to work on that and maybe have a member of the staff present to move that mic around.
Yeah.
I did the best I could at the
No,
end.
I know, I texted them.
You did great. Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Nope. I'm now closed for public comment. Now we have consent calendar. Approval of the minutes. Other board members to make a comment or a change?
Have a public comment from Ms. Shree.
Oh, okay, Sheree, go ahead.
I have a question on, E. Is that, okay, it's all the policies, are these policies that have been approved, or is there any changes in them?
There are no, these are the ones that have been approved.
And they're
This-
just put together.
This is them all put together in one big book. For transparency's sake, this is a requirement to have this as a manual for a CSDA District of Distinction Award that we are pursuing. So it is no changes to any of the policies. It is only a conglomeration of the policies.
Saunders.
And I would just add that this is a living document, so as we update policies, they get updated.
Yes, and I will add to that, that as they get updated, they will be updated in the manual as well.
And will they be put on the website?
Correct. Once it's approved, it will be put on.
Any public comment? Okay. I'm not close it to the public, open it up to the board for motion to approve with the same element. Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed unanimously 5-0. Okay. Office and financial managers report.
Mr. President, I believe at this time, we will like to move that item to this position.
Okay.
So it'll be item 6D, second bullet.
Okay. Six, right?
6,
Yeah,
second bullet.
okay. So, Sanjay, the manager use Sanjay, how do you pronounce the last name?
You are.
Water Resources Economics to present the cost of service analysis report. You have the floor, sir.
President, board members, staff, public, it's my pleasure to be here. Presents the presentation associated with the rate study. There you go. That's just Snyder. You're gonna, Elizabeth, you'll.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Wait,
I'm
sorry.
gonna go to the next slide of the agenda. So we're gonna talk a little bit, this is my first time meeting with you. We're just gonna go over some of the concepts associated with rate studies and then dive into your situation. So we're gonna talk a little bit about Prop 218, that's the law that sets the standards associated with rate making. Hold on yet. And then we're gonna go over rate study process, how we do a rate study. Then we're gonna get into the financial plan associated with water and AMP with water. Yes. No. So Prop 218. Prop 218 was a voter initiative. Through a series of court cases, water and wastewater are considered a property-related service. So the key thing here is that this is not a tax. This is a specific benefit to property owners to pay for that service. And the key here is that we need to show that proportionality. If we don't show that proportionality, then it would be considered a tax and we would be in violation of Prop 218. And then we would have to have the leadership program for tax purposes. But since it's a fee for service, we show a proportionality and specific benefit to that property owner, then we're good. And in order to do that, we need to first understand your system. How do you run your business? What's the cost associated with water, with wastewater? We look at your customers and we ask ourselves, who causes that? What's the proportionality? It's recommended that we do these studies every 5 years. That's the procedural requirements. So that's the proportionality, excuse me. I'm requiring, excuse me, he's getting to me. Associated with doing a rate study. There is a procedural requirements too. That is that the rates must be held at a public hearing, 45-day noticing that needs to be sent out. And as long as the majority don't protest of the ratepayers, then the board could consider the adoption. So how do we do our rate studies? So there's a couple of steps. The first is the policies, the framework. As you may recall, we met virtually, where we talked a little bit about these policies and goals and objectives. Then we do a financial plan. The financial plan really is about how much revenue we need to generate, I should say, in order to pay for operating costs, capital, and also meeting reserves. Reserves are important when you manage a water and wastewater system. One of the challenges with managing a water and wastewater system is a lot of liabilities. There's a lot of infrastructure, and something could go wrong quickly. And the district needs to have funds on hand in order to fix that. Yes, there are sometimes the government may help out. There's insurance, FEMA, etc., but they will reimburse you. So you need to have the cash to get them reimbursed. So that money needs to be readily available, and then eventually you get reimbursed. That's the financial plan. Basically, again, how much revenue we need to generate. Next step is called a cost of service, and that's the business model. That's understanding, how do you run your system? Do you buy water? Do you have groundwater? Do you have surface water? How do you treat your water? So we start diving in and understand the operations of your system. We also look at your customers, and we see which customers put certain burdens on your system. Water is very interesting because as we know, we use water differently throughout the year. In the summertime, we may use a lot of water, specifically today. In the wintertime, when it's raining quite a bit, we may not be using as much water because we don't need the outdoor irrigation. So there's a variance in water use. Wastewater is also somewhat similar. Then we go to rate design. We look at ourselves and ask what's the right rate structure associated with it. And then we do the documentation. The documentation is a key aspect of the study. It helps with transparency. It also helps with the proportionality argument. Being able to explain to customers how we came up with this. Hopefully you never get sued, but if you do get sued, that will be your legal document associated with it. This is now the revenues. Now we're diving into it. So today's discussion, I just wanted to set expectations. We're just looking at the, maybe go back one slide. Just let's make sure. Today's discussion is the financial plan. We're just talking about how much revenue we need to generate on an annual basis. It's the first step in the process. Later in August, I'll be back here again, and I'll be talking about cost of service and rate design. And then that will be sort of giving us a glimmer of what kind of rates that we'd be thinking about potentially adopting. So today is more about financial plan, how much revenue we need to generate, how do we meet our reserve target, etc. So revenues. These are your revenues that we're projecting out. So we developed a long-range financial model that goes out to fiscal year 2029. We worked with stats diligently. Jessica, thank you, and Adam, and Nicholas for providing your input and support in this rate study process, where we looked at the revenues, and that, as you can see, are basically a $3.4 million revenue business. Look at non-operating revenue, that's property tax that you receive, $2.5 million. You have the restricted project, the supplemental charge for SRF loan. We have that, we take that into account, interest, and we have the total revenues that we project out if we do nothing. This is what we call baseline. Some people call it status quo, you can call it baseline, whatever terminology you like. But as you can see, it's around $6.6 million. Next is we look at the operating expense. We know how much revenue we collect without doing anything. What's our operating expense? So we look at itemize your different costs associated with supply, raw water, water treatment, admin, and customer service. We work with staff to determine the escalation factors associated with these different components. The average escalation, the weighted average of the total water, is 4.7% per year. As you can see, you're starting off at 5.3 million, almost 5.4 million. And because of inflationary increases, it goes up to 6.8 million in fiscal year 2020. I'm going to stop there.
I'm so
That's it, the
sorry.
question. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
You're good?
Yeah.
And definitely interrupt me. This is a lot of information, a lot of detail. So if you have questions, interrupt me, we can talk, we can discuss this.
Next. Yeah.
Right, we're continuing on. We also take into account the debt service that you have. You have two debt service components. One's the SRF. The one is the sweet water treatment plant that's designated, that has a specific rate component. So we take that into account. You think the reserves to fund that. And then you also have the Walton that's funded by the state reserve, revolving fund reserves.
I have a question.
Yes.
There's, we have a debt for the meter.
It's in there. It says right there, AMR and SWPTV.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Next is the capital projects. Capital is one of the challenges with water and wastewater. It's one of the most capital intensive products there is. A lot of times we think of it as a commodity, but actually there's a lot of infrastructure that's needed to make sure that water or wastewater service is available 24/7, 7 days a week. Today is specifically a hot day. We want to make sure water is available today, plus fire. So if you think about it, that's a lot of infrastructure that's sitting there just in case if something goes wrong. Hopefully it never goes wrong, but we have to be ready for that. And so we have all this infrastructure that's needed. We have priority 1, 2, and 3 here. We have the reliability CIP, as you note, that comes in fiscal year 2028. We did talk about whether we should try to bump that up sooner, but because of the financial challenges and the rate impact, we're recommending that to be implemented and start to be funded in 2028. Grant funded projects are not shown in here. If the district's able to get grant funded projects, then of course the district would do those projects. But this is net of grants. This is just what we're participating. If you get grants, that's always great, but it's always challenging to get grants. Nicholas, I'm sure has many war stories, going after grants. A lot of these projects are tank coating, vehicle replacement, infrastructure, and the headquarters building. I'm gonna pause here to see if anyone wants to elaborate a little bit on the CIP projects. If not, we can continue on.
I think I just point out though, when it says reliability study CIP, that's basically the castle study.
And I'll add that some of the grant funded projects do cover the first 3 years of that $1.4 million. And you didn't get the memo of the new budget, but the infrastructure replacement in the headquarters building was removed from the CIP. So that's just, we'll make sure that that's updated in the future.
Are these all $1 million? What are these?
100,000.
Yeah, I know. Okay, we're gonna continue on. So we have reserves. The top is beginning balance and the different associated reserves. We have the unrestricted reserve, that's for operating capital emergency. We have a supplemental charge to fund that project as mentioned. We have the state water revolving. Both the state water and street water are restricted. Total is $6.6 million. Then we have your reserve targets. And this is for the unrestricted. So that's only really associated with the top portion of the beginning balance. Maybe, Elizabeth, you could just go highlight the 4.6 with your mouse. Just up a little bit, further up. Go up a little higher. Yeah, this number. Yeah, so this is the number that we're looking at, the 4.6 million, and comparing it down to the bottom. And as you can see, we're meeting our reserve target as of right now. Reserves are operating 33% of operating expense. Operating expense, we need that because of cash flow. So the agency bills, they receive money, but your payments might be curved more frequently with payroll and et cetera. So it's always good to have that. Capital projects, 5-year of the average CIP. When you award a project, you have to have the cash on hand. So we need to have that money on hand in order to award contracts. And an emergency is $2 million. That emergency, as I mentioned, is if something goes wrong. So no fires, but if a fire or something happens, FEMA of course will help us, hopefully, but it will take a while for a reimbursement. So that $2 million is to hold us over those issues. Yes.
And that reserve, or part of that reserve is based on 120 days operating costs, is that correct?
That's the 33% of operating. Yeah. And so these reserves help us mitigate risk. Some people may advocate, oh, we should not have any reserves. That could be a policy of the district, but just note that you're exposing yourself to rate volatility. Because that means when something goes wrong, you have to instantly increase rates. By having reserves, you can moderate those rate increases and you can smooth them out. So that from a policy perspective, one has to ask themselves, what do you care about more? Do you care about volatility of rates? Or do you want to be able to smooth that out? And then you would want more reserves. Again, if there's any questions, let me know. I know it's a hot day. So go to the next slide. This is an output of the financial plan, status quo baseline. There's a lot of charts here. Let's go towards the top left corner where it says revenue requirements, and we see bars in a line. You see that teal colored turquoise. And you see some gray and some green. That shows us our total expenses. It shows us our operating expense. It shows us our existing debt service, future CIP, etc. The line shows our revenues. So as you can see, we're, barely making it today. But in the out years, we're not covering our costs. And then in the way out years, we're not even covering operating costs. So that line shows us our current revenues. And because of that, then we go to the next one. Let's go to this fund balance there, unrestricted. You see the dotted line, that's our reserve target. That's where we would like to be. And the green bars are our ending balance, the projections. And as you can see, by fiscal year 2028, we are in bankruptcy. We run out of funds. So we're diving into reserves in order to fund, the operation capital. Yes. Okay, good, okay. The next one I want to go over is the debt coverage ratio. The debt coverage ratio, when you issue debt, you state an obligation. That obligation is that you'll meet a certain covenants, they call it. There are some math behind it, technical, if we're interested, we can talk about it. But basically, it states that you'll meet a certain coverage ratio. And that dotted black line is the coverage ratio. The green line is the projections that we're seeing, and you would be in technical default in fiscal year 2026. By being in technical default, the credit rating of the agency would diminish significantly. The borrowers could ask for their money back. So definitely we do not want that. Yes.
Now I have a question.
Yeah.
Does that dash line suggest that that's the projected revenue we would need? And the gap between the green and the dash line is the shortfall?
The dotted black line
Yeah.
shows where we want to be,
Right.
and the green line shows where we are. And then the next slide, I'm gonna show you how to solve it.
What does that first year, 2025, suggest to you with the dash line above the green line right now?
So that means the first year, you're good, you're healthy. This year, you're healthy, you're good.
Even though it's above the green?
Yeah, you wanna be above. Which line are we talking about?
He's talking about the fund balance.
Yeah, so the fund balance, and you're right, so that one says that we're below our reserve targets. We're projecting to be below. The prior chart I showed you was beginning balance, ending balance.
Yeah.
So now we're saying that you're gonna be below your target.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, from a fiduciary responsibility, I would say you need to be above that. But from a policy perspective, you could be slightly below.
Yeah, okay, I should have clarified, yeah, it's that fund balance.
Yeah,
Okay.
so my apologies. So
No,
yes,
no, I took.
yeah, so the fund balance one, in the first year, you're slightly below. I wouldn't, to me, it's, it's not great,
Mhm.
but it's nothing that's, you shouldn't lose sleep. That happens.
Okay.
But the out years are where it gets bad, and that's where I would lose sleep.
Thank you.
Yes,
So you're using numbers that, were given to you, and that includes the projected salaries
yes,
that we're putting, that
I got it.
we've been putting, or could possibly be putting.
yes.
Okay,
And the capital project fund are the projected CIP. So the prior slides were all the tables and numbers. These are visual graphics associated with that. We, in our report, we'll also have a pro forma where you can follow the math and see how everything turns out.
So the documents that we sent were the asset management that was done by Castle, the salary surveys, the budget, and then there's also an inflationary cost that's associated with the current operating budget that he included.
but that's, and you also include, when did you send them? Are those current?
Current.
As of today?
As of the approved budget that we were sent, that you all approved in June, that was the budget he's working on.
What is the inflation rate?
The inflation rate, so we use different escalation factors. So the average, the weighted average is 4.7. But some things are going more than other. Good, general 3%, benefit 5%, and capital 4%, and then we have the salary.
What about materials? Like I know
That would be 3%.
metal and cement, and
That would be 4%.
those have gone up significantly.
Yeah,
We're
we're projecting,
projecting a 4.7%
yeah, we're projecting,
for commodities.
correct. That's a crystal ball. We could put higher, but then if we put higher, that means we would project higher rate increase. So it's one of those, which one do you want?
Can we make adjustments to the increase afterwards? if we want?
So with Prop 218, the rate that you could adopt, would be the maximum we could implement. You could always implement lower, so we could, you could say to us, we should use higher inflationary factors, but then that would mean higher rate increase, and then you could potentially lower as things change. That's something to consider. But that's a little bit more work, right, in monitoring. you know, that's what I'm thinking.
That's from where we are now. the
Yes.
13th. So that's after.
Correct, forward,
After the rise already.
Yes.
yes, after the rise, exactly, so it's now, it's not, we're not worried about what happens this year about. We're hoping that inflation is under control. You know something better than I do, please share. I don't,
I'm just glad you're using your own figures, not some government statistic.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Maybe best to do it.
Yes, go ahead, Sanjay, and we'll make sure we get you three.
okay, so now how do we solve this? So what we wanted to do is sort of peel back the onion a little bit and look at this in two stages. So we go to the next slide, please. So this is just solving the technical default situation. So, because we need to make sure we at least have rates cover our operating costs, make sure we're technically, not default so that our credit rating is good. That would be a 7% increase. But if you notice, the ending balances are still going down. And by the end of this time horizon, fiscal year 2029, we're almost negative. Because we can't fund our CIP projects. So in order to fund the capital projects that are needed, and you know, the way I always look at these systems, the metaphor I give is, and specifically for your service area, I'm educating you a lot about the history of this community, is that this is, as I mean, it's an old community, and you have old infrastructure. And it's like an old car. You know, you try your best to maintain that car, you try to keep it going, but eventually, you know, the tires get old. It might be leaking oil, brakes are soft, and so then it's time to change it. And this is that error, it's called error replacement, and it's a challenge agencies throughout California and the United States are facing. How to replace aging infrastructure. The infrastructure was put in the ground by developers or by companies, maybe in your case, miners, or the government, but now that's gone. Right here is something. That's sort of a rude awakening that we're seeing throughout California. It's challenging. And so in order to deal with that challenge, we are recommending these following increases. So we go to the next slide. Yes.
On 2012,
Mhm.
so you have, capital project funding, we have 2008, it's like double.
2000 which year?
28,
Yeah, that's the reliability. That's,
yes,
So we start to, when Castle did his study, he put a monetary value on what work needed to be done. And he averaged the amount of work total to be approximately $1.4 million. So that was originally included in all 5 of the years. And since we have some of the projects that he is recommending us doing, we're seeking grant funds, i.e. some of the pipelining that we're doing up in the upper country. We made a judgment call to remove that $1.4 million from the rate study portion of this because we already have grants and other projects coming in that would cover that $1.4 million.
so you're saying these numbers on 15, 25, 26, and 27 would be higher.
Can you show me what you're looking at, or can I go?
maybe we go to slide
First
8.
three.
Right here,
Yes,
if you
Go.
have these 3 here, significantly lower than this one and or this one.
yeah, so
So
we,
I'm wondering where, you know, if you're assuming, this is an assumption we got grant or getting grant,
yes.
how can we make the assumption we're getting grants when we don't have the grant? If that's what you're saying. then
That is
this-
exact-
This should have been,
Yes, but that would also increase the rate, the need for additional funds dramatically. So because I can't, as Sanjay said, we can't say that we're getting a grant. However, we have some assurances that we are getting some of those grant funds. We are trying not to hurt the district's constituency by including that in the analysis. Because we feel as though that we will have some of that money come in. So we don't have any of that planned more than 3 years out because we can't look at grants that far out. I hope that makes sense. I'm trying not to make it
it
confusing.
sounds like a big
Theoretically, it should
For
be,
the term pie in the sky and you haven't, there's no real.
Can we go to slide
real
eight?
numbers.
so it would be $1.4 million higher in each of those three categories.
What's it titled?
Slide 8.
What is it titled?
In each of those three are amortized
Higher.
over those three.
No, we took the 1.4 million out because we have other projects that are improved in the CIP under the grant funded portion that would cover that $1.4 million cost. So we didn't want to put those costs on the backs of the ratepayers. And so we removed those $1.4 million markers from those 3 years. So if you look right there behind you,
Right.
see where it says the reliability study $0. So those first 3 years, it was included. So 25, 26, 27, it should have been 1.405 million as well.
It should be 1.9. Or not, 1.4.
Total at the bottom.
Total is at the bottom. So look up one line,
1.8, okay,
but look up one line. See the 1.405?
yeah,
That's the study from the Castle study. That's the amount that he amortized the entirety of the work over 30 years. He amortized it into $1.4 million. So,
so it's the best, yeah.
well, it's his engineering guess. Yes,
All right,
That's a
thank you.
professional judge.
yes, it is. Yes.
So basically what you're saying is that we're relying on the grants.
In the first 3 years, we are relying on the grants that we already are in process of receiving and finalizing to pay for that $1.4 million. So we could assume that we're not going to get any grants, and it would increase the amount of need for financial stability so that the actual percentage of money that we would need would be higher. But since we are very close to receiving those grants, we as staff with Sanjay as a consultant recommendation, we removed the 1.4 million for those first 3 years because we're able to get the grants. When we get into the year 2028, if we're able to get grants for the other capital projects, we wouldn't have the need for the 1.4 as well, and so the rate increase could also be reduced. I hope I'm making sense.
No, well, you're making perfect sense, and I understand what you're saying. And I'm all for, keeping the rates as low as we can. However, in discussions, we kind of were, I thought, indicated the work for the live grants. That grants would supplement CIP, not rely on it as far as it comes to rates.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to show here, is that we're not relying on grants. We are relying on grants in the CIP portion, the reliability portion of that. So that is, since we've already had these projects approved as a budget item. And we are very, very, I mean, I don't want to put this on the record. We're at the 11th hour of receiving a couple of large grants.
I understand all that.
So we can absolutely put the $1.4 million back in, so as to say we're not relying on the grants. But I think it would drastically change the percentage of increase needed.
Well, I guess that'd be a discussion for later on.
So I know in 27 and 28, we do have the potential to get the hydro contracts back. Is there any projections with having that even put into
So we're still working on those, understanding the amount of revenue that will be coming in for those, because we have to understand the amount of maintenance cost and the amount of manpower, and yeah, so the entire expenses is something we're building right now.
So then that's gonna change these. That could potentially change 27 and 28.
It would be 28 and 29, so we wouldn't actually take effect until 28. And the revenue wouldn't be exponential to change this dramatically. So the revenue we're anticipating is somewhere between 350,000 and 500,000, and then we would have to determine what the expense cost is off of that. Now, there are some other capital improvement revenue projects, larger hydro that we're trying to install. And that would dramatically change the amount of revenue that we could bring in, but again, that's something that is still in the infancy stage. And we won't be able to have any costs associated with that for a while.
However, if and when that comes through, it would reduce the need for rate increases, correct?
It would definitely help with rate stabilization, correct? Yes, reduce the need for future rate increases.
So this discussion that we're having is typical when we're looking at a 5-year horizon of uncertainty, right? And it's recommended to do these studies every 5 years because it's cost effective. You know, it's costly. Of course, I'll have to come back here again, but it is costly. So the most cost effective is to do 5 years, evaluate this, and then potentially in year 3 or 4, decide whether you need to implement those rates. And so that's something I would recommend to do. Given all the uncertainty, this is typical of water. All right, so let's go to now slide where we fund the CIP, that's slide 12. And so in order to fund the CIP, what we're recommending is a 20% increase and then 15% each year after that. Now, these aren't significant, I'll be the first to admit that, and we did work with staff in these challenges that we talked about with the CIP, whether we receive them, we don't receive them, with the grant, not the grant. So that's why we did not include those CIP projects, so it would be even more dramatic. The district could, if they were interested in options of trying to lower these increases, you could issue debt, that is an option. But based on my understanding, that's a policy, that's a philosophy, and you may not be interested in that, so that's why we're not sure.
All right, I'm on. Basically, I had to say that again. You're suggesting that we have a 20% increase the first year and each year after that a 15%?
Yes, that's what slide 12 shows. In the presentation. And in order to do that, what would happen then is that we're funding all these CIP projects. We're funding our operating, we're meeting our coverage ratio, and we're meeting our ending fund balance. If you notice, the ending fund balance, the green bars and the dotted line, we're actually slightly below in most years except for the last year. So the last year I look for to make sure we meet the target, we're meeting the target, we're good. The one below, we're slightly below. Now, when we award contracts, your funding balance may be actually a bit higher, but those monies are called encumbered. They're set aside, you're awarding a contract, and then as you draw it down, you spend it. So I'm gonna pause here and see, this is water, and then we're gonna talk about wastewater next, but I wanna make sure we talk about water and have that discussion.
One thing that we've been able to do as a district over the past years is to line a lot of the ditches and put pipe in some of those, and that is saving a lot of the water that has been used in the past. And so that water savings has the potential to be transferred and turned into revenue in the future. That's a potential, it's not for sure, just kind of like grants. That concept is not included in these figures.
Correct.
That's correct. Well, so when we do talk about a transfer, then that would
Correct.
potentially affect these.
Would lower
20%
these.
increase.
So from a strategic perspective, what I would suggest, if you would consider these, potentially adopt them, go after potentially these other opportunities, they come to fruition, then you can implement lower rates.
And what the higher rate cost of service gives us the ability to cover those costs in case something else doesn't come through.
Now, with these CIP fundings, one of the big things is, would this be a line item in the budget to make sure that this money is put into CIP? Because if we don't do it, then we will keep increasing our operating expenses and never meeting the CIP, so.
That's an operational question, so I would look for staff.
Yes.
What would you recommend?
We would place it into the CIP budget portion of it. We have a fund that it would be placed into.
I want to take a
Yeah, you want, we do the water comment first and then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Are
I
you
have
gonna,
a-
are you gonna open up the public all at once? Or what? I would just recommend whenever.
At the end of his presentation.
I would just do,
Water's never been what-
I guess my point is rather than open it just for one person, have one clean round of public comment.
Okay.
Just for people that may be online, if you
Okay.
want to do it now, you can. but-
No, go ahead, somebody.
Okay, so now we're gonna talk about wastewater. So this is the alt wastewater fund. We have the revenues here, showing you right over here. We have other revenues, which is miscellaneous. As you can see, this is a $200,000 revenue fund. It does increase slightly over the time period. The next slide shows operating expense. So remember that 200,000 that I just said, because as you can see, we have salaries, benefits. This goes up by 4.4% each year. You see this is 500,000 to 600,000. So all of a sudden, very quickly, you can see revenues are 200,000, operating expense 500,000, 600,000. We're not meeting operating expense. And so this is the challenge here with this fund. And so in order to deal with that, the next slide shows the CIP, the capital projects, capital improvement project. There's not much here. In 2024, there's something, and then the out years, there's really nothing there. The next slide shows the reserve targets and the reserve policy. This fund is healthy as of right now, in the sense that we do have $940,000. Reserve target $721 based on the policies that are similar to water, 33% operating, some money for CIP, and then 500,000 for emergency. We go to the next slide, and this really summarizes it, and this is the challenge. Is you can see that blue bar there, and the line is the revenues, and you can see it's like 1/3. And that's the challenge. And because of that, this fund goes negative, and it goes significantly negative because we're not meeting operating expenses. There's no debt issue. So the coverage ratio is not an issue. It's really just making sure we have money to fund operating costs. So one scenario that we are suggesting is that we do that quickly to meet that operating expense. We go to the next slide, and that would be a 55% increase. And then we would be able to beat operating expense. And you can see that in the chart there. And then in the following years would be a 10% increase. Yes.
Was that 200% because of the fact that currently we're supplementing
Yes,
the rates?
yes,
So this is end of supplementing it, and now they're gonna be
yes,
putting the whole thing.
correct.
So that's why it's so high.
That is correct.
Can you go into is it appropriate to go into the supplemental concept now, or is that for another discussion?
We can try to answer.
Why is the supplemental funding of this ending now?
So there was a large reserve balance. The credit or supplemental reduction in the rates has drawn that balance
Has drawn it down.
further down than it should have been drawn.
Okay.
And now we need to get a little bit of a buffer back. So
there was a supplement, access in the past, and that has been drained down.
that is correct.
Benefited from that reimbursement.
Yes.
Never heard of that.
So it was approximately, don't quote me.
$250,000.
It was 1.2 million, I want to say, and I'm gonna look to my staff because they were here before me. And it's now down to, I want to say, somewhere in the $400,000 to $500,000 range. So
I didn't hear about any breaks. I didn't hear an end date, and then, it was, as far as we're concerned, it was an overcharge of premium.
yeah, and so that overcharge has been kind of met at this point. So now we're,
Yeah.
If I could add, and it was put in the last rate study, so the last rate study for EXC had it going from the 5 years with it, knowing that the last year would have an increase. And they stopped it at that year and didn't continue with the increase. They also required fund to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Run it all the way down.
We do have a plan to make it not so harsh though, so.
Do you wanna go for that?
Yeah, I think we should, just to,
Okay.
just so people.
Before he gets a heart attack.
Yeah.
So another option is then we go to the other side.
Go down, keep going. So, yeah, I'll go you, please.
Is that we could do 75, 75, then 50. Now, if we do that, it's still dramatic, I'll be the first to admit that, but, but do know that the ending balance does get close to zero. So this fund, while it meets, it has some money, something goes wrong, it wouldn't need to lean on the water. So it's, in a precarious situation.
So, I mean, I would say to answer that, I don't mean to stop you from answering your question, please do. That to answer that, there is not a lot of emergencies that we see here. So that is something that we could absorb if there was some sort of emergency. Now, I'm not gonna guarantee, I can't say there's no liability to the system, but it's different than the water system. It's a lot less, there's a lot less chances of having some sort of a liability in this system.
So the one question I have, is I'm looking at, your financial plan for water, and it's 20 and then 15 all the way across, but on Overland Trails, it goes to 10.
Correct. But
And
10 is
I mean, if
typical.
we're gonna smooth it equally across the board, so everybody's getting the same kind of,
Do you see?
increase or.
So we also explored having a larger initial increase in the water fund and having like a 10% at the end, but it would make that first 20% larger. So we could absolutely smooth down to that 10% like you're saying here. But it would be a larger initial increase to kind of make up for the last few years where we haven't had a rate increase. Now, or we can actually still maneuver some of these numbers here to smooth it out a little bit more. This was our first kind of swag at this.
Well,
Because
this one is, I don't know if we can go any lower in the first 2 years. I mean, because you look at the ending balance and the fund balance in the green bars, you see how we're almost zero. So 75, 75 is sort of,
What,
unless you're planning to borrow money from the water. If that's a policy.
what's the cost of the money over that time frame? Because if you had 204 tens, that's 240, and this is 220. What was the cost of 4%, 5%?
Yeah, so what you're seeing is compound.
Yeah,
And this is, when you do 75, there's a compound.
yeah.
So that's why you see that.
When you're discussing the possibility of utilizing water funds to supplement or supplant this, I thought this was a restricted.
This is right
Fund.
now, these two funds are
They're different enterprise funds.
enterprise, but I'm saying that if the board wants to go lower than 75, then you would have to.
You could take a loan from the water
Take a
department,
loan,
yeah.
okay.
but it would have to be paid back. So you'd have to have a
Alright.
plan to pay it back.
Yeah.
It's not something that I would like to do or recommend to do, but it is an option to smooth this out a little bit more.
But the water
here.
fund would not be covering this, it would be a loan.
It would be a
Correct.
loan. It'd
But
have
the
to-
problem is that the water fund also is not that well off either,
Hmm.
as you saw the rate increase that I just showed. So by borrowing from the water fund, that means we may need to increase the rates even more. You get into a circle. So it's not so I would recommend the 275s are sort of the fair bone.
So I haven't looked at my bill in a while. Go ahead.
No, with the bill, I thought we did.
No, from
Yeah, but he has the wastewater.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so the impact would be not only whatever increase it would be, but it would be the removal of the rebate or the discount or the refund we've been getting, plus the 75 or 200%. So it would, right?
Is this looking at what they're paying now and increasing to what they're paying in now? So here's, that's a really complicated question. And kind of going back to what Sanjay said in the beginning, this is not looking at a specific rate payer cost. This is looking at how much cost the entire enterprise fund needs to generate. So, for example, you have the CDS customer and a non-CDS customer, and they already have a different rate structure. So to say that you're gonna get a 75% rate increase on what you're paying now may not be the case. It may be less, it may be slightly more. That is a topic for discussion for a different date. What we're trying to show you here today is this is what the entirety of the fund needs to be increased without looking at individual ratepayers.
And, I was just making the point, and the refund, the rebate's gonna stop,
Yes.
Right.
You don't.
plus whatever.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
For the benefit of the public, could you tell us or remind us what CDF means?
Oh, a CDS is so there's two different in the wastewater, you have the community disposal system, which is 137 homes that are all pumped into one large leach field. And then I'm gonna get the number wrong. It's 900 and some change houses that are non-CDS that have their own septic systems and our own leach fields. But they all fall under the same WDR permit and they are all within the same enterprise fund.
So we're talking about just that.
Just that portion.
Component of those customers.
Yes, this is
Yeah,
not
in that
water.
fund,
This is
okay.
only the wastewater component of the district.
Thank you for that clarification.
I'd like clarification, if for no other reason for Rich's benefit. What you're saying is, this, that 200% that you have for ALT. That's 200% over the rates that are being paid now with the supplement on.
So I think, I want to say it's $32 is what you pay after the reduction. Am I correct?
I wish I had the bill, but I think what you're trying to say, if it's 32 now and it was.
It's gonna go, the 200% is on the 32.
Huh?
The 200% is on the
So it
32.
would be what, 60, 96?
So that's where we don't know. We
But
can't,
right now we're getting the dip, so we're paying 16.
No,
we're going to
no,
96.
no, it's supposed to be 50 and you're
Oh.
paying 28 or 32. Do you remember what it is?
Yeah, it's in the twenties. It's in the twenties for those CDS. I think it's like, I wanna say it's like 2216 or 2816.
Okay.
Jessica's gonna get the number for you right
What
now.
I'm just saying is if you're saying 200% on the 50, right?
No,
No.
so you're current.
Correct.
Oh, on the
Correct.
20, so that's 60.
Oh.
Okay, so it's gonna, for us now, the ratepayers are gonna see it as not this increase,
No,
they're gonna see it as a 300% increase.
no, it's not 300%. It's
If it goes
200.
from 20, we're paying plus 200.
No, it's
That's
two,
3 times
that's-
200.
no, 300% would be 80. So 20, 20, 20.
Okay, so it's 200, okay.
So 100 would be 40, 200 would be
Okay,
60.
so that's on the discounted.
For developed lots, it's
Right.
2219. Non-CDS. For a CDS customer, it's 9977 for developed lot.
So the reason I can't say, the reason I don't want to say it's 200% on your bill is because Sanjay and his team still have to look at the amount of effort it takes to have a CDS customer, which is obviously it's already larger. So a CDS customer is $99 worth of effort. You or a non-CDS customer right now is a $22 worth of effort. He may see that is a similar ratio, but that also may change. So CDS may go up from the 99 and non-CDS may not go up quite the 75 or 200 or whatever percentage we end up settling on. So that's all a topic for a later discussion. It's really hard to take this number and start to calculate it into your water bill. That topic will come up. We will definitely have that conversation, but that's not really what we're trying to go over today.
We'll get the big picture,
Yeah.
but later.
That's actually the small picture. This is the big picture.
This is the,
So we,
Either way, I'm glad I'm not you.
or the other 899. Thank you.
Recognize before we dive next time.
But you raised your hand.
I have.
Everybody can see it.
Anyway, so I guess if we had looked at the budget, we had looked at the wages, we had looked at everything, cranked them down instead of cranking them up. these numbers would have been significantly less.
Can you repeat the question? What?
Sorry if I make it too down to earth. Anyway, so, you know, we've been spending money, building up a lot of equipment, basically doing a lot of extra work. We've just done, a rate increase or a wage increase. So if we would have taken a harder look at that and kept it down, then we would have been looking at different numbers here today.
Yeah, these are all the inputs I showed you to produce these results.
Because of
changed-
what
Yeah,
the changes
so-
have done.
Yeah, so
Okay,
if you change the inputs, you get different results. So it's a model.
yes,
So what he used was our operating budget today. And then some of the asset management portions that are a future look. And, well, it's, the MOU salary surveys, but it's also the, inflationary, percentages that he incorporated into a lot of those different categories. And so there's a breakdown of those that we can get to you to show you what the costs are. They all vary, so they're all, some are 8%, some are 2%, some are 4%, so they all vary.
All that information is gonna be in the final report.
That is correct.
I guess one other question, before we get the final report, are we gonna be able to hack that up a little bit before we come to the final report?
Yes,
Or last?
so this is today's meeting is the financial plan. About where we are financially, how much revenue we need to collect on an annual basis to meet our operating costs, fund our CIP projects, capital projects, meet our reserves, coverage ratio. That's what we're showing you with these numbers. The next part of the study, which I'll be meeting with you in August, is what we call cost of service. That's where we look at what's the proportionality, how do we make sure one customer is not subsidizing another customer, what's a fair and equitable rate? We'll be presenting that to you, and then we combine those two together to get the rates, and that's what will be in the top 2 notes. So that's what we'll be showing you in August.
That's the end of your.
That's the end of my presentation. So if you, we do need some, ideally direction, but there are multiple, you know, rate studies can get complicated very quickly. And I've done this a lot, and so what we want is, we want to get, and you don't have to tell it today, but we do want to get some kind of direction about the financial plan. So really, if we go to slide 12. Well, what do we say here first, since you're already here? So the first question is with the alt, do we want, are we more inclined to this scenario, 70-75, or the 200 rip the band? This is also ripping the band, it's all relative here now.
Size of the Band-Aid.
Yeah, size of the band, yeah, exactly. So which scenario are you more, I'm not asking you to vote, I just want to know which way the wind is blowing so that we can develop, because it's a layer approach here, I'm gonna add up top, so if you said, I don't like that one at all, this is the only one I would even likely consider, then we would move forward.
I agree. My feeling is that we would need some input from the people involved, from the people affected.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable myself, I'm not comfortable making that decision for them.
So again, we are having, we're planning our public, town hall-ish meetings for August, either 13, 14, or 15. So those are the dates that we're starting to look at to have a meeting similar to last night, where we're gonna do it in 2 or 3 different locations within the district, probably 2, maybe the Grange again, something
You're
up
gonna
here.
be the ones breaking it to these people?
I'm so sorry.
So you're gonna be the one that's gonna be breaking it to these people?
Well, I mean, Sanjay is.
But remember, I mean, so we can break it to these people, but what do you think they'll say?
I'm thinking we better start looking for a replacement general manager.
Well, I think they'll say is that they want the water fund to subsidize the wastewater.
No,
So I'm just like, I'm just being straight up. So I mean, like, we can, this is a hard rock in our
This isn't
place.
your first rodeo.
No, so we have to make a hard decision here, which one, you know, we can go there and talk to them, but
But that's 6 weeks from now.
Yeah.
And you need,
Well, it's not 6 weeks, it's
Five?
it's a month, it's 4 weeks.
but by the time you go back to work with,
yeah.
So I think-
Yeah,
What he needs to know how to start to develop the rates. Does he,
As I understand, the options are, one is a big increase now. Another is to average that increase over 5 years. And the other is to take a loan out. Correct. Which is gonna have to be paid off over a longer period. Those are the three options.
right. And the loan one would have a financial impact on the water fund because you don't really have money there. So then the rate increase on the water would have to be higher.
Yeah, so you're asking the water to subsidize overnight trails.
Or be a bank, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Pay the bank for, but it's
it can't subsidize, so that's not the right word.
Okay.
It has to be,
but
it has to be the bank.
Would be
So I
about-
wouldn't
Bank
recommend
for,
option
but still.
3, I mean, it's really optional, but this is a policy, you're the board. You make,
And so this would be, to me, a town hall for ALT and the rest of the public, because they're the ones that need to.
So
pick between those three items.
I think what he can do though is if you give him direction today to say, you know, we think that this is probably more amicable, he can at least work up rate numbers so that the people in ALT can get a grasp of what their bill would look like. Because obviously, we have one board member who's already started to calculate what his new bill is gonna look like. So it's better, no, I'm not calling you out because it's important because you want to know what real costs are. So if we look at a model like this, he can start to develop what a real cost would look like. And he could do it a couple different ways. He could say this way, he could look at it at 200, but you know, he's gonna put more of his time and attention into something. If you say, we think it's probably more amicable and we do a longer term increase as opposed to let's hit them all over the head in the first year, because that's gonna be harder to take. So if we look at something like this, when we do those town halls, they will be able to understand where their bill would, because we can actually show what a typical bill might look like. For me or him. Oh, you have a question, so I'm at.
So it's like, we're looking at, ALP is gonna get kind of slammed. And then we're potentially looking at the rest of the district. I know I'm gonna probably use the wrong word. That rate will come up more to be able to allow the other one to not be as high on the first hit.
That is potentially, yes.
So you're asking the greater to take care of the smaller.
right,
And so it would, that only would be until that money was, these rates were then, so the smoothing would be less in the wastewater, would be, the initial increases would be less. They would eventually have to smooth out and it would eventually pay that money back. You can't ever keep that money. That is against the law and Frank would not like that.
Right, but you're asking, so say the bill, my bill was, I don't know, $62. And so if it's gonna go up to $100, but I'm gonna have to pay $110.
Well, it may not be that much. It
Well,
probably-
no, I'm just throwing numbers, just to make it easy. So then I would have to pay $110 to smooth out the wastewater end of Alderman Trail.
That
It
is
would be
correct.
a little number that would be coming up for every 2 months or whatever.
But then in the end, at the 5-year,
That 10 will never go down.
but it would not go up higher in the 5-year mark. It would, the
That 10
rate.
would never go down. That's my point.
Let me, I mean, I want to answer your question by saying it would never go down, but it would stabilize over the long term because the last bits of the rate increase would, sorry, that's right.
I'm sorry, I thought it was in my AirPods.
The last bit of that rate increase would not need to take effect because the money would be paid back into the original fund, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, but we're talking the ratepayers and how they would.
I told, it's definitely a
And that's what's
difficult
kind of
subject.
Important at this point is seeing the fact that, we're asking for the bigger group to pay more and that number never goes down. It's sort of like, there's one fund that you can do where for so many years you pay this rate and then it goes back down because it gets that, I can't remember what that tax. Or, it
so-
seems like when fire had $117 on everybody, where now at 5 years it was over and they take it back.
So theoretically, it would go down, but it probably wouldn't look like their bills were going down because the other rate increase would make it, it would be,
We'll be going up.
it would be negligible of a, so instead of going up 10%, it would go up 8%. So whatever the extra money, is that, I hope I'm making sense there. So it would still look like it's going up, it just would never go, it would come off the bill. However, it would go up for another reason.
And just to be clear, my remark about finding the replacement general manager, because they're gonna tear you up.
I, you know, unfortunately,
Man, this is- Yeah.
I don't like it. And that's why I said, we even, as a staff and Sanjay, we looked at the 200% and we were like, that's untenable. You know, we decided that. There's a lot of mitigating factors and, you know, unfortunately, I'm still new to the game here, that some of those factors happened before I came here.
Right.
And,
Exactly.
Yeah, that was,
you know,
But given what they've been through, charged for so long and what that whole fiasco.
yeah, I
And
think.
and now you're gonna hit them with this part.
I think, you know, hindsight is always 20/20 when we look back at these things, and maybe the subsidy or the credit should not have been given. And it should have been smoothed out so that we don't have to do this now. And so when Sanjay says you have the potential for rate volatility, we got ourselves into that. And I'm gonna say the collective we, you know, it's not even this board, because a lot of this happened before this board even took effect. We opened ourselves up for a great deal of rate volatility by offering that subsidy.
But it actually was smoothed out. It smoothed out and now we're.
Yeah, but
at the
it's-
end of the smoothing.
It was smoothed too much. It was smoothed into the ground, and that
You're saying
it was an overcorrection. Exactly. That's the perfect word for it, an overcorrection. Wow.
Director Saunders.
What's the potential for using the ad valorem for subsidies?
I would have to,
The
Yeah.
ad valorem, that's the money we get from the taxes.
Yeah, right now we're counting that in the water fund,
oh yeah, that's,
so it's already accounted for, so if you wanna use that valorem, you could, but then, again, it's the same thing, you would need a loan, to the water fund, we're assuming the water of that already. So you would have to increase the rates for water.
Sanjay, when we have our town hall, we go to Auburn Lake Trails and we get 40 people there, double what we had yesterday on a smaller base. And instead of 0.2%, we get 2% of the base. You know, they're gonna be on the fence, they're gonna probably say no, but we're still gonna move forward. What do you expect to, you know, are we just trying to help them to understand better what ultimately needs to be done to their best interest?
So I mean, I always say it's the value proposition. What's the value that we're providing? So that's how I look at these things. So what is this service that you're providing? What's the value? There's a cost here, right? I mean, this cost, we look at the operating budget, it's $500,000. So what's that service?
Yeah, what value, values. What do you get for the money you pay?
Yes.
And so they're not gonna like it, but we're still gonna move forward with what we believe is the best for them. And you're gonna do the best you can in explaining the value and what needs to be done, otherwise they won't have we'll have system failure breakdown. I mean, we just gotta make ends meet, right? So you're gonna be trying to,
Yes.
Sell
I
what-
don't know what the alternatives are
right,
of like.
we're not gonna convince them,
Can you just own this system? I don't
No.
think.
Well, they do have, the alternative would be for the HOA to, vote and make a recommendation back to the State Water Resource Control Board and remove GPUD from being on that.
so I think we've taken that, and that is not really an option for them because of the lawsuit that was filed
From them.
by the HOA.
Correct.
but there's parties that are a party to that agreement that don't exist anymore. So it's a very long road to get out of that.
I mean,
But-
not from us, from them.
From them, yeah.
They can do it. Not-
They
not-
can
not
take it
our
over,
side.
they can actually form
Yes.
their own district.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, not our. end.
That
I
would be an
did.
option, I don't know, I mean, that's just.
I would put it in there as an option for them.
And then they'll say,
Yeah.
oh, that's
No,
our
I
option.
mean, we're looking at options, yeah.
Yeah, give them the option, they'll say, well, that's the path of least resistance, what?
But that is, I know we talked before about them taking all this on themselves,
Yes.
and that's still a viable option.
Yeah, that's always an option, yes.
Okay, well, that would be,
That's an option.
well, this might work out very well, actually.
And they contract with us, right?
No,
Okay.
No, they would become a public utility themselves.
But then they could contract with us.
that one,
they
they
did.
They can do whatever they
For
want.
certain services, yes,
Yeah.
they can do that.
because it would
Yes,
still
they
cost
could,
them
they
the
could.
same amount.
Yeah, they could.
But knowing that, they'd have to go through the process and go through.
It would be an initial cost up front to the HOA, to do all the studies and all the, taking it over, basically taking it over. But yes, theoretically, you guys would have the same type of a, rate case, they're gonna do the same. You're gonna gather the same information.
As part of your presentation, to help show the value and show the consequences of not buying in. This is the alternative, and then they could say, well, the choice between two, what's the least worst? And then,
Yeah, so I think, I don't know how much in discussion we are with the HOA.
We're not.
So, but I would suggest that we present to the HOA that option, so that HOA can be prepared to talk about whether they want to take it over. So that the public knows that they're not interested. I don't know if they are or not, based on the body language of reading the film, it sounds like they're not, so,
They might be now.
Yeah, but it's gonna be the same cost to them. So I think they're gonna,
yeah, it'll be more.
that is, yeah. They're gonna end up paying more by doing it themselves because they're gonna have all the extra overhead.
Yeah.
We can absorb some of the overhead because we have, for example, Alexis, who is our water resource manager. It does a little bit of both. So some of her salary is in wastewater, some of her salary is in water. Now they're gonna have a full salaried person in, water and in their thing, plus Brian. Plus, there's all these pluses and all these things that are there that they need to take into account for. So yes, it will likely cost them more money to do it themselves.
so if you have your workshop at ALT, someone, Nicholas, we need to discuss with them for them specifically the alter, you know what I mean? And grease the skids, and then you present the options and the costs.
Yeah.
And then having it somewhere else we need to tailor made this one.
Right, I would recommend that we talk to the HOA first and just get their appetite,
Okay, thank you.
so that we know which way. to
Alright.
go.
So when we do the town hall meetings, we can meet first at ALT if the board thinks that that's smart. Cause when we meet in Georgetown, we don't really need to present the wastewater numbers to people in Georgetown. Cause not many people will be affected by those.
It's not just George. Remember, every other place.
I'm saying where I'm just saying a location. I wasn't saying the town of Georgetown, I was saying where we hold the town hall meeting. So, yes, so even if you come to the meeting at the Grange, where we would probably be doing the ALT numbers, you won't be affected by the ALT numbers. However, we would still present them there in Cool. But in Georgetown, less people from Cool will come, so we will have less people to present the wastewater numbers to.
And I would say that's unless they are actually doing that third option, which goes on everybody, so then that would be it.
Yeah, but that would also be part of it. So that's why I'm saying if we do the first one, we would hear from the community to say, we would like to have a loan from the water department. So if we look at ALT first, and we look at the wastewater numbers and we hear from them to say, we have 4 options. Do nothing, become bankrupt. 200%, and we're solvent in year 1. 75, 75, 50, we're solvent in year 3. Or 4 is you guys, well, actually, I guess there's 5 options. So you take over yourselves and you become your own government agency. And 5 would be you ask for a loan from the water fund. So whatever the appetite for those 5 options are, if they say they want the loan, then obviously it's something that has to be presented to the Georgetown Town Hall as well.
And the one at ALT would probably be at the barn loft, where you're gonna get triple the amount of people in range hall.
We have to make sure that everybody has access to it, so that's the difficulty. If will ALT allow people from outside the community to come into the meeting?
That's why.
I mean, that we can't, I would love to be able, since it affects more than just people within ALT, it has to be accessible to everyone. So I can't,
ALT specific one.
I mean, we could talk to ALT and ask if they would allow us to let people in for that day, which I would hope that they would be amicable to that.
But we have to start greasing the skids.
Yes.
'Cause they
Well,
like,
we're starting to work on looking for
they
locations.
like to publicize it and put it in their newsletter and send out emails, and they have a committee that posts it on the board.
Yeah.
On the front gate.
We are working on already,
Go ahead.
So anyway, so I know, I mean, I probably know the answer to this, but if it's gonna go to an option that everyone funds that, it would not be a vote of the public. It would be up to us.
Correct, absolutely. That's the board policy.
Wow, okay,
These are all board policies. I mean,
Oh,
this
I
is
know.
not
but yeah.
the board.
so
That's
you.
why you're paid.
Oh, handsomely, they're paid handsomely.
Very handsomely. Yeah.
I think we're actually discussing that today.
So, yeah, so you would take the input from your constituents. And that is where you would, bring all that together and make your decision.
It's a courtesy. We're doing it as a courtesy.
Correct, you're informal.
Right? And then one thing here we have to let them know is, don't forget, for the last 4 years, you've been getting a 50%.
Yeah.
Discount. You know, not, you're getting,
Forgotten.
you know,
Yeah.
right.
And what they're gonna say, and that's because
Are
we
you
paid
sure?
50% more for all the previous.
Yeah, for the previous 20 years, yeah, but you gotta sell it, you know, the pros.
You're gonna get a lot of grease.
Yeah, a lot of.
I think honesty would work a whole lot better instead of marketing.
What's that?
Honesty would work a whole lot better with everybody instead of marketing it. To be slick.
Exactly.
Oh, we are definitely not trying to market this. I can assure you of that.
Trying to lay it out in a methodical manner,
Yes, there's-
present it to make sure that everyone goes the direction we wanna go. That's marketing.
Well, they have options, so we're gonna lay out the options and then they get to decide to tell their elected officials that they've elected what option.
Yeah, we can't do this.
I didn't hear what you said. Okay.
So
Are we ready to go to public comment?
Yeah, so with water, are we okay with water with percentages? I just wanna,
Oh.
again, get your input. We talked about wastewater. So with water, where we're looking at 20%, then the series of 15. This is an opportunity for the board to provide comments on that. And I'm looking to hear comments.
Given what I heard at the town hall meeting yesterday about the potential of water transfer, I think it was said that we could get potentially $560,000 for 2,000 acre feet.
525 plus 40.
And
So
if
if we
that
can get-
was reflected against the revenues on page, slide 5, that would reduce that down to
Yeah, so let's just say,
1,000.
so let's just say that you can get 600,000 of
Probably more like 500 after everything is
Five
said
hundred
and done.
thousand is, Nancy's on the call here, so now I have my colleague Nancy. Maybe she can help me out. I mean, so what's your question?
Basically, what, if we were able to go through with the water transfer, what would the rate increase be?
When would the water transfer occur?
This year.
And would it always be 500,000
No,
every year?
we
No,
can't.
I'm just, I would rather say half of that. to be conservative.
So I would caution you on taking this approach.
Okay.
Because there is still the chance that this does not take place. There is the chance that, there's not we're not allowed to move this water through the system. And so they're putting, marking this money into our account before it's there is a very dangerous precedent to set. So I would just caution you.
Yeah, my point is, if it comes through, then we would not need to increase the rate by that amount.
That is
I'm not
correct.
saying do not include it in the cost of service study. What my point is, if that is, then it would reduce them.
Yeah,
But if
that,
it's not part of the cost. Right.
and so that's for every year of the increase, we can reanalyze what revenues are coming in, i.e. say, in 2028, we're at the 15% level, but in 2027, we got $10 million in grants, we got a water transfer, and our investments went up even more. We can actually go in and say, we're gonna only do a 5% increase as opposed to the 15% because we have all this other stuff that's also helping to buffer those rates. So that's that rate stabilization that we talk about. And that's where this comes into effect is you wanna make sure you don't go too low in your projected rate increase because you can't go any higher than that, but you can reduce.
That's exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah, so we're looking at, say, 20%, but reality is if we get this 275 to go, we could have to say, well, we're not gonna do 20% this year, we're only gonna do 15%, and then if we get a lot, say another however many hundreds of thousands, we could actually say we're not having any increase this year and run 1 year, nothing.
That is potential, yes,
So we could rock it and roll it, but we can't exceed the 20%.
100%.
Got it.
Does the board have any more comments before I go to the public questions? Okay,
Did we
Now-
answer his question?
yeah,
Okay.
now I'm going to public comment. Sharice first.
The only thing I'm gonna say on the wastewater is that financial alternate is not in the packet.
Yeah, we added it today because of,
Okay, and my other question is, didn't we get more details in the financial, like, Don was saying, so we know what's included in that whole figure? And also which CIP items are in the CIP?
so all the CIP items were on the same, it's all the stuff that's in the budget. You can clearly see the items that are on there. It is laid out priority 1, 2, 3.
But then the expenses,
It is, and we tried to explain that. It's the budget with inflationary factors being utilized to increase that along the 5-year plan.
well, risk of the 4 to 5%, whatever. Calculated. And just with this increase, that at the 80% brings in $2.9 million. And our original rate increase 5 or 6 years ago was 1.5. And then if you add in that 1405 every year, it'd be 8.5. And 1405. So my other question is, where's irrigation in all of this?
So you're putting the cart before the horse, and it's the same argument that I'm gonna have with Mitch. That's basically the same argument between a CDS customer and a non-CDS customer. So you have a raw water customer and a treated water customer. And they're going to look at what the effort is to get a drop of water to a raw water customer and what the effort is to get a drop of water to a treated water customer. And they're going to determine what the different percentages are and what the different factors are. This is just a very preliminary look. You want the final report today, and it's just
So
not.
I want,
You want the final report today, and it's not even close. This is a first look at where we are with how much we need to increase, looking at inflation and percentage of increases going forward for the next 5 years.
okay, so then my other question is the 20%, okay, the last rate study, we paid a certain amount every 2 months. Then they changed it to be a base rate plus a water usage fee. So this 20%, are we gonna have a raise in the base rate, or is that all included in that 20%? Because we had almost 180% increase on some people in water.
To answer your question, that is something that will happen at the next meeting. Those, looking at an individual water bill is not been even considered yet.
Okay,
Because
but we're talking 20% total, wherever it goes.
I'm really trying to answer your question, and I'm really trying to give you the information you are asking for. Unfortunately, it's just not there yet. That, to look at an individual bill, it's different. If your bill versus somebody who has a 1-inch meter versus somebody who has a 2-inch
Correct.
meter, those are all different factors that we have to look at. So we can't tell you what a person's water bill is going to go up until the analysis has been done.
So this is an average of all the water bills.
This is a look at the financial health of the district and how much percentage needs to be increased overall.
So overall.
This is the 30,000 foot view of the water district and the wastewater district and how much it needs to be increased. The individualized look that you and other people want to see is just not there yet. We don't even know, he's trying to get direction on, is 20% tenable? Is 200% tenable? Is that something that this board as a policy wants to pursue? Obviously, probably 200% is not something they want to pursue, so they're looking for something that's a little bit more smooth, 75.
Okay, so he's recommending 20% over all categories the first year. And then 15 for each year after,
Yes,
all categories.
yes.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Dowd.
Yeah, Stephen Dowd. I want to thank Sanjay, Nicholas, staff and board. You've working, sleeping down. This is Tony and Megan. People I had to go through. We had a rate increase 5 years ago. We only did one, I believe, one rate increase, 5%, 5% every year for 5 years.
We did not do that.
Well, I know because of COVID.
No, we did not do that at all.
Well, I know COVID stopped it. And,
No.
and.
No,
so
that's
then-
not, that's not what happened. COVID,
Board did,
Board
but
stopped.
COVID is, yes, I know.
it was not because of COVID. I want you to be very clear when you say that. It was not because of COVID.
Started in
What?
2018.
No, nothing to do with it.
Had nothing to do, the last rate increase was 2019.
Nothing to do with Steve. They have-
We started this mess in 2018 and having raises.
So, go ahead, I don't,
Okay, well,
Jeff, please.
We had one rate increase, then they didn't have a rate increase for a year, and then COVID came along. Then they stopped the, no more rate increases. I don't think we've had one since,
For
right?
4 years, we
Am I
have
correct?
had no rate increases.
That's okay. How are we doing?
How are we?
doing?
Not
Everybody,
great.
we're doing good.
We're not
The
doing good.
sky is not falling.
The district is not solvent after, in one more year.
I'm not buying.
That's
I'm not buying.
I mean, I can show
I
you
don't buy
that.
This, you're gonna have a fight on your hands, and I'm gonna leave. You guys, you're gonna be sorry, because we almost stopped this rate increase 5 years ago. And this goes to stopping it, we're gonna do it again. I'm gonna stir this county up, we're gonna be mad, we're gonna be out there on the streets. Nobody's gonna, and we know how to do it.
You know, I'm with you on all.
Yeah.
However, you need to wait and see.
What they come up with, I'm just telling them,
Yeah,
they're gonna come
we-
up with 5%
I-
or something
I don't
like
know.
that. 20% is, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, remember,
Yeah,
It's
we need to
absolutely
get
ridiculous. You
the
better
last
start coming
increase
up-
was like,
We're the ones that gotta pay this. And we're not happy having to pay more than what we think we have to. So you better come up with something nice and easy, or maybe, yeah, or grants or something. I mean,
So-
this is ridiculous, but we're not gonna burden this. We the people, we the ratepayers are not gonna pay for this.
Steve, I think that over the 2 years that I've been here, you can see that I'm doing everything I possibly can do to bring positive revenue that's not your money into this district. And I have done a lot. I mean, you can see the check on the wall there. There's checks, there's a grant spreadsheet. You can see everything that we are doing here as a district. Do you think that this board and this staff wants to tell you that you need to pay 20% more? Or do you think that we're looking
I
at,
don't know, I begin to wonder. I think you do. You want us to pay more.
Steve?
20%.
Steve?
Can I still speak?
That's the
My
3.
3 minutes is up.
Yeah.
I'm not keeping track. I'm just saying it's not a back and forth. You have your right to speak, The Brown Act said address your comments to the legislative body. I'm just trying to make sure there's some decorum. That's all I'm trying to do. Your voice absolutely matters like everybody else's. That's not what I'm doing, but I'm just saying there needs to be some order. That's all.
Thank you for waking me up.
Did you have a comment, man?
My name is Barbara Laurie. I have water and house water. So bills sound like they would be affecting. I understand your policies here. This is my very first meeting. It will not be my last. I will start this civic duty. Was asleep, no longer. I'm very sorry for that. I understand marketing, 51 years doing that. It's slick, be presented, get the public to do what they have to do. I would prefer it was approached honestly. I feel that last night's meeting about water sales kind of was a little slick, and it really comes from knowing maybe we have massive debts coming. So that should have been brought up last night, that money transfer was a reason brought up because we have debts coming up. And so last night, we kept asking questions, why do we have to sell water if we don't water rent? Well, now we know, but sell it, everybody needs to.
But we did say that last night. That is, to say that we were being slick is very disingenuous. Because I told you about costs that we were having and that this is something that we need to do to find revenues to supplement it, to stabilize your rates. So, do you have PG&E at your house?
Yes,
Okay, what was the rate increase from PG&E this year?
I don't know, my February bill was $900.
19.6%, and they're planning to do 19% for the next 5
So
years.
they're gonna want 1,800 from me. I'm retired.
I
I'm on $2,000 a month.
Thank you for your input. I don't see anybody that's, okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. At this time, I'll end public comment forum. Sanjay, thank you very much for your presentation. Very informative, interactive, and did we give you the feedback you need? You asked us a few questions at the end. Did we?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Just a comment, this includes what we're gonna be paying to PG&E over the next 5 years, right?
Includes everything, every bill that we have.
That's a bill we have, just like everybody else.
Okay. Can I ask, does anybody have a reading glass I could borrow? I left. I put the wrong contacts in when I left here and I can't read them. I had to walk a mile to my car because they sealed the streets and I have to walk a mile. Okay. Did you also say that, the Quintet service portal
No, they just said that they would stay where they're at now.
in line?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, that just goes
Yeah, okay, all right, and before you said, okay, Sanjay was before the board, the office manager's report, so Nicholas,
Yeah.
you're on.
All right, so we have the June financials. We are still doing, we won't have a final year end June until the end of September, because we're still paying last year's bills and getting revenues in from the last year's bills. It does say investment report, but we are in the works getting monthly investment reports right now. They only have quarterly and they're working on it right now. So we will be getting those that quarter for investment report for the August meeting. And we're going to try going forward having an investment report. And that'll be just included. I would say it'll be its own bullet, but it'll be with the financial. And if anybody has any questions.
I want to add one thing that I took note of, that's with the investment report. We were doing some analysis of one of the decisions the board made earlier, or actually at the end of last fiscal year, was to take part in California class. And we started to use it as our savings account as opposed to the money market savings account at the El Dorado Savings Bank. Money market savings at El Dorado Savings Bank was making us 0.8%. California class has been making us over 5%, 5.7% over the last year. And just in the amount of money, even we have daily, it's not daily, weekly transactions in and out of there. So we're able to use it same as a savings account, daily liquidity. We've been able to realize an additional approximately $75,000 in the district for revenue just by utilizing that service.
Per month.
No, for the year. Yeah, for the year. So the total investments for the year have been approximately 316,000, and that's included in there. But it's just an innovative way of doing savings and banking and not using the local no interest bearing savings account and using this high yield account, which you're using as a savings account. Just wanted to point that out.
And yes, usually with something like that, you'd have to sacrifice, a period of lock-in.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
now it's just as liquid. No,
That is correct.
good job. Okay. Any questions from the board? Comments? Well,
I think, since you brought it up, I think I've had issue, and I'm gonna bring this up later on. I think I have issue with the budget, and I think that we need to, and I'm gonna suggest this on the end. I think we need to review the budget and the CIP, because thinking about it and looking it over, a big thing is that, yeah, and I don't know the exact numbers, I'm not prepared for that yet, but there's like $200,000 in the neighborhood of $200,000 difference between expenses and income. And in that income is at $350,000 interest from all our money. I think, and thought we had a discussion on that, we're going towards CIP, but it's being applied as revenue for the operating budget. If that amount was taken away from there, then the difference between revenue and expenses would be in a negative $100-some thousand.
That's very good observation.
Yeah, but it makes no sense. And the other issue is that from the audit, it appears to me, plus taking on this additional MU funding, we're not going to put anything to CIP, and yet we're spending $500,000 on CIP, and I think that we need to take another look at that and maybe make some adjustments, because I'm not comfortable with the way that it's balanced out. To me, it's not.
You can bring it back at a later date. Or you can come in and we can look at it, and
That's what I would do.
come on in and we'll take a look at it. I'm not here the next 2 days, so next week would be fine if you want to come in.
Would have to be on the agenda.
Well, me and you could sit down and you could look at the numbers together, and then we could bring it back as an agenda item to the full board.
The Treasury Thornburg makes a good point. The only caveat and exception I want to make is because we are laddering the securities, because they're going out 5 years, it wouldn't drop like this. It would be more of a slope like this. It would continue out. So after the budget in a year, we could adjust here and here and here and here. So we could make adjustments in the next few years to adjust for the loss if it were to go down, not off a cliff.
But you don't want the loss. You don't want something that flexible
In the budget.
as part of the operating
Right,
budget.
right. Thank you. Anyone else? Like to open up the public comment?
Financial reports.
Financial report. Okay, close it now for public comment.
Yeah,
Oh, I did.
there's no public on.
No, I know, but just in case somebody doesn't talk on.
Okay.
Just take a first look before you close it out.
Oh, before I close it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, someone to say, it's behind us, so you don't always see it. No, I know you did.
Informational items, board reports.
I have nothing to report other than being at the 4th of July celebration and town hall yesterday evening.
Thank you. Mr. Saunders.
My community events and regional events are listed. We do have an upcoming event in Roseville, which will be an aqua event between the two regions, Region 3 and 4. So Region 3 is pretty much northern California on the East Coast, and Region 4 is Sacramento, and we're doing presentation on groundwater to help, to supplement groundwater with, surface water and how that could work in doing recharge and what is the viability between, districts above Folsom working with districts below Folsom. Certainly, we were all at the, 4th of July community event and staff and so good to see some people there and hope to continue to do the community events.
I was, along with the 5, sweating like crazy. It's putting to go back to bed. And I like sweating more. How do you know? It's exciting. I think we should have some, vents installed in the top of our canopy.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, good.
Yeah.
Anything.
He's the vet man.
Oh, holy cow, that was hot.
Yeah, wow. Sure was. Yeah, we have to do. Let's see water bottle. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
They were froze a little too hard. That's my fault.
It seems to me you didn't learn from last year. We had the same problem.
I need to put them in for less.
I'll pay for the ice.
less-
Put them like regular people do. Put it in the cooler and put ice on it.
Noted.
Crazy flatlanders. Jeez,
Yeah.
you live in the desert too long.
Vice President Seaton, you have something for us?
I attended the last group meeting, just like everybody else, the town hall as well as the, 4th of July.
Thank you very much. Ditto for me. Moving on to the operation management report.
Turn this over directly to Adam. Adam's also going to be the stand-in for Alexis today, so he will be wearing both hats. Alexis is traveling to some family vacation.
Yeah, so, first one shows the chart of stuff, you know, we're still at the 97%, 108% capacity for this time of year, so those are doing good. Production numbers went up as expected during this time of year, average shingle growth volumes over time. Couple of updates at Lake Treatment Plant, we did some internal foam repair, then we also had a lightning strike on the control unit. We able to repair on a thunderstorm. In there. Won't go too much detail in the next page, is kind of what we did this month. Basically, we're not doing any construction projects right now, we're just focusing on irrigation season. I think we're doing a great job, our staff, great job. I've heard a lot of feedback from the community, which means that, people are receiving water and that water. That's good.
No news, good news.
A little different, the next page, go, underground service alerts.
I had a quick question. I drove by the Black Oak Mine master meter. How do you put in a master meter and keep the water down?
We don't, we had to turn it off.
So you had to put a notice to everybody
Yes, we
downstream?
sent a notice out, everyone downstream of it.
Knew that, okay,
Yeah, knew it was going out.
yeah,
We use the water smoke software for that.
great, thank you.
Moving on to the underground service alerts, I wanted to put this in there just to highlight, over time, what we're seeing, with underground service alerts. And to understand how it works, we're utility paying to have at this point, almost one staff person dedicated to, if someone wants to do some kind of work underground, they call USA 811, everyone knows, and then we get a ticket, we mobile person out there to locate our utilities, their insurance policy, so they don't hit the utility. Obviously it does happen sometimes. But I just want to show the increase that we're seeing. It's over the last 2 years. It's slowly going up. So it's something we might have to address in the future. I had a meeting with PG&E a couple weeks ago of their plans. They're talking of undergrounding 1,800 miles of line within El Dorado County, which is going to heavily impact us. So it's something we're going to have to maybe address, come come construction season, typically see an increase in the spring. But I just want to point it out, I want to keep an eye on it. If we have to make some kind of adjustments, contract labor or something like that, to help us, market utilities for a short period of time. Maybe, some of them could offset the cost for. I just wanted to highlight it and show you guys that that's something we deal with. It's hard for us to respond to this when we have breaks, we have normal stuff going on, we have, 500 USAs a month. It's really difficult. Our system's big and we're constantly, our one USA guy is constantly going around and trying to keep up with it. It's taxing. So I just want to bring that. Next is just some photos we did. Director Stovall brought up the Black Oak Mine master meter installed. And that's a couple pictures of that's right at the intersection of Black Oak Mine and Highway 193. Just other standard vegetation clearing is, keeping the conditions maintained best we can for this time of year. We have a lot of growth, obviously. Once you start clearing, you have a wet spot, the sun comes out, that vegetation really wants to grow. So that's a daily battle. We're constantly, trying to stay on top of that. Moving on to page 6, CIP program. So I mentioned the master meter, they have 4 to 8 installed. One more is going in next week when my Garden Valley Road, Highway 193. So we're making progress there. We're fitting them in as we can move forward. Regular daily work. Working on the backup generator still. Tree water line replacement. We're still eyeing a project before winter season. We haven't really got it totally lined out yet. We can fit that in. We will. And then general activities. We talked last meeting. We had a couple RFPs going out. Tunnel hill inspection and the forester for the CAL FIRE grant. The tunnel inspection, we did receive 2 proposals. I did not have them fully prepared to bring to this board meeting. And we have a little bit of time with that. Our field inspection will after irrigation season, so we'll have that in August and be ready to go once irrigation about that inspection. The CAL FIRE grant, we'll talk about that later in this meeting. With the FEMA projects, we're really close getting payment on 2 of them. In Walton Lake, they have everything they need, and they're basically going through the final review process on that project as well. It's a long process, it's gonna pay off. Again, with the US State project, that's the Upper Canal Line Road final stages of finalizing that. So hopefully have a good update shortly on the monthly water demand assessment. As expected, our gross water use in the residential use does increase during this time. We have to keep more water, so that's to be expected, and it's pretty close to average for this time. So any questions on that before I move on to
Under the water grant processing, I thought we were done kind of with water part, whatever it was gonna be, but the meter, water
so
just shows environmental review period.
yeah, so that's so it's confusing because Water Smart software is one thing, but it's actually Water Smart grant we use for reclamation, which is like now line.
Oh,
So it's got the same name.
Oh,
Yeah, it's got the
Okay.
same name. Yes.
Adam, Director Saunders and I are looking forward to a tour. I think we missed it last time.
Yeah, we gotta look scheduled for a tour.
Keep it close.
You wanna go when it's hot or cool down on there?
No, 112, whenever we.
Well,
When it's safe.
Majority that says hot, so I guess that's it.
Yeah, well,
because we're not
you're-
going.
you guys are the only people going, so
Yeah.
they get to sit in their air conditioning while you go.
Okay,
The
so-
reason I was gone for a few days and then we had 4th of July and we had some other events, so we're working on getting this. We haven't forgotten.
Okay.
Oh, no. Did we ever give a thank you to, the drop?
I haven't got there yet. But let the GM report come.
Which one get the drop?
Hey, public comment.
Well, wait, we're gonna go through water resource report and after the GM report, we'll take public comment.
Okay, moving on to water resource report. There was nothing out of the ordinary. I might go over the report. There's nothing out of the ordinary.
that quick area or something like that. What I did want to go over was the consumer, this, called the CCR report, the consumer confidence report. If you do it prepared annually, which it's details our water quality, for the year. It's a public document. You might receive your customer received a flyer in the mail, saying that it's posted online. So to find it, it's online. It's under the water quality section. It has all our historical ones there and the most up-to-date one. I have a copy of it here. It's not the board pack, it's online. But it covers, all our sampling, all the required sampling. It gives kind of a summary of the district. And then we have a section in there that covers, some of the stuff we did last year. I think all of us, working together, we got a lot accomplished. A lot of it probably get one accomplished based on mosquito fire. It's kind of one of those force fed a lot of work last year, but I think overall, I think we tackled the best we can. We're still moving forward with these grant projects coming down the pipeline to keep improving that area. So I just want to bring that up. Yeah, so it's good. It's a good document. It kind of summarizes. I use it as a good summarizing document for the year. Water quality infrastructure improvement. I don't have anything else.
The GM report is gonna be very brief. I just wanted to say I went to the General Manager Summit for CSDA, attended that in Anaheim in June. It was great. Did a lot of leadership training, a lot of kind of new HR things to go over for special districts. I will be at leadership training for the Aqua JPIA portion tomorrow and Friday. That's in Roseville. And then I just like to make a special thank you to Liz and Alexis for being staff members who manned the booth, and Liz for both setting up and tearing down the booth, which was awesome. So she put in a lot of time in wrangling the five of you and wrangling me to make sure that we were all there. And I would like to make a special thank you to the drop. Well, I don't know if you want me to say her name.
It's fine.
Mrs. Thornborough, Charlene is our drop, and she does a wonderful job at it. And she really took one for the team at 115 degrees inside a costume that also has long sleeves, long arms. So I will take note of not freezing the Gatorades next year. We'll make sure we just cool them very, very cold. But a special thanks to Charlene, Liz, and Alexis for helping to man the booth.
She enjoyed doing it. She's still waiting for her show up at the grade school. She said a couple of years, so.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that.
I'm one that's actually-
In the fall, when it's a little cooler, we'll have her do that.
When I was school right now.
Yeah. Steve, you want to take public comment? Let's do
Push that
after public comment. Let's do let them, they have a longer presentation.
Okay, then, public comment.
Yeah,
Steve Dowd.
Steve Dowd. Adam, said that we got 98%.
Well, 97% capacity, 108% more.
So it's still on the spillway and quite high on the spillway.
Yeah, the dirt is not still.
So if we go to do the water transfer, I want to tell everybody, me and Cindy Garcia went up there, before we did the first transfer. Took pictures, she had her drone up there and we were flying that around and took pictures of everything. And the level of the lake was at the bottom of the spillway. It's still hitting right at the bottom. So if we do a transfer, we did 2,000 feet, it took it way down. It's unbelievable how low it got, and because you were there. And 1,000 feet won't be so bad, but you just tell me it's gonna really bring that lake. It's amazing, because we went up afterwards and took pictures, and it was just unbelievable how much 2,000 acre feet drains that lake. So.
Thank you. Mr. Dowd.
Thank you.
Sheree?
For Adam. The math meters that they are challenged.
It's almost at the intersection with, east side of Garden Valley Road. About the old buses.
Well, that, oh, I thought you wanted to point.
Yeah, oh, the one we,
Point.
the Black Oak, Mine Road, that we kind of went back to.
So, because I didn't hear this, but because of
You
the
want
paint,
that.
I'm below the paint.
Yeah.
Okay. And so did that come out of our Garden Valley fund?
That comes out of the water. That was actually CFP project.
That was, so it wouldn't come out of the reserve. The extra money that was left over, yeah, the reserve. fund.
That was CIP. Yeah.
And then the one at 193 in Garden Valley Road is Kelsey.
Yeah, you can see that.
Okay.
Both
Okay.
places, you know, so.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now close the public comment section. Now I'm supposed to introduce, Mr. Fred Peterson. Is he here?
I'll have him say his last name. Elsler.
Fred.
Oh, thank you.
Might want to give him a class.
Here you go, sir.
Fred and Stacy.
My name's Fred Heltzel. This is Stacy Snowman. We're here on behalf of Quintet Service Corporation. We're a community that at one point thought it would be cheaper and easy to run our own utility system. And, we're here today because we're not sure that was a real good decision. And I want to thank the board for time today. I can see you've already got a lot of heavy issues to deal with. I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can. In short, we're here because Quintet Service Corporation is a potentially at-risk water system. Corporation has received an $811,000 forgivable loan through the water board for evaluation, planning, and potentially some system upgrades. We feel we need GDPUD's help to be sure that this money gets spent productively. The water board has steered us to Coleman Engineering for evaluation and planning services. Part of this process requires evaluating the feasibility of consolidation, which, to be honest, we favor taking a hard look at as an option. Quintet Service Corporation is a non-profit mutual water company, roughly 12 miles east of Georgetown. We have 51 active connections. There's a couple of shares that don't have a connection. We also provide free water service to the joint Georgetown U.S. Forest Service Fire Station. Each member pays the same theoretically for an equal share of water, $425 annually. There are some additional households in Quintet with wells, but they're not part of our water system. They're on the south side of the road, and all but one of our connections is on the north side of the road. And I don't know how that one got established on the south side, but I'm sure there's a background. Next slide, please. The corporation was created in 1961 when GDPUD's ditch, from which our community drew water, was relocated to a lower elevation due to the construction of the dam at Stumpy Meadows. GDPUD arranged for the community to have a post-1914 water right and gave the community a choice. They could either pay GDPUD to develop a water system for them, or they would be given this water right and they could develop their own system. And thinking it would be easy and cheaper in the long run, they chose the self-development option.
Picture people with pioneer hats and the spirit to go get them.
Just drag out the backhoe and start digging.
We've all moved away now and passed.
Stacy and I have been in the community for about 25 years now, and we're almost the institutional memory of the corporation. Anyway, our sole water source is a spring on Blodgett Forest. It's insufficient for any outdoor watering or fire suppression. We don't think anybody in Quintet in 1961 understood the consequences of trading ditch water for a post-1914 water right. We didn't understand it until just a few years ago. Next slide, please. it's a pristine water source. There's no color, no odor, no turbidity.
Sorry.
That's okay. The only issue is it's acidic, which we treat for. We also disinfect with chlorine. It's an all gravity flow system. We have roughly 75,000 gallons of storage. It's in 5 separate tanks at different elevations, which makes even distribution of chlorine a problem and other issues. And the tanks are, some of them are close to 60 years old. Actually, some of them are more than 60 years old. Every connection's metered. Like I said, it's all gravity flow, and that's the system in a nutshell. Next slide, please. It's licensed to us as a surface water source. That may have been because the original plan was to build a small dam, which they did, and then to draw the water from underneath some gravel in the center of the pond. And somebody pointed out to them that's not a real good idea because you're going to get all kinds of contamination in that pond, and it's not going to be a clean water source. So the water never sees the light of day. They long time ago took a backhoe, dug the spring out back to rock, put gravel in and a high lawn barrier over it. So it brings up the question of whether it should really be licensed as surface water or whether it's really groundwater, and that will take on more significance as we go forward here and talk about the drought. Spring output's currently about 25 gallons a minute. This is a pretty good water year for us. That's probably a little better than average for this time of year, but it's a good spring. But we're not licensed to divert all that water. There's 2 limits in our water right. There's a daily maximum and an annual maximum, and they're not the same. The annual maximum is lower than the daily maximum. What that boils down to is we can provide roughly 150 gallons per day per shareholder. A maximum household, a maximum of 250 gallons a day. So 150 gallons a day on average throughout the year is okay if you got 2 people living in the household, but if you have a household full of 6 or 8 people, it gets a little touch and go.
And there is a state mantra about right to water and how many gallons a day per person, and we're clearly not able to control that because our license and the history back then said it's, this much a day per household. So it predates all that.
About half the community consists of homes that are only occupied on a periodic basis. There's a high turnover rate in the community though, and the number of full-time residents is increasing. I think because young families are finding it an affordable place to move to. Next slide, please. We should have, I think, a T2 and a D1 operator, but we don't. We contract for that remotely.
And not exactly what you're picturing. There's a neighboring community, there's a guy who's a T1, and if we call, they'll answer a question over the phone.
We don't seem to have anybody in the community anymore that's willing or able to pay for, take, and pass the exams. So we
never really did it because these rules came in at a point in the more recent past, and prior to that, we didn't have to have that. Fred and I have actually studied for and taken the exams, book learning, but we don't live there full time. So we're not the T1 and the D1. We just learn things, learn how much we don't know, and respect the knowledge of others.
So we don't have any professional on-site supervision. Our board of directors consists of 7 people, including the president, the secretary, and the treasurer. And our operations needs are handled on a volunteer basis, except for one community member with limited availability who's paid to perform a few daily and some periodic tasks.
So there's a neighbor, not trained, not a T1, not a D1. He's a really nice guy.
Next slide, please. I hope that valve is not a picture. I hope that's not a picture of the actual valve. Okay.
Nice fish show.
Regulatory environment. Now, I'm sure you guys know all about that. We're challenged by an ever expanding regulatory and enforcement environment. We have to live by pretty near all the same rules you guys have to live for, but we don't have any employees and we don't have much of a revenue base because there's only 53 shares. Testing, usage reporting, consumer confidence reports. It's all constantly changing, it's all constantly expanding, and we're buckling. The cost and time associated with these requirements arguably exceeds our capital and our ability. It definitely exceeds our ability to find volunteers to carry out these activities. Next slide, please. The drought. This was a big one for us. This was an eye opener. In 2014, our water right was curtailed by the state water board. And again, in 2015. In 2014, we continued diversion under health and safety exemption. That involved endless paperwork. And although the curtailment order in 2015 said no exceptions, we were instructed by the Department of Drinking Water and the county to continue diverting under a maximum conservation order that would limit water usage to 50 gallons per person per day. Well, that wasn't really all that hard for us because that's pretty much what we do every day anyway. The next slide, future drought impact. Everybody said it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. So identifying and developing a second water source makes sense for us to mitigate risks and to address fire suppression needs, but there's a problem. We don't own any land on which we can drill a well. We're also in fractured rock, and we've got neighbors that have spent lots of money to drill a well and come up bone dry, or have one that'll produce a little bit of water for a year or two and then turn to mud. So we really clearly started to see during that drought the need for some help. At that time, we came here to the board that was in place in 2015 and made a similar presentation to this one. And we began a process of technical, managerial, and financial assistance evaluation, and did a technical assistance request with the help of RCAC, and RCAC eventually got out a request for qualifications for design and engineering services, which was issued in 2021. It took pretty near 6 years to get through that process. Part of that is aggravated by inconsistent resource availability at the community's end, but it is a long process either way.
And that presentation we did in 2015, like we're doing today, was to say, we have a bad feeling about this. We think we're gonna end up with GDPUD, whether you want us or we want to, because we can see the inevitability of a bunch of neighbors trying to run a water system with no degrees, training, time, anything. It's ludicrous in today's modern world. So we were giving GDPUD a heads up and saying, we're gonna do our best to go get some money from the state or figure out what we can do, but we just out of courtesy want to let you know that we're out there and that we'd rather work with you than just end up with you, because that will be more painful for us and more painful for you. So that was sort of the heads up. And then, as Fred just said, we turned around and started doing what we could do as a small system of neighbors, contacting the state, working with RCAC, seeing if we could get some money that you guys can't get because, you know, you're not a mutual water company.
Next slide, please. Some more challenges. We have only 53 shareholders. It's a small revenue base. There's no economy of scale. We do have a savings account that's currently the equivalent of about $1,500 per shareholder, which is not bad, but not great by a long shot. We have an aging system that's going to require replacement of some original components soon. We have about 1.5 miles of 60-plus-year-old steel main line, and our 5 water storage tanks are range between 40 and 60 years old. Cost and complexity, you know, for a community of pioneers, it wasn't hard because, well, it wasn't easy either. They could just get out the backhoe and start digging, and we can't, I don't think, get away with that anymore. And we struggle with the reserve requirements of AB 54, which I'm gonna let Stacy talk about, because I don't even remember what the.
Well, just the concept that, you know, as a legal water company, we're not supposed to charge, this is, we were talking about earlier here today, if we don't charge more than the system costs, but then there's the regulatory requirement to set aside the reserves. But that would mean that you have engineering talent, maybe you know when something was put in, but since none of the people who did it are here anymore, we don't know, but, you know, making wild guesses and then asking people to pay on top for this new thing that just magically appeared, you know, as a reserve. So, all the things you talked about today in the very segments of your meeting, just picture us in the woods having a picnic once a year and talking about the same issues, except we're neighbors and we actually have to face each other every day. And if you think people's skills are complex in your business, try living next door to the person who's not happy.
Sounds like it's a dud.
Yeah.
It remains to be seen.
Next slide, please. And I guess this is just my opinion. I don't think amateurs should be running drinking water companies. That's my conclusion after 25 years of association with this little water corporation. As I mentioned, about half the residents are full-time and most of them have full-time jobs. And the other half, you know, are people like Stacy and I who are retired, and I'm not gonna speak for Stacy, but I'm getting tired. So the number of volunteers that we have available is very low.
And many people in our community are low income, they're barely making ends meet, so they don't have a minute, they could have 2 jobs. Or they have disability, you know, they're not physically able to join in, so the people that actually figure out what to do is very, very limited. And the ability for them to pay for what we have is very limited. So you can see why you end up where we ended up.
Next. You know we need help. Kind of in summary, historically, having a sole source of water and mustering volunteer labor wasn't risky or overwhelming, but it has become so. You add to that the evolving environment with the high potential for drought and the awareness that we have now of the consequence of having a post-1914 water right, combined with ever increasing regulatory requirements, and we're in trouble and we know it. Our board of directors is looking actively at how to remedy the sole source situation, to cope with aging and poorly laid out infrastructure, and how to deal with a small, untrained volunteer member base. And the reality is, I don't know how much longer we can do it ourselves. Next slide, please. So we're looking for professional help. As I mentioned, we have obtained a forgivable drinking water planning loan in the amount of $811,096 from the State Water Board to hire professional engineering services to conduct a planning study and to evaluate the feasibility of consolidation, possibly to drill a backup well, although I don't know where we're gonna drill it. I don't know how exactly part of the focus morphed into that. A secondary water source would be a real good thing for us. It doesn't have to be a well. If there are other options, that's what we want explored, is the options. And to evaluate the components of our water system, many of which have reached the end of their useful life and are susceptible to failure. One of the problems we have, particularly with that main line, is it was laid in 1961 and tree roots are growing under it.
And we'll get a storm in the winter and the tree rocks enough to rock the roof up and down underneath that pipe, and it'll pop with couplings. So we wind up maybe with 2 or 3 feet of snow on the ground and having to go out and try and find a leak, which isn't real easy.
And I would say about that amount of money that we managed to obtain, we're awestruck. Because, you know, our annual budget is from the new incentive gets out. And so as a part of this conversation, we would like to be continuing to have, if we could, we really want that money to be spent wisely on home and engineering. And since there's no point in them coming up with a beautiful new system for us to run, we can't and won't. We really think it makes more sense to grab some reality here and look at if GDPUD ended up consolidating with us. If GDPUD was going to have to run something in one form or another, what would GDPUD wish that we look like that we don't today? And give input to Coleman about researching and engineering a potential solution to present to the state that all of us would feel more comfortable about operating, whether it's the state is or how we get there. And so $811,000 is mind-boggling. We haven't spent that much in the system in probably almost the life of the system. So that number may not look large to you guys, but to us it could be life altering. We've also shared with the state that if we don't hurry up and get the answer, one of these days, the people who are on the board right now don't want to be on the board, and they're so stressed out, and they're just going to say, I'm not doing it anymore. And then the corporation's going to collapse, and then the state's going to have to step in. But we're just like every day. So we're going, Brendan and I were appointed a task force for former board members. We pulled ourselves together. We were so traumatized by being on the board years ago. We pulled ourselves together to do the research, negotiate the contract with the state, and negotiate the Coleman contract. You know, we've done a lot since we visited this meeting the last. Even this process of trying to get help is adding a whole lot of complexity to what we have to do. Next slide, please. In the end, we see ourselves coming back together with GDPUD. I don't know how we're gonna do it. We used to get our water from you out of the pit. That's the weird irony of this whole thing. And when GDPUD had to move the ditch off Water Street Road, it was GDPUD people who went and negotiated the water rights we have today for us. Because we pulled the ditch and made the community with no water. So we weren't there at the time, but it is ironic that we're that.
We are a community within GDPUD's sphere of influence. Is that LAFCO's terminology?
Correct.
Okay. So we're concerned. I mean, I think sooner or later it's going to happen one way or the other. Controlled landing might be better than crash landing. Next slide, please. I'm sure you can sense in what we're saying, the feeling of urgency that we have in the situation. And again, a timely, cooperative arrangement with you all would potentially result in a better outcome. Potentially lower stress.
In our current agreement, Coleman will be starting the engineering efforts at the end of this month, and they have to be done by next year. And then there's a construction phase that's waiting to get formatted based on, you know, that makes sense, right? Figure out what the potential solutions are and then figure out what you're trying to construct and apply the money. So we feel like we're on a 365-day clock to be able to tell the state, and there'll be a final report from Coleman, telling them what the answer is. And so, and we do get snow in the dead of winter, starting one through this year in May. So we do have physical access issues where people are trying to study us. So that's why we're here now. We asked to make this presentation as soon as we found out we got awarded the state contract and we were finishing up the engineering contract. So you guys can hear about this as soon as we knew what we knew. Next.
We do have an annual meeting of our members. It's about all the time of the year that even then, not everybody in the community shows up. I mean, honestly, probably half the community doesn't even show up for the annual members here.
Which has changed over time. It used to be a very collegial thing 25 years ago. And we have a bunch of new cooks. Everybody would show up and visit and catch up. But over time, because the community has changed and we have a different mix of people and they're working hard and everybody's pretty eager, it's hard to get the forum, it's hard to get to talk to. So even if the community members are just like worn out by the process, but we will see them, we will see whoever comes in August in person.
Moving right along, next slide. So this presentation is really largely meant to be informational. No material action is expected or requested by you all for today, except we hope for the continuing cooperation of the board and your managers with respect to coming up to speed on our system. And we hope that you would be willing to communicate with Coleman Engineering and assist in making sure that the money that Coleman Engineering is getting paid results in a positive outcome for everybody.
And the state, as part of what Coleman is tasked with doing, they're required, because it's a consolidation, the state wants to hear about consolidation, they're required to sit down and interview GDPUD, and I think they scheduled 2 different sections identified that they have to talk to the right people at GDPUD. So that's why we're giving you a heads up. So there will be a phone call coming from home about that.
Next slide.
No, because we haven't seen Coleman's schedule yet. Yeah. So we'll let you know later.
You all have expertise and experience that we don't have and just can't bring to the table. So we're very grateful for any guidance we can get from you. Maria Vasquez at the Water Board is our contact, and I'm sure she'd be available to you if you have questions about the consolidation process. I have a belief that there's substantially more money potentially available to facilitate consolidation.
I talked to Maria yesterday because if you probably know that the acquiring system, there are funds available from the state to facilitate the acquirer's pain in having someone arrive on their doorstep. And what's interesting is they publish this, intended use plan for each year, and they talk about all the different funding. And there's a section in here about consolidation of the monies that are available to the acquirer. But up on the website, the one that's still posted as of yesterday was like 2021 or something. So I called Maria, who's our person, and I said, hey, Maria, we're going to talk to GDPUD. We're going to encourage them. Who should they speak to, and where's the 24, 25? So she sent me this copy that's not yet published, but it's the current one. And she said she is the person there for you guys to talk to, and she's expecting
if anybody has any questions about what the monies are and what would be available to GDPUD from your perspective, from a budget standpoint, she's standing by. So she knows we're talking to you today, and she knows eventually you might have to call her and find out that you can't see it on the web and it's not posted. I think that's it for us. We're happy to answer any questions because all of a sudden we were discussing budgets today and then we've been blowing in the door again. So we know we're not what you'd like to do, but we also know the reality.
Just have one question. You said paying or pain, or is that the same thing?
And they're both the same.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just really quick, I would just like to, for transparency's sake, Fred and Stacy and myself have met to discuss this loan that they're receiving. We have just discussed the previous presentation that was given to the board so that I could be brought up to speed on what originally happened. Fred and Adam and Kyle took a quick tour of their water facility last week to understand the deficiencies and they will be studying, where the location of they are. So we haven't done anything financial. We've done a little bit of exploratory interest into better understanding this. In my experience, I have been involved as a project manager for several consolidations, some forced, some amicable. And I can assure you, getting in on the ground floor and not being told one day that this is now your new part of your service district is a better situation for both parties. We can talk more later about this, but I just wanted to kind of give you some color as to where we have been working with Fred and Stacy on this.
So yours first. Well, why don't you just have an answer?
So I saw Donna first, but I don't know. I also don't see that you're blocked by this. So go ahead, Michael.
I was just saying, I also wear a different hat. I'm also on the LAFCO commission. So if you can give me the date and time of the August meeting and if possible, I will be able to attend with executive officer from LAFCO. Yep, so if you can, I'll give you the information.
It was August 24th.
The exact date, time, and location.
I believe the business meeting is 2 p.m.
Yeah,
If that's not correct, I'll get you the correct time, but I believe the business meeting's at 2 p.m. If you want to come for the potluck, I think that one was 1 p.m.
Historically speaking.
And you don't have to bring anything. You'll be an honored guest.
Donna, I saw you got your number.
So the, study that you guys are having done, is that part of that $811? Yes, the state, is that what they're saying it's gonna cost, or that's what the state has given you? The state sat down, well, first of all, this is the process, because when RCAC pulled together, they took a look at the system and they posted this request for, inputs. And then the state would pull in engineering to be our subcontractor, but we have to sign the contract with them, which we sign after we sign our state agreement, and then we have access to the funds. So they spend the money and then they send us an invoice, and we turn around and invoice to the state, and then they wait 90 days to get paid or more. It's really interesting who would agree to do that work. So the state and Coleman spent a lot of time, it actually took us 2 years from when they said, okay, you're gonna do this, and then they went and talked for 2 years. So 2 years later, they come back and say, here's what's gonna happen. And so in our contract, it has different zones, the first one being this research, and then later moving over to a plan for construction. And there's actually no funding for the actual construction yet. But each one of those elements was decided by the state, and then Coleman said, yeah, we're capable of doing that. So I guess my question back to you is, have we seen this contract? Do we have a copy of the contract? Do we have a copy of the presentation that was given in 2015?
Yes.
Yeah. And are we gonna start seeing this stuff?
We went over it last.
We haven't seen the actual documents and information. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I can email you copies of everything.
Well,
It's-
I mean, this should be, the board should be getting it so we can all look at it and understand and grasp it. And then my concern is, Coleman one, are we part of that Coleman engineering? That one of the things their end result to give out is if we go this way to us, or they figure out how they have to stand alone or whatever. That's,
So
because that, I mean, that's a document, if we had that information, I would be asking these questions.
So the reason you don't have that document is we're not named in that document. That is something that is an agreement between them and the state. The reason that they're here today is one of the things to be considered is consolidation. So would we like to be considered in their analysis is, I think, the question. There's a couple of options and we're gonna, like we had last conversation, it's option one is the do nothing option. They figure out how to do this on their own. The option two is they, Coleman says, here's what you need to design. Now you need to find somebody to run it. And I'm gonna pick on Michael for 1 second because he's on the LAFCO board. The LAFCO board now says the only person who is qualified to run this is Georgetown Divide, and that's a forced consolidation. So the option one is kind of the amicable, we get a lot of money, potentially help not do the construction, but guide the construction. And then we have somebody who maintains the system with them, for them. And they would become customers of Georgetown Divide, so they would be just like everybody else. The second option is they get this constructed for themselves and they contract with some outside source, Cal Rural, RCAC, or even us. So there's a few different options, and what I was trying to explain to you is we have kind of taken the preliminary steps to understand their dilemma, understand their situation. And today is kind of a consensus of, do you want us to continue with that path? And I can absolutely send you out all the documentation for that, and the previous presentation, it's all public information anyway, so yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was just to, annotate the list of 1, 2, 3. Our challenge is that our corporation, corporation would have to exist in order for community to contract with someone in those options. Our community corporation will not exist because we will not have people to be on board. So it won't work. It's a complete collapse that we're currently mollifying the people who are on the board. So you are correct. Those are normally the options, but we have been propping up the humans that are agreeing to be on the board, but they literally can't, what fiduciaries are. They're not capable of their obligation, and that makes you feel bad. So at some point, it's gonna cave in, and as you know, working with the LAFCO, when it caves in, there's no corporation, and there's nobody to contract with anything, then you're in a real takeover situation, and that's when sphere of influence comes in, and then it's just not pretty. So we know where the writing is on the wall, and I just wanted to say this more politely and clearly. That Nicholas listed exactly what the warrant would be, but I have to annotate that to say that presumes a corporation, and I would not be doing that for all that. And my last question is, El Dorado County, what play do they have in it? They've allowed this community to grow and thrive and become whatever they are and or what they're becoming. It's on their back also. We have the same question about why they keep issuing building permits to allow more structures with more bedrooms in them than the amount of water we have per household. Correct.
And the answer to that is the county does not have any oversight into them because they have more than 20 connections.
No, they have,
Let me-
they're allowing building.
Doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter because health and building and
I'll answer your question if you allow me. the state runs them, so the state board is their oversight. The county, oh, the county only offers building permits. I've dealt with this in numerous locations throughout the state. They don't look at the water situation, how much water is available. They look at, you have a plot of land, is it safe? Do you have this? Do you have that? And as long as you can answer the questions, they're gonna offer you a building permit. So it doesn't matter with the amount of water in the service corporation that they have. They are only going to issue the building permit. So the county, because there's more than 20 connections, if it was less than 20, then they would be a county, underneath the county's plan of water. Because they have 50 connections, they fall underneath what they call a community, non-transient community water system. And so the state board has oversight over them, and that's why they're working with the state board to get this funding.
No, what I'm saying is it's more than just the water component of the county sphere. Since they don't have that, they do have, the health department is supposed to be allowing, you know, however many bedrooms, their septic system, and if they're on that kind of a crappy,
Yeah, but if somebody can answer.
land, where they're not getting perk and all this other stuff, that's when the county still has a responsibility if it's not provided. So I'm thinking, you know, I mean, that's what flipped into LAFCO, where the county and then the district would also be kind of, I mean, I'm seeing it as joint partners on this, not just us.
Yeah, just gonna try to LAFCO's outside of the county, and that's the problem we face in unincorporated areas, places that the county oversees in cities. Water is not really looked at specifically with development, and if you want to join me, we're trying to get legislation to make it that you have to look at water as a source for development, because
So-
they are continuing to hurt places.
Under state law, you are supposed to, as condition of development, supposed to do a WSA water supply assessment. That is related, that should be something that's part of the environmental analysis that's done when there is development that comes before the land use authority. Could be that they're, for whatever reason, not doing it. They're also up against state mandates from HCD, the House Department of Housing and Development, that is taking away local control from approval of projects, especially housing.
And when you build one house, it's a totally different WSA process than if you build multiple
Right,
houses.
so unfortunately, it just could be kind of a regulatory black hole that they're falling in, and unless the county is super vigilant or conscientious about it, they can potentially get away with it.
Yeah, we dealt with this down south. They were literally providing well permits without talking to the water providers, and they were just blanket providing well permits. So it's not unheard of to have this, and I totally,
No, I'm just saying they have a responsibility.
they're culpable.
Whether they blind at it or not, at this point, because we're dealing with 63 parcels, they do have a responsibility, whether they want to accept it or not, they might be forced into accepting it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be a financial aspect that comes from the county is what I'm trying to, I guess, temper expectations. The state would be the one that would be culpable for the financial burden of this. And so that's what I'm trying to say. If we work with the state, there's far more likelihood of them providing enough funding and not putting it on the backs of us only.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, that's leading my question. The timeline and funding in 218 and how, is this something is this outside the 5-year?
Outside of what we're doing right now with the 218. Barbara, either you have your hand up.
Okay, well, now I have 3 questions.
And just to be clear, the chair needs to be, you need to be identifying which parties, it shouldn't be the chair responsibility. Yeah, I'm just reminding you.
Oh, I delegated because you can see his,
Okay.
but that's okay. Direct.
If you weren't so busy falling on the floor, you would have.
Nicholas, would you like me to, go ahead, Dirk.
Okay, first of all, you stated that you had a time limit from the state to get this thing going.
The contract says that we will, that, well, when we say we will, we're not doing anything, right? Coleman's kind of the after year, so Coleman has to get all this done in 2025. Which is actually not enough time because they took so long to negotiate everything. So the state is saying they're gonna renegotiate with Coleman the deadline. But if you read the contract now, it's supposed to be done in 2025 in October, I think.
Okay.
And I imagine they're gonna have to give them some more time because they wasted, did I say that?
We
They
did earlier too.
used a lot of time to get to where we are, so.
Okay, Nicholas, you said that, we could get a lot of money to do this,
Potentially,
from where?
we come from the state board.
Okay.
Resource control.
Has anybody talked to the Eldorado Water Agency? Because this seems like, I know that, I think it's Tahoe City. Their specialty.
Yes,
is-
it's consolidating with the
Is
smaller. ones.
consolidating with, I mean, I forget how many they consolidated with. The Eldorado Water Agency has certainly sent a lot of money their way.
So this is really in the infancy. So to answer your question, no, that is something we definitely will consider, but I mean, nobody's done anything really. The most we've done is Fred called me or emailed me, actually, wait, he
Okay.
emailed me 3 times and called me twice.
Okay.
And then he banged the door down. So we met with Stacy and Fred, myself and them met, and then we had a meeting to go over to tour, and it was the day I was evacuated, so I wasn't able to attend the meeting to go visit the site. And Adam and Kyle went. That is the extent of what we've done. And so before I wanted to reach out and start, playing any of the cards that we need to play, we needed to talk to you as the board members first.
Okay, well, I just wanted to put that out there because of my prior connection.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea.
Rick's still on.
First of all, I want to thank you, Fred and Stacy. It was a very eloquent, organized presentation. I'm really impressed with the way you were able to put things across in a factual way. Great job. One of my questions to the district is, where do we have funds to even deal with this?
Yeah. So that's the good question, because we do not. And the problem we face is if they tell us you deal with it, whether you like it or not, is what we have to be very careful of. So that's what I was trying to say is amicable versus forced. There has been legislation that has gone through, and there has been areas within the state where the state has come in and said, you are the closest solvent district. Now these people belong to you.
Like it or
not. And there really isn't a lot of options.
My question is, what funding category are we gonna be looking at for the time and expenses that we're using right now?
So right now, all we're doing is it would be staff time. We're not actually putting any financial resources towards anything.
So staff time.
It would just be staff time. And it would be more or less, we would ask Coleman to, after their analysis, to present their analysis to us, where myself, Adam, Kyle, whoever the powers that be could sit down and understand what it is that they hope to do, see how it matches up with the system that we have now. So no, none of us actually going to do anything, any physical work or take the time. It would be more of just meetings to understand what they're coming up with. At that point, once their analysis has developed, is when Coleman and the Quintet Service Corporation would go to the state board, or Coleman would say, Georgetown has, expressed that this is something that they are willing and able to do. And that's when we start to discuss the money portion of how much. We don't want to, I mean, you've seen what our rate increase is going to look like. There's no chance that we could put this corporation on the backs of our existing company, our existing customers. And that is something we would never want to do. We would petition the state for whatever money that Coleman has decided needs to be done for this service area from the state. And it would likely come from the state revolving fund, which is the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, or the SRF is also known as. which would be a forgivable loan. So there would be, you could get a loan, but then there would be no principal payments made on it.
Two questions. One is, especially dealing with staff time, so you guys are volunteering to do this. This has no impact on us currently.
Volunteering is not the right word.
So you're working with them, but we're not, is this being paid for, or is eventually, if it comes to that, is this gonna be something that would come under the contract that is paid for?
Okay, you use the word volunteer, so I want to be really careful to use that word, because volunteer would be something outside of our working hours. So we're not doing it outside of our working hours. I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart.
Right.
I like Fred, I like Stacy, but I'm not coming up here on my time off to meet with them. So it is pretty rude and pretty weak of me. So, I mean, I would say in the initial stages, we probably will not get reimbursed for it. But as this develops further, we would work out some sort of financial arrangement to be reimbursed for any staff time that we are providing.
Because on our side, we don't need it to be something that's burdening on staff.
100%.
We want to work with you, obviously, and we want to be on the front side of it as well. And the other thing, question I ask is if the board wants to have a presentation preemptively on board consolidations and how they work from the executive officer from Washington. We can arrange that so we can get an idea of what it looks like, what's preemptive, what board members and all of that. And it may be different if their corporation dissolves and we end up taking it over versus if they want to stay there. So have that discussion.
One thing I can ask, and I totally see your hand up. I just want to get consensus from the board. I can reach out to Maria. I could reach out to this Maria Vasquez and see if there is any potential for reimbursement of GDPUD staff time for helping with the work on this. And the answer, the worst they can say is no, and the best they can say is that we will compensate you X number of hours, and then I can bring that back to the board so you all can understand what it is that we can provide or what they can provide for us. And I will get the contract that's in existence now, plus all the previous documentation that we have to you before that date.
And also, are you gonna start, an accounting line item when staff and equipment is going out up there to deal with them, so we're tracking it exactly what our costs are?
Yeah, so we won't have any equipment going out there, save for a truck. Yeah.
So staff and equipment is going up there to do that in time.
Sure, and that would be something that we can put within Cartograph. Might not be a line item in the budget directly yet, but we can at least put in Cartograph so that we recall those numbers for later.
If I could take a note, just because I don't want people to get tired, he's gonna open public comment. No, this is just between the staff and the.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't apologize. I'm just saying, no. Yeah, but I saw your hand up too, Steve.
He likes having his hand
No,
up.
I just don't want anyone to get tired, and so we yield this public comment, then you can raise your
I
hand.
thought
He
we were.
needs it to help circulate.
No.
It's tempting to want to, we've got probably only halfway through the meeting, so is any other board member comments or questions?
What's the next step for the district? To gather information from the state?
I think there's could be a lot of things the district can do. I think what I'm hearing you guys are saying is you're looking to see if there's any potential interest from the district. So as Coleman looks at this, like you want to know if it's a non-starter with the district at all. That's kind of what.
To be specific, Coleman is instructed to come by the state, to come to GDPUD. I believe there'll be 2 instances of that, and I don't know the formation. And so we are actually, Fred and I are instigating this contact with Nicholas and with the board, because we know that if we didn't come and warn you, this would not go as well as it can. So this is on us. In fact, part of our volunteers, right? I drove up from the Bay Area today to be with y'all. We got in home next. We're doing this because we have seen these things and we want this to go as best it can, no matter what the outcome is. Maria Vasquez, I've also spent time talking to her, and she's willing to come here to Georgetown. I did a little marketing. And she's going to come here, whether you want her here for a board meeting, or you want her on Zoom, or you want her to come and talk to staff about the funding that would be available, because she would be the person. So you have to be nice to Maria. She would have an idea about the budget. Now, I know the monies that are available to get to acquiring entities keeps going down every year because there's so much needed that they allocated and it gets kind of overspent. So I think it might be wise, even though we don't know what Coleman's gonna end up saying, it might be wise to understand the process, because if there's deadlines and time limits, it might be good to know who needs to do what, when. But that to clarify, Coleman is instructed to contact the to come and speak to you. And our concern was that engineers love the engineer. My dad was one, so I respect engineers. But left to their own devices, they'll come up with a cool system that has no one to run it. You won't like it, we can't do it, and wasting $811,000 is just a shame. So it's our hope that through this correspondence, if this is a thing that ends up having to happen, it's the least painful method, the best system that could be there. Because what's there now isn't gonna, nobody can come in now and take that over. It's too old. It's gonna fall, it is falling apart. So we're gonna have to replace it. And if you're doing that, we might as well put in a thing that if you happen to be the only person that's gonna get stuck running it, you might want to say what you'd like. So those are some of the reasons we're here. You know, officially the state said, Coleman, you go talk to GDPUD twice. And we're in all those conference calls, we're in all those discussions, and we're thinking, that's not fair. They need to know what's coming. So we raised our hand as a community to talk to Nicholas and to talk to the board today.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
we're grateful.
We have public.
Say one thing. Well, thank you guys for coming. I think that's, awesome. I think the whole thing is interesting. But one thing that I really admire your dedication to your community. You don't see that very often. And I think that's just awesome.
Well, I might be speaking out of school, but we'd love to have the dilemma of paying you more than we did last year. Let me just say, we'd be loving to pay you whatever.
There'd be some that would not.
But, you know, everybody has different challenges, and we thought we'd present something completely different from the first.
Well, it looks like it'd be a crowd of 53, so we can handle that.
Would you mind staying for a few more minutes? Maybe the public is gonna,
Oh, yes, no problem.
go ahead, ma'am, go ahead.
You opening public comment?
I'm opening public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me, just a couple of comments. We had a good presentation about heading towards bankruptcy, so I don't consider a solvent bankrupt, according to the report that you saw. Within how many years his report said we're heading towards bankruptcy? That's not solvent. I appreciate the two of you bringing up the point that staff time is a financial concern. Whether you're sitting in your office, whether you're on the phone, whether you're making a trip to go examine any grounds or anything, that is financial time taken out of our budget. I don't begrudge that in any way, but if we are not solvent, then why are we spending money? So I'm just, you know,
Thank you.
sorry.
Mr. Dowd.
Yeah, I think we should do all we can to help people out. Nick had a great suggestion about going to the state, and that would help them out immensely. People, there are neighbors, and they live real close, and people in trucks that are right by their houses, go for stuff in meadows, do their own work. So we need to help people going over there. Maybe they ought to set up a program. Or just.
Or when they go up, take a water truck and bring water back.
Yeah.
Sorry. My short-term memory loss is really bad. The whole reason I wanted to stand up is because I'm not hearing where the money comes in of what it's gonna cost us to do this. It's not in that 811. Is there an analysis of what it'll cost? At what point does that come on? That was.
That's what the 811 is to pay for, is to understand how much it's gonna cost to fix this district.
That's what I was at.
Yeah, so
So
because-
it's their district, but does it analyze what it costs us to?
let me clarify. It doesn't fix their district. 811 is not to fix their district. It's gonna cost way more than $811,000 to fix their district.
A plan to fix the district.
It is. And it would also include a financial plan as well. And so it would include the consolidation, the costs, it would include the potential changes to us. There's a lot of different options. And so it's hard to give you all the answers to all your questions today because I don't know all the answers to all your questions. I won't know them for months or 6 months or more because they could have an assessment district that is set up that they would be a special assessment district within Georgetown Divide, and it would cost them slightly more upfront to have those costs, or the state could say that you can't do that, and it would be put on some of the backs of the corporate of the district. So I just can't answer that question right now. It's really hard.
Mr. Dowd, are you finished?
I was here at their presentation, was it 9 years ago? I was sitting right over there. I remember that. You guys were really young, with dark hair.
You did too, probably.
And I can't believe nothing's happened, since then. I mean, do you guys have plans or have you helped them out?
No, it was our turn.
Yeah.
It was our turn
But it was-
and we had 9 years of work to do.
Yeah,
And we said we'd come back when we got something done. So we're not.
yeah. Well, I don't know. Ken Linton and their voters, too. Remember the vote? So.
50 people.
Sharif?
Okay, however this goes, when all of our different sections in the district had to do property assessments to get our pipes. So they would have to bear the burden of those, pipes. How many miles is it from our last main to?
I would have to give, it would not something I have off the top of my
Because
head.
it's like $1 million a mile, or it was years ago.
So before I'm gonna just stop you because there's so many options.
Right.
We can't, we don't know any of the answers to any of the questions. This is just a hey, we're here, we have a problem, we want to talk to you. That's literally what anybody knows.
So is there an option of you put an individual?
That's what this,
We don't have any options. There is no options at this point.
this is the first we're hearing about it.
Oh, okay, there's a lot.
All right, public phone closed.
Yeah, if there's no more public comment, I'm closing it to public comment. Thank you very much.
Sorry, that presentation was not included in the packet.
Yeah, it's not a public document because it was given to us by the Quintet Service Corporation.
We're about ready to go into the committee reports. And I want to know if the board would like to take a brief break here for another
I would.
3 hours, second half.
I would. Hey, Adam,
Okay.
is the air conditioning on in
It's
here?
5 p.m. We're closing
I
uh,
texted him.
this
and
section
said
for
yes.
Well, after my nap. I'm gonna
a break.
That's that new.
Hey, hey, is this on in here?
I've heard about this for years.
Yeah, yeah.
I have another bandwidth.
I'm gonna put that fan for those up.
I had a head drum on this.
We're gonna take 5.
Bring it up at the
So far, we are
Let's
planning.
gavel that back in. We were on
Gavel?
mute.
Oh,
Now you're off of mute, yeah.
no, okay.
I like it when I was on mute.
It's 5:11 PM. Back in session, and now we're gonna begin with committee reports with the irrigation committee to begin off.
So irrigation committee did not happen last month. We did not have a quorum. Next meeting is July 16th, which we do have a quorum. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Vice President Seaman, yeah. Finance committee.
Water doing good out of the ditch?
So we're gonna open up for public
Yeah,
comment. at the end.
We have at the end of committee reports.
Not heard yet.
Oh, all the reports, thank you.
I have to wait too long. Okay, good.
Finance committee, did not meet
We also did not meet.
because of lack of quorum.
There was several members that had rescheduled and moved stuff around. Plus, it was also one of our
Off
Take
days.
a recess.
recess days.
Recess
Yeah.
day. Okay, thank you for that. Ad hoc grant ready committee?
We have not met. There is a grant worksheet that looks a little different than previously used. That was a add-on attachment to yesterday's meeting as well as today's meeting. So please find that online for anybody who was curious.
Thank you. Ad hoc labor negotiation committee, nothing to report there. Ad hoc strategic planning committee.
So we have not started to meet yet. We are working on getting dates together for the committee members to meet.
Thank you. Any other board member, comments or suggestions on that? None of that. There are there's two. I will now open up for public comment. Mr. Dow.
Yeah, on the irrigation, is everybody happy with the flow of the water, the phases and all that?
I haven't heard any. I don't know if anybody, have you?
I want to make a comment. I've been trying to get bullfrogs in my pond. And it comes with the water.
You've been
Yeah.
trying to get them?
Yeah, and suddenly because I used the irrigation water to fill my pond, I got probably 100.
One happy customer.
Little tadpoles, eating all the mosquitoes.
Boring.
Great service. Well, I'm gonna have it time next year. that's for sure.
I even have.
Write that down. We have one happy customer.
Wait till you can't sleep.
Who knew? Okay, that was one of two. Ms. Carleon?
Are we done at the end of it?
Yes.
What the, water supply with real, reliability. What kind of grant is that for? That'd be part of it.
Water is WRDA, Water Reliability and Development Act. So we are looking at developing additional water supply within the district.
So something maybe, the Canyon Creek.
We are looking at developing additional water supply within the district.
Okay, I'll now close public comment. Okay, action items, finally, 8A. Receive legislative update and develop district positions.
So I'd just like to, before we go into this item, I wanted to make note to the board, and I meant to make note earlier during board reports. We had the legislative liaisons report underneath board reports.
Yeah.
We have moved it under action items. This allows us, if there are changes to positions, we can be more flexible and we can vote on positions and make an action item for these different positions as they come forward. So sometimes there will be action and sometimes there will be just a report. That's why I just wanted to make sure I gave that out. I think Michael Saunders, Director Saunders, will still be the legislative liaison and he will still present this item. This just gives the district a lot more flexibility and a lot more it's a lot more compliant with the law.
Didn't we have a meeting in the last meeting and the meeting?
We did, and everything that we did is on the, this is for the, policy committee, the
Oh, we
policy.
did meet.
We did meet, yes.
You forgot about us.
Well, you met in June
Well,
and now you are July.
technically
After
disbanded.
the meeting,
But
after the last meeting.
so you guys can give your update if you'd like, but yes, they did.
It's in the back of the. We got left out the bunch.
Sorry.
At the last meeting.
Yeah, it was the last meeting before it sunsetted.
Okay, and I agree with you, it's more streamlined and efficient and less cumbersome when you commingle your reports, so.
Right.
Good, thank you.
So this way, if we do have to do any legislative updates, we can do action and it's in the action items then. Of course, when you move it there are no action, so. But basically, the federal updates, the farm bill is still going through the both houses. There's 3 potential versions. One's in the House, 2 are in the Senate. And the acts that are of interest in the versions to our district is there's a Headwaters Protection Act, there's a Forestry Protection Act. There's one from a senator in Oregon, which isn't that great. It's annual limits on forestry acreage clearance and half the thing. So they want to put limits on how much you can actually bin. And then there's a national prescribed fire burn. So those are the things we're looking at. If it comes through, can provide some monetary or vegetation clearing to our district.
And I'd just like to add on the federal side, the previous comment from the public about the WRDA will also be a federal act that it is in the very infancy stages. We are written in as part of that as the Georgetown Divide Public Utility District, and we will continue to lobby our congressperson, our senators, and other congresspeople to ensure that we stay in there.
And the other update is this is a act that the Regional Water Authority did put in a letter to our support. It's from Jared Hoffman. He's the ranking member of the Natural Resources Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, and Representative John Curtis. And they announced they will be reintroducing legislation to amend federal tax laws so that homeowners would not need to pay income tax when they receive rebates from water utilities for water conservation and water runoff management agreements that they have with. So if we ever do get a grant to do a rebate program, hopefully they won't be taxable. The water bond passed. It went from, I believe it's a $10 million bond. It will be on the November ballot. And I do have the high level information there. There are some carve outs for our areas. So hopefully we will have, there is some money for dealing with the watersheds, dealing with rural forest fires and the federal updates ones.
So I'd just like to, if you don't mind, update. A couple different organizations took varying positions on the water bond. So I want to make you as the board aware, Aqua actually took a neutral position on the water bond because they felt it didn't go far enough. It didn't offer the right categories of funding. Mountain County's Water Resource Agency took a support position, and CSDA, I didn't get a chance to look at their, I think they took a support, but it may be a support. They have different categories and I'll have to look it up. I'll bring that back to you, but it's just kind of interesting. I wanted to make note that some of the water community is for the bond and some is not for the bond. And it's not that they're not for the bond, they just don't feel like it's enough for the right categories.
So this is something that we were previously going to support when it was the large bonds, but now it's a smaller bond, so we can decide if we want to continue supporting the neutral. So I don't get that. I don't get the district positions. I said this is a bond that we previously supported when it was probably going to be a $16 billion bond.
Which one?
The climate bond that passed, but now that it's not, when we get to district position, that's when we can decide if we want to continue to support or be neutral.
Now, you're talking about SB 867?
That is, yes, correct.
What I downloaded from the computer that was passed on July 3rd, it mentions the 15.5 billion.
So with 10 billion is for water. It's like
So the whole bond.
pork projects.
Right.
Okay, so water is a tenth of.
It's actually not all water. It's other categories as well. So
Right.
it's a climate bond. And so there's energy,
There's all kinds
there's
of things.
forestry work. There's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible
Yeah.
spending
Climate
accounts.
smart agriculture. Okay, just checking.
So if you look at the updates, I gave you the high level, what the carve outs are for each one, and if you want, I have it in detail, so I can send you the details of what everything is.
Thank you. That, at least it's going, it's moving forward.
Yep.
Any other director comments, questions?
So then that was the only, and you could see of the positions that we had, most of them have gone to appropriations or third readings. The bill that was the worst bill for curtailment issues, which was on diversions regardless of basis of right, that bill has been in suspension still, so that one's not going through yet. The other bills that had water rights have now, one is a fines act, so all of the ones that were on water rights, Wix is the only one that's still out there that we're watching, so that's the only one that we're opposed. That one would directly say that the State Water Resource Control Board can put a curtailment order on any water district regardless of the availability of water, regardless of drought. So that was the one that we thought went too far in their enforcement. And so that was pretty much it. The bill that was to analyze public water systems, that one has gone to appropriations. The one that says every water agency needs to have a low income rate assistance program. We don't know how it fundings. They said all customers would automatically be in unless they opt out, so that one was still opposing. And as Nicholas said, it would be SB 867 if we want to continue to support that, or SB 867, I know we got the fans going now, is the only one that we would consider changing our district position if we want to go neutral on that or continue the water. That's it. At this point, my recommendation is all of the support and stuff happens before the bonds go into play, so I know Aqua has taken off their support, so whether we support it or not at this point would be how much we would want to put into going information to our customers and ratepayers about the bond if it's something that would help us.
So the district position, do you need a consensus or something?
If you want to change it, yes, that would be a consensus.
I think staff recommendation would be just let our support ride.
And I would agree with that as well.
Yeah. Now I'm open to public comment.
What about that proposition that got taken off by the Supreme Court and the bill that's supposedly
So nothing has come out of it yet. The bill that they may even withdraw their bill because they only put that bill in to counteract that bill. So I don't know anything has come up in that, and that bill really didn't make sense either. They were putting even harder range to get propositions through. So I don't know if it'll go through. If you were going to make a constitutional amendment. So. But that was a scary one that went through because it's a good thing the Supreme, that's the wrong venue to do a constitutional. I don't think it should go to the people like that.
No more public comment. I'll close public comment section. Moving along to action item B, consider award of contract and authorization of professional service agreement with Forrester for CAL FIRE. Fire safe on the divide project in an amount not to exceed $98,500.
Yeah, so this is the next phase in the CAL FIRE grant that we received, the $1.192 million. We bought the two pieces of equipment that we were awarded. This is to start the clearing portion of that. So the Forrester contract goes out to Mason, Bruce, and Gerard, and they will go and analyze the 235 acres that we have identified as potentially useful for clearing. They will mark, they will analyze, and then they will make a recommendation. At that point, we will then hire a contractor to come in and do the clearing work. So this is well within line with the grant application of cost. We will have approximately $800,000 left to do the work on the clearing. So this is more or less just phase 2 of a third phase in the project list. Yes, we almost. I apologize. I jumped the gun.
So, why is Pilot Hill Grange on here? If that's a private property.
It's the adjacent to the CDS field. Sorry, I had certainly
That's only right there at the driveway.
so it's just because that is one of the areas where they can do some of the work based on where the CDS fields are. So they will analyze all of the district's infrastructure, district's properties, and what can be cleared based on where it is located.
And
Again, why
also,
are we doing Pilot Hill Grange?
you missed the meeting. Pilot Hill Grange actually put in a letter of support to do this,
Okay,
for
but
this
they're-
grant.
That's private property.
And they put in to allow to have the vegetation clearing done there as well. You missed that meeting. It went through.
So what part of, on the private property, is the grant, are they gonna be doing vegetation removal?
Whenever that's when the forestry determines what they're going to do. So that's the next phase.
We didn't agree in the package, there's a map.
So we're paying for part of that?
We're not paying for any of this,
Well, it's part of the grant.
but we're not paying, it's all, there's no matching funds. This is all being paid for 100% by CAL FIRE.
That's what I mean.
I know that, but I'm saying if we're gonna have, something done, it would have been like, okay, well, let's try to cherry acres and work all the vegetation along 193 and clear vegetation on either side of that ditch, because that's a big fire hazard.
So there, all that will
But
be,
this is private property that we're talking about.
There's other private properties too, there is section along the ditch, along like get road.
Well, I mean, this is tank, and then third gate facility, I would assume is Vault, Sweetwater, Greenwood Lake, then a canal fuel break.
yeah, so all that canal fuel break will be on private property.
Right, but that is a specific canal fuel break. It doesn't say Pilot Hill Grange Falls.
So the canal goes right in front of Pilot Hill Grange, so
Well, that's what I'm asking. Where is it at? Because there is
it's a,
9 acres of a hill
mhm.
that is private property that Pilot Hill Grange should be paying for.
I'm not, so they're gonna look at the district's infrastructure that is right there at the Pilot Hill
Okay,
Grange.
so it's only gonna be dealing with our infrastructure area.
I can't say only,
When they put in for the grant, one of the things that helped get the grant was it covered an area that had historical significance. That's why the grant was put into the grant, when the grant was requested for the historical site. We missed the meeting when that came to the Grange, and that's when the Grange voted to have that. So parts of, we're part of the 230.
so I'm missing, there's no cost to the district on this. We are part of we were the granting agency, but we are not paying for any of the services.
None of our equipment or people are gonna be doing the services.
None of our people are doing this work.
Okay.
This is all, this forester is coming in to look at 235 acres within the district. That is, I would say, what, 98 or 99% district properties. And there are a few areas where they're going to include other sources because they want to build fire breaks throughout the community to have stop lines for when fires come, so that the firefighters can fight backwards if they have to. We will be maintaining any district infrastructure that has been cleared, but that will be on the Grange to maintain their own stuff after this project is all complete.
I was wondering if anyone from their contracting grant was gonna be here today.
We only received one.
Yeah, I know.
So we,
If not, I did have a recommendation for them. I know they said, they were gonna use LiDAR, and LiDAR is, I know it's the most reliable form, but it's also least, and I know a lot of the foresters do live in, the Georgetown area. So if we could make sure we have some at least on the ground, looking to help with the monitoring.
I believe he's local.
Yeah, I know, but just to make sure that we don't use LiDAR only.
Oh, yeah, no, that, they will be on site.
Questions or comments? I'll open it up to the public.
Just for future reference, Starndale Fire Department was awarded a $600,000 award from PG&E to start a chipper program. So they're buying a truck, a chipper, all that stuff. They're gonna hire 4 something people, and they're supposed to be working on like fire safe council stuff for agents. You might want to check. I'll find out more info when it's gonna get started. And, cause they're buying, used equipment from Mountain House. And so they're supposedly doing public, like. And then that would help employ those 4 people. And it'll be local.
Thank you. I'll now close the public comment period. Can I get a motion from the board members?
I motion to approve the awarding the contract to Mason, Bruce and Gerard for the fire safe on the Divide grant for the amount of $98,500.
Was there a second?
Did you get a second?
No.
Oh, second.
Second by Director Thornborough.
Not much, I'd say.
Yeah, what someone else said.
I thought it was mumble.
Okay, whoever was by, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, 5-0, none opposed. Thank you. Item C, consider water transfer for water year 2024 through 25. Nick, I'll turn this over for you to report.
Yeah, so there was quite an extensive water town hall yesterday. I would like to see the pleasure of the board on how in-depth we would like to go on a presentation. I do have a quick PowerPoint, couple slides that we can use to discuss a question that Director Thornborough brought up yesterday on the refill agreement portion of this. And I think it might be advantageous to at least look at this. Can I click through? Do you have a way I can click, or do you not have a way? Because there's a bunch of clips.
I know, there's a bunch of clicks. I will just let you sit here.
Well, no, can I just use this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, oh yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna try to take this, but Adam also may jump in if I miss something, so don't think you're cutting me off. Generally, what we're doing here today is discussing either a 1,000 or a 2,000 acre foot transfer with Westland Water District, which is located down in Fresno, California. Their territory goes from Fresno all the way north to approximately Madera, Modesto area. They are requesting at a rate of $275 per acre foot, whatever amount of water the district is comfortable in transferring. As a portion of this, the fees we've negotiated with our water transfer consultant would be $45,000 for a 1,000 acre foot transfer and $65,000 for a 2,000 acre foot transfer. One of the questions that came up was, how do we do this refill? So I'm just going to use the words 2,000. 2,000 can be interchangeable with 1,000. And the reason I'm using 2,000 is on the screen and I don't want to screw myself up. So however you all decide, if we decide to approve this, just interchange the number with whatever final approval is. The initial transfer is currently, we are saying we're at full capacity, and I will caveat today that we are at 97% capacity. So we're pretty close to full. We were full at the middle of June. If today we were to do a transfer and they were to remove, no, I just got to find it for you.
Just left that way. It's on opposite.
I'm working on it. Just give me, can you just give me? So if we do the transfer, we move water from full to where we have after transfer, okay? So unit A, or the letter A, will be the variable of the unit of water that is 2,000 acre feet. So this is the initial 2,000 feet of water that is removed from the reservoir. Go ahead, one more click. So that A goes through Folsom and then ends up at the buyer. Okay, so the buyer is Westland Water District. Continue. And in the district then gets paid by Westland Water District to move that 2,000 acre feet of water. Okay, go ahead. Now, after the transfer, so this is the next year or the next winter or the next time when we are starting to the refill portion. So the unit of water, so we have after transfer, you can see how we have we're less than full. Go ahead and click this. So level of after our demand. So we did an analysis that our demand would be our water level after our irrigation season and our treated water season and our treated water usage would be approximately 17,000 acre feet. The 2,000 acre feet subtracted off of that would be 15,000 acre feet. So way different than we did this last time. It would not go as low as it was last time. So when we recharge, if we recharge only to the area of after the transfer, so you see how we're not at full capacity. This is where we run the risk of having a hole in our supply where we would owe water to Folsom Lake. This is the risk that we do take of having a transfer. The biggest risk that we would have is 2,000 acre feet of water, no more. Now, go ahead. So what we have is refill conditions. If we meet the refill conditions, see that level right there? If we meet that level and then go above that level, the delta is in excess and Folsom is in flood conditions, then we have met our refill criteria. If we come in any bit below that line right there and we do not spill the amount of water over the top of the dam that Folsom is expecting, then we owe water to Folsom. So we owe up to that 2,000 acre feet if we do not spill. Continue. So that would be the inflow. Continue. And then we would, if we met all these conditions and we filled up that bucket all the way to the top, then we've met our criteria. Continue.
Those conditions, we don't pay attention to those refill conditions until we get to that level.
Yeah.
Don't pay attention to them until.
So that what he's saying is until we get back to, we're going to use 20,000 as a round number. Once we get back to 18,000 after the transfer, then we start to look at whether or not we can meet the conditions of the delta in excess and Folsom flood conditions to start to meet the refill requirement. Continue. So the result is here, the district has the money from the original transfer and B is gone. So the inflow portion, this is where the refill criteria is kind of the tricky part. This is the risk that Director Thornborough wanted us to explain yesterday. If we do not fill and spill, then we have a hole, which is where the letter B is. So it's technically what would have flowed into Folsom had the reservoir had a more water year. So we are on the hook for filling up the 2,000 acre feet back into Folsom if we do not fill and we do not spill. So that is the risk that we take. And if you remember the chart, anybody who was there yesterday, that is not a high likelihood, but it is a risk that we have to understand. It is probably a 25% chance that this could be happening. So last time this happened because we had a low water year and it did not fill all the way up and we had a hole within our within our reservoir, and Folsom called on us to release additional water to fill the 2,000 acre feet. We didn't end up filling a full 2,000 acre feet. We filled about 585 acre feet. And then the very next rainy season, we spilled and everything, all the conditions were met. So it cost us last time 25 acre feet, we were paid for 2,000 acre feet of that. Now, we didn't lose the 585. It just was water that was not meant to be remaining in our reservoir after the transfer. Go one more time. So what's that?
What? I finally understood it.
I think the risk part isn't that B going over it. The risk part is still deciding to transfer.
Go.
No, about what he just,
Go
what
back.
the last thing he said.
What did I say? What was
You're
it?
Not, the water's not getting lost, it's just not there, or.
Oh, well,
Five
it's an expected, so Folsom expects that water to be in their reservoir.
Yeah.
And it's not there because we moved it in a different time of the year. So it's not technically, I don't know what I said. I'm trying to go back and explain it now. Basically, they expect the flood. They want the additional water. So we have rights to store 21,206.
Okay.
If there's 25, they expect 4. Now, that all kind of loses when they start operating as a flood control. So when they're at 550 or something like that, they're at 550,000 acre feet. If they have 800 coming through the watershed, they can't take it either. And so that's where your criteria is met. They're like, holy, we can't take all this. We need to push water out. So if they're less than their flood control conditions, they expect that 2,000 to be coming into their service, into the back end of their reservoir. That's where that refill comes in. They can't ask for more than 2,000 because we didn't take more than 2,000 out of the system. But if they have this flood control situation, then our criteria is met. We said, you know, you could say it this way, but and too bad, so sad. This water is now being paid for and accounted for by Mother Nature because you can't take it either. You have no place to store it either.
So, I remember last time there was always this talk about how, you know, they take so much, like for example, they took 585 and then they decide if you are actually gonna get credit for that. And there was some kind of criteria that there could be instances where you didn't get credit for that. And so, what you're saying is, if this comes up to here, say 500 acre feet, okay, it comes up to here 500 acre feet. They can claim that. They can say, we want you to release that to us.
Correct.
And if they do, then we get credit for that 500 acre feet, and then we only owe them
1,500.
1,500 for the 2,000, yeah.
Correct.
And so every time it goes above here, they could call for that one.
No, so until you have either given them all the water or there is the glut of water in the system like happened when ours. So unless they're in flood control. So if, I guess to answer your question in a
Confusing way?
no, I'm trying to say if you had 5 years of no rain in a row and it turns into a desert here. Then we would owe all 2,000 acre feet and we would have to release 2,000 acre feet to them. But in normal conditions, they would ask for some and then ask for some and then ask for some, or the flood would happen and they would not ask for any more because the conditions would be met.
They would only ask who got to that level. They would never ask, we only got to 10,000 feet, they would never ask.
Yeah, so if you only when you make it to 18.
So is that the term when you say spill?
Correct, it's refill criteria, so the spill is, we have to be spilling, Folsom has to be spilling, and then the delta has to be next.
When you say we reach the spill, is that 18,000 and 20,000?
21,206 is our spill.
So spill meets spill, not 18 or that level.
Correct, but what he's saying is, if we only got to 17,500, say we filled, but we only filled up to 17,500, Bureau can't ask for any money, any water, any money. They can't ask for any water because we haven't met the criteria of where they would start to experience a fill. Does that make sense? And then if we gave them 500, that number would go up to 18,500. And then if we gave them 500 more, it would go up to 19,000.
Finish the slide next, because we got two scenarios.
Yeah, but the no transfer is it's just, we don't get any money and you can go ahead. But do you want to ask a question on this?
Well, after I had this revelation coming up there, there's actually 3 contracts we are negotiating. we have one with Westlands, we have two with Folsom transfer, and three, with DWR.
No, no, the
There's three,
DW,
though.
no, the Bureau is the contract, and that's
The
full,
Bureau.
that's Folsom. Folsom and Bureau are the same. The DWR contract is not, we don't negotiate that. We have a contract with the State Water Board,
Okay,
but that is part of what Westlands does. They have to do a change petition with the state board. All we have to do is basically say we authorize them to do this change petition.
so we're having this one first to be able to sell.
Correct.
Then there's another one that is for the transfer.
So this is the transfer.
No, there's one past Folsom, which is part of the refill.
So that
That's
is,
another one.
that is for Westlands to work out. That is, we are involved
But that's our
cursory.
risk.
What's that?
But then that's our risk.
No, it's not. We have no risk
If
in that.
it's a refill, then it becomes our,
So,
then it's this scenario that you had up here. That when the water comes through, you know, how we do it, when we do it, and what the criteria are for to hit, full, finished, you know, we paid our agreement. So there's more than one contract here. And that we only see this, oh yeah, we're gonna give somebody 1,000 acre feet and we're gonna make this much money, but there's you know, but that's what I was having this revelation, I was like, wait a minute, we're giving it into Folsom, but then there's that agreement on how we refill it.
yes, so that has,
There is another contract involved.
there's two.
Two or,
Yeah, there's two. The third one is not a contract between us. The third one is between Westlands and the DWR. It has nothing to do with us. Once we give the water to Folsom, we are out of the equation. It is upon Westland at that point to deal with getting the water out of Folsom. All we have to do is have a contract with the Bureau to say, here's what we're doing. We are going to refill this, or it's going to be refilled by Mother Nature. And we have a contract with Westland to pay us.
so we don't see this other contract.
We don't have it yet. It's not developed yet. There's no, so
It's hard for me to write a blank check. That's where I'm at right now.
so I understand.
You are. Because that's what kind of happened the last time, where the second contract, we didn't talk, or understood how it worked. I did.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. I will just give you, I actually spoke to EID. They started this process 2 months ago. And they still have not even met with the Bureau to start any transfer refill agreements.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying that that's good or bad.
that's not our problem.
It's not our problem, but it's the way, this is gonna sound horrible, it's the way the system works. And I know that that's not always the way we want to deal with it, but it's the way that the system works, and it's the way the Bureau operates their system. So it's not ideal. We don't have to like it, but it's another one of the risks that we have to have some revenue coming in. And it's part of the I don't want to say this wrong. It's the game that is played. So we can still negotiate with the Bureau. We can still try to get those refill criterias to where we want them to be. And if we don't like the refill criterias, we can put a qualifier to Westlands that says, if we don't like this agreement,
Okay, but that's not easy.
I understand that, but that's something that has to come from you. I'm just giving you what they gave. I can't modify their document that they gave us. That's a document they gave us.
Okay.
So that would be unethical for me to modify something that they have approved. We can go back to them and say, here's our modification that we want, you know, the refill agreement has to be something that we can live with.
Right.
Now, let me just really quickly, this is the no transfer option. So we're at full capacity. Keep going. We have the level after the demand. Keep going. And then we recharge. And then we have inflow of B, which is anything over and above full. Keep going. And then, so we've spilled this water. That 2,000, that darker blue area would be the transfer. So if we did the transfer, we would be down in the lighter color area. If we didn't do the transfer, we would be at the darker color area. So you see, it's the same. but we have no money in this scenario, so this is no transfer, so we see the same benefit. We get the same amount of inflow and we don't get the benefit of any revenue coming back in, so I just wanted to make sure I clarified all that. So.
I would like. Yeah, 'cause with this agreement, I would rather have a little negotiation that refill agreement meets our standards rather than just saying, okay, we will give you this water. And then if the refill agreement isn't meeting our standards, then congratulations.
Can I ask, can I ask you to approve the agreement with language that I can go back to them to negotiate with, so I don't have to keep coming back and forth, and the reason,
No, that's fine.
the
That's what
reason,
I'm looking- That's what I'm looking for.
yeah, so
Some protection for us.
sure, and I think we can add in there that, we would approve this with a, help me out, Frank, with, make sure I.
You would approve it you would approve it as presented, but with the direction that you try to improve it with this deal one.
Yeah.
And if you can't get it, then you can't get it, but yeah. What do you have to do?
I had mentioned that to, I believe, one of the directors last night. I couldn't remember who. I'm so sorry. Because it was a whirlwind. It was a whirlwind at the end, and I'm sorry. But I did mention that that is something that we can add to this contract, that we are approving it with a slight modification. And I don't think that they would be,
I would just make it, which contract you're referring to?
the Westlands.
Refill agreement.
No, the Westlands contract.
Oh,
I thought we were talking about the Bureau's contract.
no, we want to amend the Westlands contract, but if the refill agreement isn't amenable to us, then we won't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that is an option. I mean, we don't have to enter into this.
Yeah, I was thinking, Yeah.
That's what we discussed, gave to us to be,
right,
to
right.
agree to sell the water. I'm saying I would like to see the caveat in there that the refill agreement that comes back from the Bureau, we agree to that before this,
So I have a,
before, however.
Is there already a refill agreement with Bureau?
we have a precedent of a refill agreement that is from beforehand.
Okay, so yeah, you would just say approve the agreement presented with the condition, subject to the condition that before it goes into effect, the district has approved its refill agreement with Bureau.
So I have there's one issue with that, and I do have our water transfer consultant on. He is on Zoom, so if you do have any questions for him, you're more than welcome to address him as well. And maybe if any of this I'm not explaining correctly, he can pop in. There is when we had the refill last time, we didn't get the refill until after the water season. We actually moved all the water and then the refill comes to us. And again, that's nothing that we have within our control. So we can't set the Bureau's timeline on that. This water is going to be called for in August or September or the beginning of October. So there's a chance that we can ask for that provision, but it may not actually come to fruition because we may not have any discussions with the Bureau before this water is called on.
Well, we have another viable part that cares, and that's Westland. So that's a shaker and mover that will be able to, the other entity.
The reason I brought up EAD earlier was to show how fast the Bureau is going to move their hands to make this happen. Westland and
It's fine. That's the way I would like to see it, but go ahead.
As I recall, in previous discussion about the district entering into water transfers, it was mentioned that we could do this every 2 or 3 years.
we can transfer up to 3,000 acre feet every 2 to 3 years.
Okay, my question is if we can do 2 to 3,000 every 2 or 3 years, does it make sense to transfer 1,000 every year as opposed to 2,000 now and not?
My recommendation would be to transfer only 1,000. I don't think it is advantageous to do 2,000. And the reason being is if I don't have a crystal ball, you don't have a crystal ball, and we don't know what the weather is gonna look like. So next year, we could put a 2,000 acre foot hole in our reservoir, and we could be throwing a lot of money away where a acre foot could be $400, $500, $600 an acre foot. So if we did a small transfer, get some revenue in, we can use it for CIP. We can use it for, we come back and have, you know, a list of projects that we use this money for, once it's approved. And then next year, we could do it again as 1,000, or maybe more next year, because we have more money that can come in as revenue. So yes, that is what my recommendation is.
Cause what I'm looking at is over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
And if we can divide this whole and Stumpy over 3 years, let's do that 3 times, especially the concept. You know, it's a commodity, it's commodities change in value.
Yeah, so the modeling that we have done, and we did the modeling with our water transfer partner and Western Hydraulics, is that every 3 years, we can transfer 3,000 acre feet of water. Approximately. So obviously it takes certain conditions, but there is only a few times in the history of the district's existence that we would not have been able to met that criteria. So that is what they came up with as a long-term option of water transfer.
So can we authorize you to change the language in here that they provided to us from 2,000 to 1,000?
Yes, I've already discussed that with Westland, and they are open
They're
to
open
having
to
only 1,000.
What's your number?
Well, I'm assuming you're done with your presentation.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. I got two concerns. One is the refill agreement. I thought I read in all this stuff that, that it will, you can't even make it contingent upon us accepting refill agreement, and that we could, prove the transfer, but not a single drop of water, and we would receive no money until we approve the refill agreement. The other issue with the refill agreement is you're sitting there saying, well, we don't know what it's gonna be. Okay, well, if we don't know what it's gonna be, then how can you say that we're gonna get it changed from and in order to just or?
Because I'm hoping, and that is the way that in our discussions, so this is the discussion that we have with the whole Headwaters group. It's actually, we call ourselves the Reservoir Operators Groups, and it's Forest Hill, it's EID, PCWA, and us. So PCWA has a long time experience of transferring water, so that they have a little bit more power or pull than we do. And this is something that they have been trying to work towards with the Bureau. EID also has some experience in the past of
Okay, but so basically what you're saying, you can't guarantee it's gonna be based on what the track record's been or what success they've had or whatever.
unfortunately, that's the answer that I can give you. I can't, if I don't know, I can't, you know, I can say I don't know. I'm just going on what we have been discussing.
Okay, well, I got a bigger issue, and that is that last time we did water transfer, it was all done willy-nilly with no policy in place. Now, Mike Saunders, from that time on, was very instrumental in getting us to get a policy. And 1 year ago tomorrow, we approved the policy to do water transfer. Now, it's my belief that none of this can even happen because the policy was not followed. And if the policy is not followed, it's a done deal. We can't do it because you cannot go ahead and say, well, you know, we kind of meant it or we didn't need it or whatever, but we want to do it anyway. You can't do that because that sets a precedent that makes all policies, what do you call it? Optional.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
In what way do you feel we did not meet the policy?
Okay, you got over here up on the, let's see. Okay, prior to January 31st, you have to file with the State Water Resources Control Board. You told me you did that.
Yes.
Okay, the January board meeting, Board decides whether to direct general manager to hold initial discussions that water might be available. There's not any agenda or minutes for that meeting saying that this was done.
So we were not, we were not approached by any potential transfer partner until May 2nd. So there's no way I can have a discussion with you if I don't have somebody that's willing to make a transfer.
There's a specific, well, that part comes in here later on. There's a specific time frame in here. So if that was the case, then at the very least, you should have come in and said at the March board meeting, hey, you know, we do want to do a water transfer this year. And to do this, I need to get this information. I don't have it yet. Done something. When you have a policy that has specific dates, then that's part of the policy, that those have to be met. But and part of that also was update the board regarding any discussions with potential buyers. Then at the April meeting, the general manager and staff was supposed to present information to allow the board to decide whether to transfer water that year.
We did that.
I didn't see any agenda item or minutes.
It's the water supply reliability analysis, and that's declaring of a water year.
That's not presenting information to allow the board to decide. Transferring water didn't come up in the conversation.
It did. It came up in the fact that we were full, and if we had a buyer, that we would like to have a transfer done.
Okay, I don't feel that meets this criteria. It also says in here at the April board meeting, if it is determined that water will seek to be transferred through the normal water availability process held by the district, schedule a public workshop targeted to occur during April.
So, but we didn't have a buyer, so there's no way I can have a public workshop without a buyer. So there's no point in doing that. But if you look at the June 4th board meeting, there was we discussed the potential for a water transfer. This was after we received the agreement with Westlands on May 2nd. So we received the first conversation I had with Westlands was May 2nd. They submitted the documentation to us. I brought it to the board meeting on June 4th as a potential to discuss the water transfer, and that this is something that we could do and was going to bring it back to you. Then we went and scheduled the public meeting that was held yesterday, got public comment, and then we're here today. I understand.
There's more.
Well, let me, the policy is very rigid, and I can't work on dates that if I don't know what is going on at that specific date. I didn't know until after, as soon as I received word that a transfer partner was in existence, it was brought to the board's attention. And then I didn't even do anything for 30 more days. And we had we had a meeting at the board meeting, and we brought it then to the town hall. We had all the, we advertised for the town hall, and then we brought it to the board.
You didn't meet the criteria of this policy. You did not. I mean, if the date comes, say April comes, and you know that you should know that you got this date coming up, you got to do something, then why don't you go to the board and say, hey, this is what's going on? But it also said that we're supposed to at I forget what month I was in. I think I'm still in April. Oh yeah, April. We're supposed to direct the general manager to pay the required state water resources control board water transfer processing fee and the California Fish and Wildlife fee. There is no record of us.
So there's no fee to pay because we didn't have a transfer partner. There's no fee that we can pay until we have somebody who wants to agree to take the water.
Basically what you're saying is because you didn't have anybody lined up to buy the water or to do the transfer, that just ignore the policy in there.
I'm not ignoring the policy, Director Thornborough, and this is a great example of that piece of paper is a great policy, but it's when we are having rigid dates of meeting rigid dates, if I don't have information by a certain date, I can't, that policy then becomes null and void. And in a situation like this, where somebody comes after those dates, it's unfortunate. I need a little bit more flexibility to make sure that I still met the timeline criteria that are set forth in that policy, just not the dates, because at those times, I don't have
this all should have been brought up a year ago when this policy was being done. But the last thing I got is that you stated in here that on the May 2nd, I believe it was, meeting that we directed you to go through with this,
June
and there's
4th.
no record of that either.
June 4th.
No, it said May something.
May 2nd was when I received the documentation from Westland of an agreement. On June 4th, under GM report, there is discuss the potential for a water transfer.
It says right here, on May 2nd, 2024, the district board of directors directed staff to evaluate the temporary water transfer process and evaluate the district's ability to make a transfer without impacting the district's ability. It says that right here.
Are you
On
talking
May
about in the
2nd.
policy?
No, on the,
It's on the discussion on the board agenda item.
Yeah, and it was also discussed in June. It was discussed in May and in June.
that should be June sixth, that day.
Sorry, June 6th, I apologize. So it was discussed at two different board meetings that this was something that came up. So what I brought to you at the May 2nd board meeting was the agreement. I had just received it that day. I brought it to the attention of the board on May 2nd that, hey, we have a partner that is willing to do this transfer. We discussed it. I brought it back to you in June again. We discussed it again. And then we had the town hall meeting that is also part of the water transfer policy. I understand that the dates don't line up, and I'm not.
It's not just the dates. It says on May 2nd, the board of directors directed staff to do this. A direction by the staff, by the board, would be recorded somewhere. It's not in the agenda. It's not in the minutes for any of the board meetings from January until June.
But that was the first time that was the first time to get direction. It was a consensus direction by the board to pursue the Westlands agreement.
I don't think a consensus is.
So that is why it was brought back in June. And it was discussed under the GM's report. We got public comment on the water transfer. And we also discussed it in closed session as what the negotiated costs were going to be.
There's no closed session agenda item for that either.
It's there.
No closed session.
It's not something.
Director Saunders.
Yeah, so the one problem with this is when we bring this for discussion, we probably shouldn't put it under the general manager's report. It should probably be agendized by itself. Cause I do remember the discussion because I was sitting at the window with the fox. So now I remember. This was, we did discuss it and I was the one that directed to make sure we had a town hall because there was a consensus that we may possibly transfer water. So then I did say the town hall. So the reason we don't find a record of it is because it comes under the general manager's report and wasn't agendized. So any kind of consensus decision like this should probably be agendized because that's the only way we can go back and track it. So.
I understand you can only do a direction. You can only give direction. Like if it's an agendized item and then it's recorded as such that you can't, but that's taking action.
It's much cleaner. That's why I moved
Yeah,
my
and so
legislation
it
reports to action, and that's why when I looked it up, I couldn't find it, and then it was like it was on the plan. Yeah, I do remember discussing this, and I do remember saying we need to have a public town hall because that's our policy, and I guess that's how the whole polling stuff came up. So it was done, but it was probably not. It should have been agendized.
Have we applied for those two permits?
We can't.
Who is gonna pay for those two permits?
Those permits come with as far as I understand, the way the agreement is that Westlands pays for those permits.
Do we have it somewhere in writing, we know how much?
It's in
it is and who's
as I interpret the agreement, it's in there.
The other recommendation I can make, I know Mike Thornburg doesn't like future stuff, but future stuff is what gets us from being where we are now. When we do our annual water year, if we could put in what we are available to transfer 2,000 to 3,000 acre feet this year, and also bring up if we do have any voluntary agreements pending. That's the other elephant in the room, because once the Bay Delta agreements come out, then all the districts above Folsom are gonna be responsible for giving water downstream as well. So we gotta see what that shows also, so we'll just have to build this into our annual water report where we really know all of that stuff. So if that's something, just keep it.
In my defense, in the winter, there was quite a bit of water within the system, and many people did not think that there was going to be water transfers this year, and there may not be anyone, this water may not be able to move. It was discussed yesterday that there are issues with the state system and the federal system that we can't quite understand as a water industry. So we are being told that there is capacity issues within the Delta and within the pumps. So this may be an exercise in futility. And I understand your concern with the policy, and I will make sure that this is an action item in the future.
I'm gonna make a motion.
Well, I'm not doing that, because I want to say something else.
We need.
Okay, sorry. I'm ready to get this crap over with.
I think that, and like I said, I'm not gonna support this, for this year. I think that if there's issues with the policy, then that needs to be addressed, and probably very, very soon. So that we have it in line for next year, because it starts in January. It's unfortunate that, we, with my vote, we're not gonna get that money. We can always use money, but maybe next year it'll be higher. But I'm not willing to, sell out a policy. We made the policy, if there was an issue, any issues with it, then it should have been brought up a year ago tomorrow, as a matter of fact. And it should have been brought up then. And now, from experience, that there's issues with it, and there needs to be some changes, so I'd suggest to get on the ball and get that done before January rolls around. But I'm not willing to, we didn't have a policy last time in the winter fell. And so we, Mike's efforts, got a policy in place. We have to abide by that policy. So we can't ever, in my opinion, ever not, ignore a policy we have. Because then that affects every policy we have. Every policy we have will all of a sudden become optional. And it won't be, won't be a policy. So, I'm not willing to, I think we need to stick to this. I'm not an expert in water transfers. However, I am, we honest and transparent. Let's put it that way.
If I can just answer one question that came up from you, Donna, it's under 4A, the permits, it's the administrative and litigation expenses. It says that they will reimburse $10,000.
Okay, 10,000, but that means we're putting in for it,
I'm sorry,
we're putting the money up front to pay for
they
this,
reimburse us.
and then they will reimburse
So they give us,
a maximum.
they give us $40,000 like immediately. So you approve it, they give us $40,000.
That
As a-
costs $275.
Correct, it's a good faith, but then they reimburse us the additional 10,000. So you get good faith money.
Then what's the cost of the permits?
I can't answer that.
Is it over $10,000?
I can't answer. I don't have a good answer for you. I'd have to do some research. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I would like to voice my support of the resolution with the change to 1,000 acre feet of water as opposed to 2, just for my, where I stand.
I'll open up for public comment.
Yeah, I agree with all the policies, that's why we can make them. Before, everybody was just doing whatever. Also, the fiscal impact doesn't add up in the staff report. The cost is like 575,000, and then we're gonna net 560,000.
Yes,
Yet there's 105,000 in consulting and legal fees.
it's $40,000 of money that's given to the district.
Well, that's only 15,000 less. Should be probably 460,000.
Well, if we do 1,000, it's gonna totally change.
No,
But
they're talking 2,000.
I understand, in the staff report,
So my other question is, what costs $40,000 in legal fees if Westlands is doing the contract? You might have the other contract, that's
Well,
a lot of legal.
I think we'd want to have our attorney look at it to make sure that we're not getting any issues.
Well, sure, $40,000, that's a lot. And what does it cover? Well, it's just supposed to cover the agreement and the contract.
And is that an hourly rate? Is that a
Sure,
total?
we have public comment going on.
All right, so anyway, so that, and then, I don't know, I don't think we should do it. But we, even though it's better because we have more water. But the last time they did it, it just got slammed in one thing. We had the refill agreement and the contract all at the same meeting. And it was in May, I think 20 or 21.
That's not true.
That was.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Dow.
Oh, we looked it up.
What if they sweeten the pot? Could we go for it then?
Wrong.
Which might get tough, because you might, no,
They're
policy
also-
can't be bought.
Huh?
Policy can't be bought,
No exception.
no exception. Like I said, if you have a written policy that dictates this is what you must do. Okay, it's not optional, that's what you must do. If you go and say, well, you know what, we can make some money if we violate this policy, you know, we can bring some money in. You know, but what you do is the second you do that, you've made this policy not a policy, you've made it optional. And that will affect every policy because you've set a precedent.
Slippery
Okay,
slope.
look at the harassment policy. Oh, go ahead and harass anything all you want because it's optional. Okay, the board conduct, you know, that could be fun if it was optional. But, you know, you're setting a precedent if you don't follow the policy. So yeah, it sucks that we lose that money or we can't get that money, but you know what? It's not worth, you can't sell a policy.
So this policy then, from now on, we should have it January set, April set, everything, have it all ready to go in case somebody.
Well, it's either that, like I
Have
was,
it ready to go.
like I was saying to Nick, is that, okay, if there's flaws in there, because, well, we didn't know this at this time, we didn't know this at that time.
Yeah.
Okay, then that needs to be addressed, the policy needs to be changed, because this is the first time we've ever had, you know, water transfer policy, so then maybe we need to make some changes to it. But if we're gonna stick to the dates that are on here, then this needs to happen soon, before this coming January, because that way we can sell water, look at selling water next year. Hopefully we'll get more money for it too. But, policy not for sale, you know, and the biggest thing is to set a precedent. And not only that, you could possibly open this up to litigation if somebody were to sue us because we didn't follow policy. So, you know, it's just, it's not worth it. And it's definitely not worth it to me, because to me, it's dishonest. And I'm not gonna do that.
Any further public comment? So now close.
It would be nice to know what that 40,000 or 65,000, 1,000 or 2,000. It'd be nice to know what that covers. Is it an hourly estimate? If they're gonna clog at this for hours and hours and hours, and then maybe that's an estimate, but not a final bill. The final bill including everything. What is that bill?
It's a final bill.
I don't know.
So no coming back to us for any additional money, no matter what happens to that process.
It's a final bill.
Final. Now close for public comment period. Back to the board for,
I'm gonna make a motion. To accept the 1,000 gallon, water transfer agreement with exception. One will be that the permits, all permits are paid by Westwood, total cost, not just $10,000. And two, that, we accept the conditions in the BOR agreement, refill agreement, for the things like, snow and board.
Subject to approval of that refill agreement.
Subject to approval of the refill agreement.
Can I make a comment before a second? You mentioned 1,000 gallons.
That's all right. 1,000 acre feet.
May-
Excuse
May I clarify your motion? And this is just for my edification. If we don't receive the refill agreement by the time the water is called on, what happens?
if we can't do it. I mean, just throw it out there because that makes Westwood and us getting on VOR pace to get this done.
I wish it was that simple.
It's the federal government, come on.
Yeah, so we've been trying to get the federal government to give us the permit to do the canal lining for 2 years.
We're trying to get it right. okay? We're working to try to get things right.
I'm not dismissing what you're saying. I'm just saying it's the
Anyway,
federal
that's my
government.
motion.
Okay,
Should I, I'm gonna call your motion back just to make sure.
Heck, no.
So have motion to approve a water transfer with Westlands Water District as presented with the direction to approve the contract.
speak up a little bit.
Okay, so motion to approve a water transfer with Westlands Water District as presented with the direction to approve the contract, or sorry, with the, for 1,000 acre feet with the condition that all permits are paid by Westland total cost and also subject to district approval of the refill agreement.
So a second to that?
I have a question, is it appropriate?
Good.
So this question is, this motion is dependent on the federal, an outside agency making a decision,
Yeah, that's correct.
which we don't have any control over.
We have no control over it.
And what if they do or do not make that decision?
I guess we're stuck.
So. Does anybody second that motion? With that clarification?
There is the option to make alternate motions, so.
That motion,
No, yours is.
that motion dies. So then you have to announce that that motion dies for lack of.
First. Second. So the motion died, last with second. So now I'm opening it for possible other motion.
I guess before we bring up another motion, I just wanted to ask if, what a consultant had any comments they wanted to make.
Yeah, Michael, are you still online? Looks like we lost him. I can try to get him back.
He was here like 4.5 hours.
He
Dropped off the last 2 minutes.
You didn't say anything, Kevin.
He's like, I don't know where this road's going.
I think I did ask, the refill.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
So the refill, like, so what is covered, right, it's identical, the precedent was set in the 2020 temporary water transfer. What we presented was exactly the same, the only difference would be that Andrew or dealt in excess. In the multiple plus eight. I would anticipate a different. If that, you're concerned about the refill agreement.
Yeah,
It's unlikely to change. I agree with that.
From what was presented and how it went before, that's exactly how it worked the first time. That's all I was add, because I don't think we're even decided for the end of the war.
We have a alternatives
Should
motion.
we see if we can get the consultant? in?
He's coming on, his computer froze.
Oh, you got to look at it.
Well, that's better than this.
You guys have water back there in the corner?
Yeah, do you guys want water? You want water, man?
Feel the breeze?
Breeze is nice.
Yeah, he says really sorry, his computer froze. And
He was
he's
there for
trying to reboot.
hours, 4 hours and 15 minutes.
His computer overheated too. It felt the room heat and it overheated in his house.
Transference through the lines. That's hilarious.
What's crappy tasting water?
Oh,
Really?
You know what's
That's
better?
Alpine spring water.
Kirkland Signature.
Huh?
Kirkland Signature is better.
That's just tap water from
Yeah.
Sacramento.
See, I got one on my side now.
This is
I got
fresh
cases of
snow
that.
melt. Alpine spring water,
Turns out
Good
industrial
minerals.
tap water tastes good.
good minerals. It's gonna make you more thirsty because they take all the minerals out of it.
No, there are minerals. They add it.
I used
Not
to.
enough.
I used to
Taste.
service this. Are they on a Dutch flat?
No, they're up in Shat by Shat.
They have sources.
Huh?
Another life besides sitting here.
So they.
We're waiting for our water transfer consultant to come back on, so I apologize.
Basically spring, just like,
This is. When he was writing sent a draft on it. And he's like, "No, I didn't approve it."
That was the one I sent to him before.
He lives in El Dorado Hills.
Well, they've been having power.
It said my computer froze and I'm rebooting. Sorry, so I'm sure it was, huh?
Yeah.
I can call him on my phone if you guys want me to call him.
I mean, he can go in a little.
I think the question,
Yeah, he could use an alternate device. Yeah.
is he on payroll? He's a consultant, so he's not on payroll. He'll get paid for when he's talking, but not while he's waiting.
Having called the phone number.
Oh, hang on. Can you want me to call him and put him on speakerphone?
There you go. Why not?
Okay.
Keep the sync going to 9 o'clock. Unless he has to reboot his phone.
Keeps it in closed session.
He's our water.
Hey, they just wanted to ask if you had anything to add about the refill. And if they just ask you a few questions. Can I just put you on speakerphone if you're cool with that? Okay. Yeah, it was taking the heat from this room and it was transferring right into your computer. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so you should be able to hear him and he should be able to hear, it should pick up on the microphone.
All right.
Michael, you're live, so I think Director Saunders had a question for you.
Well, first, if you,
Yes, I did. By the way, I apologize. My computer froze up. I got the blue screen of death and it's still down. So
all right,
after all that time, but anyway, go ahead.
yeah, since if there was anything you had to add based on our conversation, since you're a consultant, and then if you had any input on possibilities with the Bureau of Reclamation refill agreement changing.
Well, I had a couple things to add. One, the risk that Nick was talking about and Adam too. The risk is to filling up the storage in Stumpy Meadows. It's not a risk to meeting your water supply demand. So that's not at risk. That's why Nick is looking at 1 or 2,000 acre feet, as a transfer limit, not more. So it's not, that it's not, that risk was talked about is not the risk that was talked about in the policy, right? In terms of the refill agreement, I'm not a fan of the refill agreement either. I understand why it's there, and I understand the Bureau is adamant that it remains. I will also add that it's not a the transfer still works for the district with the refill agreement. It's not ideal, and it limits how fast you can transfer, but it doesn't permit you to transfer. So I want to make that point. And then the third is Nick's idea about transferring 1,000 acre feet instead of 2. I hadn't thought of that way, but I think that makes sense too, because he's right. The cost of water this year is relatively low because it's relatively abundant. And by transferring 1,000, it allows the district the option to be able to transfer again, even if the refill conditions are not met next year. You can transfer additional water next year. And if that's if that's a drier year / higher unit price of water, it's advantageous to the district to do that, from a financial perspective.
Thank you.
Well, what's an alternative motive? I can make a motion that we don't buy water. Right. How can you do that?
You can make a motion to deny the staff recommendation. So you
Would that be automatic if no motion is?
it would be automatic, but you could also vote to
Make it more cement.
sure.
All right, I'll make a motion, we don't buy water this year.
I second. We're not buying water.
I mean, selling water this year. You don't, okay,
We don't approve the contract.
there you go. What he said.
I second.
Do a roll call.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Roll call vote, please.
you can't just have a roll call vote for one vote. That would be Unless I'll look to,
He seconded.
Yeah.
he asked for a roll call vote. We haven't done a roll call
Yeah,
vote
it's
all
just a
day, so I don't know if you can have a roll call vote for
Okay, I went
one.
out of place. I
Yeah.
already waited.
It's all been. fine.
So, all in favor?
You can do it, you can do it.
How do you want me?
No, I was saying you can do it either way.
Okay,
You haven't done it yet that way.
okay, we want to do a roll call then?
No, I meant to, I seconded it. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait,
Any opposed?
You have to eye it, just because you voted the second, you still have to eye it. Okay, so that's 3 ayes.
So 3-2, it fails. We don't approve the contract.
Correct.
Thank you, Michael. I'm gonna hang up now.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back online. Thanks.
Okay.
Item D. No, D. Annual review of director stipend is required by policy 4030.
So this is something that we do every July. It is where the board directors vote to either sorry. There's 3 different options for the way the board of directors gets paid here. This is where you all decide how you would like to get paid for the next year. So there is the status quo, which is a $400 monthly stipend for attending the board meeting. You do not receive any money if you do not attend the board meeting for that month. So if you are traveling and are unable to attend the meeting, you receive no money. It amounts to $4,800 per year. There is an option number 2, which is you are able to, option number 2. So the option 1 and option 2 are under the public utility code. So I'm going to start with those 2. Option number 2 is you can get paid up to $100 per meeting in not to exceed more than 10 meetings per month. So a meeting would constitute a board meeting. Any public event where you are representing the district, anytime you are coming to the district to do business, i.e. signing checks, meeting with a staff member, meeting with a general manager. Additionally, if you are representing the district at an outside agency, i.e. Aqua, RWA, MC, RWA, you would also, it would constitute a meeting. So that would be a maximum of $1,000 per month at the 10 meetings for $100 per person. The third option is underneath the water code. Since we are a water district as well, we can also utilize the water code portion of this, which would take you could increase your $400 stipend by 20% to make it $420. 5%. I'm so sorry. Did I say 20? I said 5%. I apologize. So you could increase your stipend by 5%, making your meeting cost $420. Annual cost would be
25,002.
it's $25,200 for the total board. I'm trying to do the math in my head quick. It's like $5,000 per person. So those are the 3 options. This is a meeting. This is an agendized item for you 5 to discuss. Last year, option 1 was chosen.
And you said that, for clarification, you said if you're traveling.
So if you are not able to attend the board meeting for some reason, you do not receive your stipend. So you must attend the board meeting to receive your $400 stipend.
And you can attend via Zoom, right?
You can attend via Zoom, yes, as long as you are meeting either AB 1234 or
Maybe,
what was it? Is it?
yeah, as long as you're meeting, either the traditional video conference, remote conference statute, or good cost statute that was recently passed.
We can remember 2 years.
2 year, 2449 or.
2449, sorry, that's what it was. And but the video conferencing via Zoom, the original is not, there's no limit on that, as long as you have
Post your location.
agendized the location and posted it.
Someone want, the board want to make a comment?
I say we go with, keep it at the 400 now, being a need to increase it. I'm not in it for the money, obviously. I'm sorry, don't want
From my perspective, I think this board and the future board would be encouraged to get more involved outside of this board once or twice. And having that, you know, a bit of conferences. To bring knowledge to the room is what would be encouraged by the option.
Rick Saunders?
The only thing we could think of is if you wanna have a COLA, we've given all of our staff a COLA, cost of living increase, that would be something with a 5% annual if you wanna. That would be my opinion.
Yeah, and hand that. And that.
I would also say that if there is a change, then it would not be active until the budget was revised and there was a cost of service.
So the process to answer that, it would take approximately 30 to 60 days. Actually, I think it's 60 days it's an ordinance process to reinstitute the ordinance to change that. Because we would have to switch over into the water code section.
And so in effect, this would put that decision off for 3 months. Approximately. So there's a new budget and cost survey, cost service of cost survey.
Rick, Casino? My turn. I believe that, someone like Director Saunders, who puts out the effort he does in representation of our watershed and our region, and the value he brings to the district legislatively and resources he gathers, the information he gets, and the participation he's involved with, not only to this district, but to the region. In my opinion, someone like him, who can also be involved to that level or some level, I think that I think $100 a visit, that would be, or a meeting, that would be probably what would be the average, other than himself, would be the average of each stipend for each of the remaining board members, considering there's a committee or two that they might be on, or a function or two. So I think it might average out to maybe $400 a month for all of us anyway, except maybe in his case, it might be more, but you get what you paid for. And it's worth, to me, I think. And then I know we're not in it for the money, but the way I think of it is, it's all dollars, it's all, you know, dollars and cents. This board came here, and what value do we bring? And what value does the board, what value do we feel we bring to the public, and what does the public feel that we're worth? You know, like I said, we bring in 30 instead of $35,000 a year. We voted on a policy and got investment policy procedures and, you know, management company. We're bringing over 400,000. So to increase our expenditure from 20,000 a year to 25,000 to get an extra 400,000. I mean, what are we bringing to the district? Who are we attracting? Personally, before I retired last year, it cost me $800 to get 400 to serve on the board, because I had to give up salary. And now my $400 is only worth $300 with inflation. And so my personal thought is my time's worth more than even $800 now. So I'm just thinking, if I had to make a choice, what's your time worth at this stage? So I know it's not a make or break thing, but I think some adjustment needs to be made after 20 years and we're probably the lowest compensated board in the state, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there's boards that have no compensation, but they're very, very small.
Yeah. So in other words, my suggestion would be for $100 a visit, so, or a meeting. Any other comments? I'm not open up for public
There
comment.
should be another option, but there's zero because the fire department boards don't get any, both Georgetown and Bozeman. And, I mean, that option should be in there. So under the utility code, does it say it has to be $400?
Yes,
So it says minimum 400,
it is $400.
and then each one of these, 100 is all separate.
I'm not
Because I
sure.
know some districts in Sacramento, they do 200 and then 50 per meeting.
Yeah, they cannot, that is, there are different utility codes for different organizations.
Your water.
But it doesn't matter. We are incorporated under a public utility district code. So I'm gonna give you an example. My dad used to be on a CSD board, Community Service District. He got $135. You're not listening. CSD, he served water to his customers. They were a CSD that served water.
Utility, water utility. All right, I'm just saying.
Anyway, I'll continue. That he received $135. They could set their own rate. So CSD code is a little bit more generous than public utility code. They could set their own rate of what they wanted. Public utility code is written down in law that you can only do a maximum of $100 per meeting and a maximum of 10 meetings per month. That is what the code says. So there are other flexibilities outside of the public utility code, in the water code, and in other special district codes of local government enactment. We do not fall in within any of those. We have two options under public utility code, and we have one option under the water code.
Mr. Dow.
I say keep it simple. Keep it simple.
We now close the public comment period. Any
I do have, just a comment on what, Ms. Collins said. She is correct. It's $400, or any director can, at this meeting say they do not want any compensation, and they can't take it. So that was it. So you can choose to not take it.
I'm ready for a motion.
I make the motion to keep it 400.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
No.
We're not opposed.
no,
He's voting no. It's 3-2.
I'm not saying aye, no, saying no.
Who was the
So
second?
3-2, motion passed on.
So 3-2 to Donna, Mike Thornborough, Mike Saunders was the ayes.
I thought it was 4-1.
Oh, who voted?
Mitch voted as well.
I voted no.
Yeah, it was
I mean, I voted no to his motion.
Yeah.
correct. Yes, that's the same thing.
Can I get a clarification?
What's that?
When you say all in favor, with ayes, okay, and then, so you say no, if you want to
Yeah,
go no?
so that's actually a really good question. The American style is to say yay or yes and no. And across the pond,
Yeah.
they would say aye to both questions. But, so my employees, you can do either way. Most of the time in America, like just the duration of America with boards, when you do all in favor and all opposed, it's yes and no. Across the pond, when they say all in favor, they go yes, all opposed, yes.
That was confusing.
So it's confusing a little bit. So pick your poison.
Let's go with the
Yeah.
American way. Bob got it right. That's why we have a 4th of July.
Item E, consider board travel
Another good one.
determinations for fiscal year 24-25.
Yes, so this is the yearly fiscal year approval for which board members would like to be approved for various different conferences. So staff identified 5 conferences that are regularly attended by board members. And I'd like to just go over those really quickly. The first one is in September from the 9th to the 12th. Do you not have it? It's item 8E.
I'll grab another one.
So, the Special Districts Conference is the annual conference that is held this year within Indian Wells. The conference attendance costs are what we can best guess. Not all these have conference attendance costs yet. The conference attendance cost for this is $775. That is option number one. Option number two is the Aqua Fall Conference, which will be held this year in Palm Desert. Approximate cost for that is $865. Option three is Aqua Conference, Spring Conference. That will be held in 2025 and from May 13th to May 15th. That will be held in Monterey. Approximate cost is $865. The Special District Leadership Academy is a board member, elected official only conference that is held by CSDA that includes training for board members. That is being held in from November 3rd to November 6th in San Rafael, California. The cost of that is $720, and there is scholarship funding available that can be applied for that attendance cost. And number five is the Federal Legislative Advocacy Conference. It will be held February 25th through 27th, I believe. We haven't gotten the final dates. They finally put the final dates out. Okay, so we had been waiting for the final dates. So February 25th and 27th, that is held in Washington, D.C. The cost of the attendance of that conference is $825. At this time, the five of you can discuss which conferences you'd like to attend, and we can approve a who wants to go. This does take into account there is a budgeted line item for each board member does receive approximately $3,500 in travel allowances. That includes $2,500, which goes towards your conference attendance fees, and $1,000, which cover your traveling fees. So, i.e. your airfare or your mileage. I'm so sorry.
Maximum of $5,000.
Oh, $3,500. Yeah.
And these costs are just the conference.
Correct.
Registration fees.
That is correct.
They have nothing to do with the extra cost of, for you. Whatever.
It does not include your hotel costs. I can't judge. And it does not cost it does not include airfare, hotel, and meals. Yes, you're correct.
I would like to make one recommendation that no more than two, board members attend any of these at any one time. Because that's an impact on the district.
It's fine. I would like to make one announcement. At the annual conference for CSDA, we will be receiving several large awards. We will be receiving District Transparency Award for all of the documentation that we've been putting together and all the work that Liz has been doing. And we also will likely be receiving the District of Distinction Award. So those are the two highest awards that the CSDA can award to a special district government agency. And I have myself, I will be there, and also Liz will be there because of the work that we have done. And I would like to have whichever board members would like to be there. It's one of the ones I think, this is just my opinion, so this is not going against what you said, might be one where more than two board members would want to be there because of the types of awards that we're receiving. But that's just my humble opinion, and it doesn't hold any weight.
I saw Director Saunders first.
If all the directors choose to go to one and it's the same one, then I would not put that restriction in. If all the directors are choosing to go to the same conference, I would not put that restriction in, because each director has that 3,500 limit, so they can choose how to spend their 3,500. It shouldn't be dictating how they spend their 3,500 if they choose to.
I would disagree that only two directors can go to the Leadership Academy for member-only training for being on board.
I don't think on that $3,500 that anybody should look at it as, okay, I have this to spend, I want to spend. You know, I don't think that any of us should have the, okay, I got this $3,500. I have to spend that thing.
That I have, I'm an elected official on Aqua, and there are some that I have to go to, and I will go up to that limit, and then the rest I pay for myself. That's basically how I look at that.
That's the right way to think about it.
Yeah, that's what I do, so I think, and that's what I do, and I don't charge all the stuff I go to.
Well, also, I don't think anybody should go to Washington.
So unfortunately, that's probably one of the best ones for us to go to, because that is where we're getting a majority of our money. And if you look at the grants spreadsheet, we have 1.25 million that we've received already. We have 7 million that is being lobbied right now. And we have a recent $20.5 million that I would love to be able to lobby, and I would love to be able to go talk to people about.
Well, first of all, we're paying a lot of money for a federal lobbyist.
Yes, we are paying.
Number two, you got an aqua conference in fall, you got an aqua conference in the spring, and then you got an aqua conference in Washington, DC.
So there,
That sounds like one.
Those are also JPIA conferences too, right?
Yes.
so the JPIA is free. We don't actually pay to go to those. You just have to, you're there an extra day.
But they have to attend if they're just.
Yeah,
wanting
so I see what you're saying. Yeah, the JPIA representative is required to be, the voting member is required to be at the JPIA conference, which is the day. So an aqua conference is Tuesday through Thursday. The JPIA conference is Monday and Tuesday. So that is a requirement of him to be there.
What does that got to do with go to Washington, DC?
It doesn't have to do with going to Washington DC.
Oh.
I'm what I was trying to say about the Washington DC is it's the return on the investment is great. Because yes, we are paying for a federal lobbyist. However, a member would like to see their constituents, not a lobbyist all the time.
It's part of the headquarters.
That's all. I'm just take it for what it's worth.
I'm just giving my opinion on it, and if the other members are gonna disagree with, but that's fine with me as well.
I'm also giving my opinion as well. I am not a policymaker.
And you start, I know it's a JPIA, but you know, that needs to be on here.
So, but it's not a paid conference, is what I'm trying to say.
But
So
if they just go to the JPIA, then we'd have to pay for their travel.
Well, this is not, that's not even listed on here, so.
That's what I'm saying.
it was an oversight because it's part, I included as part of the Aqua conference because they're always associated with the Aqua conference, so I apologize.
So if you go to JPIA, you go home, otherwise you gotta pay the $865.
Yeah, so you'd have to pay, you'd only have to, your hotel would be the only cost for the 1 night, 2 nights, whatever you.
So if you go to JPIA and then the Aqua conference is the next day or two, you pay $865 for the
Yes.
Aqua registration.
865 is full conference registration. Now, there are options, and I'm just gonna use Director Stovall as a guinea pig if he doesn't mind. He attended 1 day of the Aqua conference in Sacramento, and his charge was 400 and some change. I don't know what it was. I'd have to go back and look at what we paid. But if you attend less than the full conference, it is lesser charge. And so Tuesday, the day Tuesday of the Aqua conference is free. So if you want to attend Tuesday, that's the committee working day. That's the staff day where myself and other members of our staff are on committees. It's our biggest day. We work a lot. We work basically from 7:45 in the morning, and I don't get off until about 8 o'clock at night because we're going to all these different committee meetings. It's where most of our bread and butter is made at the Aqua conference. Wednesday and Thursday is where they do the education, where they will do call them breakout sessions. You learn about rate setting, you learn about litigation that's coming up, you learn about any number of groundwater, you learn about water quality, you learn about things that are contaminated water. There's a million different topics. So those are what cost to attend, and that is Wednesday and Thursday. That is the $865. And if you go to one or another day, if you only go to pick one of the days, then it's half the cost, approximately. Don't quote me on that, please, but it's about half the cost.
Director Senior.
And the other question is, if you're not gonna be on the board in December, then is there a cost benefit for anybody that's potentially not gonna be on the board, to even go to any of these conferences? then you're actually expending government funds.
If you're not on the board, you can't go.
Well, you're on the board, but you may be out in 2 months.
So if someone is out before a conference happens, we would get a
Well,
reimbursement.
right, I'm saying when they're closed, if they're just going because, oh, I wanna go to.
Well, that's a
whatever.
policy decision. You all can decide if that is something, I mean, nobody is in jeopardy right now of not being a board member.
Well, we got November.
Yeah, but that's,
But
you're assuming that someone is not going to be reelected.
I think what the question is, should we stipulate that if someone is not on the board or is close to being off after the election? I mean, that would only apply to essentially one.
I would not stipulate that because that conference would be after that person would be known to not be on the board. So.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is the only conference that would be subject to jeopardy, and that would be the Aqua one in Convention.
Yes.
so
And that's a board decision if you want to stipulate something like that.
if they did not get reelected, they would not be on the board at that point because the
I don't
first,
know if the certification would happen by then. The county,
that's true.
the way elections are going nowadays, it'll be June.
And so so it would be your choice as a board to accept them to go or not. That's your choice.
Well, and the problem is you've already paid out the money because you're doing it in advance.
But you could get reimbursed for that. If they're not going, if somebody doesn't get reelected, we would pull that back.
Okay.
Well, you have a questioning look and I wanna understand your question.
Yeah, if you put out, say you have to register 30 days in advance, 30 days in advance, 50 days in advance. You don't get the full amount back if you do it.
Oh,
correct?
yeah, but
So I would say for an Aqua conference, being on the executive board for Aqua, if anybody is not reelected, we reimburse them.
yeah, that would be something I would be talking to their executive director and I would be demanding my money back, or I would be paying less dues next year.
Or worst case, they'll let you switch it out with another director.
Yeah, or
Like a new one.
yes, the new one, or even an existing one who could step into that person's position. So,
So I suggest a couple of things. Number one, you have your public comment, and then after you have a public comment, you could do a straw vote, but not a vote, just preliminary, to see who wants to go from each of the directors, and then you can decide if you want to give that direction to staff or not.
are you seeing a consensus on who wants to go to which conference?
Yeah, but you could do like, try it on for size.
Got it.
You know, you may have 4 that want to go to the same one, and
Yeah,
then maybe one will say, I don't need to go on that, or, so I think you could just do a straw vote. You know, go down the line, get a sense of it, and then if everyone's good, you get that, confirm that direction to staff.
Okay. Well, public comment.
So it's 17,500 within the budget?
Correct.
Okay, well, so if one director uses 3,000, has their 5,500 left, I could see where that could transfer to another, as long as you don't go.
So that would be a decision for them to make. I totally.
On that, right? On that, it's not budgeted per director. It has X amount of dollars for all 5.
Our calculation was everybody would be given approximately $3,500. So, yes, we can't budget it, you know, each director doesn't have.
Trying to be equitable.
Yeah, doesn't have an allocation, but I also can't line out that each director has an allocation. But it was the spirit of what we did when we came up with the 17,500.
I think it was, before that, I think it was higher, but
We actually started out at 25,000, 5,000 per director, and when we did the budget for last year, we dialed that back to the 3,500.
with public comment. Post public comment period. Is that a flavor for your interest or?
I'm on the board for Aqua, so I have to go to the fall and spring conference. And any other conferences that I do attend, I'll just pay on my own dime like I always do.
Right, but back to that. Don't you get free admission?
No.
Only the president and vice president.
He's gonna be up in the food chain.
Hey, you haven't been looking too good.
I'll run for that. That's the plan. And
That
now,
seems just wrong.
now, I don't know if they'll ask me to teach at CSDA, so but my conference fee and some other stuff will be paid if I'm teaching there, so.
Director Stovall.
Given what, Nick just said, I would be interested in number 3, 4, and 5. For a cost of 2,400.
Well, that doesn't include, the fees.
Does the 3,500 include?
Yes.
repair and travel?
Yes. So if you're willing to pay for some of that,
So you wanna do the aqua, the SDLF and the Washington DC?
Possible.
I'll be going to Washington, so. I'll be,
So,
I'm paying for it, so it
Next.
doesn't matter.
So 2 and 3 is for Saunders, 3, 4, and 5 for Stovall.
And myself, 2 and 3.
Are you going down the path here, or are you just gonna mental health? Three,
Sorry.
I'm gonna go 3 and 5.
I'm so offended.
I'm gonna save us $3,500. Well, Bob may have to borrow, but
You want me to vote?
I'm 2 and 3.
So I think the motion could be to, accept the straw vote that was just put together.
On that.
And I would just say I would, rule against, limiting the director's going, because I already committed to go to Washington. They can't stop me from that if I'm paying,
I
so.
want to know.
You can put it on your list, and if you don't, and if
There would have to be a.
like we said, he's saving the district $3,500, but it may not be.
I won't take.
I'll hold down the fort.
I won't,
You guys are
I
out.
won't, I'll pay.
So there's no one for CSDA.
That's what I think. No one's going to CSDA.
No one wants to get the big awards,
As
huh?
I said, I may be teaching there, so my conference may be paid for.
Okay.
Now, I have a question.
Yes.
By doing this, is the board giving the approval to each one for each trip? Or when it comes.
When
to
it comes up, it
reimbursement?
still has to be the vote.
Huh?
When it comes up, it still has to be the vote.
All right.
No, this is to eliminate having each one
Oh, so
be,
you're saying that this will override that?
yeah, this was to,
Not override it.
This is
I'm talking
just-
about for the reimbursements for
uh-huh,
mileage and whatnot.
correct.
In the policy, it says that it has to have prior board approval before you can go and get the
So I guess-
reimbursement.
This is the prior board approval.
So this is the,
Yes.
okay, for each person.
Yes.
So if that changes, you realize if we do it that way, if that changes, then that person's not gonna be covered.
If that sheet,
Unless they come back to the board for separate approval.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think we should have this spelled out. Especially for me.
So if you want, then I may recommend a motion now at this point, the motion to confirm the conference schedule as requested by the board members and stipulating that this satisfies the policy requirement for pre-approval for board member travel. And then
One thing is just saying that, we are accepting these things that are here. And we attend this thing. Because they have board approval then.
well, because based on what's happened, my experience, I think we need to make crystal clear that there was a time and place where we said out loud, this satisfied that policy for board approval. Just so no one forgets that or misremembers that.
And I would still allow that if they're, before that, they do bring the, like, let's say Aqua's up and they're gonna pay it before it's brought up, just like we bring in every meeting. There was the Aqua meeting, there were the 2 directors who said they were gone. Are there any changes to it? That way, at that time, a couple minutes ahead.
And then
If
the
there's any
registration
alterations.
says.
Yeah.
well, we could, if we have a change, we could bring it back, but if we don't have a change, then we don't have to bring it back. I think is what our goal here was to do this as a fiscal year, set it, and then if we have changes, then we come back. Does that clarify it?
And then also know there are the small ones like the Aqua regions, mountain counties and things like that, so.
Yeah, so this was just going over that travel allowance for multi-day conferences. Typically like a Region 3 conference, that's mileage. So you get reimbursed for mileage. The mileage is not included in your travel costs. It's like the hotel, it's like the food.
All of these in there, and it outlines it all out.
Yeah, it does. And it says that mileage is not one of the like cost factors. You get, because if you go to RWA, you get your mileage. Technically, and I know you're gonna say no, you come here to sign checks, you can submit for reimbursement for your mileage. So if you're doing district business, you can reimburse yourself or get reimbursed for mileage. So that's.
I don't put in for reimbursement, never have, never will.
I know you don't, I'm just
Right.
guinea
No,
pigging.
I'm well aware of that, what I could be turning
Yeah,
in, I just choose not to.
So we have a consensus here that is written down. I think, did you make a motion? Yes or no? I don't know if you did or not.
No.
Okay.
Waiting for him to extend it to be a lot more words. And he did a fine job of doing that.
You want me to read it back?
Yeah.
Or can I just say what he said?
So the motion would be to confirm the conference schedule per board determination stipulating that this satisfies the policy requirement for prior board approval.
And
I would, no.
No, you don't like
I would
that?
just say confirm board conference schedule.
Okay.
And you will have all that in the minutes, what they've all said. And,
well, the name of each person has to be for each. conference.
yes, and she has that.
She has written down.
She has that. And, approve said travel per the policy.
So move.
Does that make sense?
I'll read the motion.
You put that actually in the.
Yeah.
You heard the motion. You can.
Okay, so
Okay,
Thornborough
so-
was where the
I'll
first.
second it.
Okay.
All in
Okay.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, wait.
All in favor?
Five ayes.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
I can't keep up with all you.
It's like April
Well,
Fools.
keeping up ourselves.
Consider board of directors events calendar for fiscal year 24-25.
So, this is another similar item for fiscal year. And I do recognize that one of these events has already happened.
Because it's for FY. Oh, no, you're right.
So in the future, this 4th of July will authorize us to be at the 4th of July event for 2025 in next fiscal year. Or I can bring this back in July and again, re-include 4th of July. In June, excuse me, did I say July? June, yes, in June, bring it back in the June meeting. The idea,
Actually, you wanna bring it before that, because they usually are calling for the, what do you call?
yeah, we could do it in May. It's fine. It's gonna be the same thing every
Yeah.
year typically. The events that we are looking to participate in with a booth are 4th of July, National Night Out, Founder's Day, Halloween on Main Street, and Christmas and Cool. These are all tentative dates. If something happens where we can't make it, or one year Founder's Day was canceled because of the fire, it was moved. Obviously, we would be at the mercy of the event hosts. But these are a general idea of what events we could participate as a board, as a district, to have some items. And then generally, some of the booths are free. Some of them cost between $50, $20, $50. And then the supplies that we would be bringing to the event would be less than $100 per the event.
Can we,
Sorry, I didn't go ahead.
can we add to this list at a later time, or should we?
Do you have an additional
Day on the Divide, I believe it's.
yeah, the Day on the Divide was something that we didn't know about until, so we
4th of July.
knew about it at 4th of July, and this is already published, so. That is something that we can, I think, include it as a hanger in the action.
I don't think we should be doing Halloween, for a couple of reasons. Number one, I don't think I've ever seen no booths out there. Number two, it's gonna be mostly at nighttime. And I don't think they even close the street to Allen.
Yeah, yeah, they do. Main Street and Church Street.
They close both of them?
Yep.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
the
yeah.
district's been
But
there
anyway, I don't think we,
many times.
huh?
The district's been there. In fact, I had to stop at the district before I came to your place that Halloween to, do the entrance.
We had the district had a booth
The
on
last-
Halloween.
Last 2 years. We don't do a booth, we do a table and we give out
They do a table
candy.
and give out
We
candy.
put our
Oh.
tablecloth out, we give out candy to the kids.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, I guess that's all.
I mean, we buy a couple bags of Costco candy and we hand it out.
Oh, okay.
Staff is there in.
Oh, all right. Staff is there in costume?
Yep.
Yeah, I've been missing something.
We could bring the water drop.
You're not gonna get her. to-
I know,
You're not gonna
Gumby.
get her to give up on
I
Gumby.
know. I'll come in my Jedi costume next year.
There you go.
This year, sorry.
Your comments?
Nope, that's fine with adding the day on the.
Open it up to the public.
What about Founder's Day?
It's
It's
on
on
there.
there.
Close for public comment.
So I think the only motion would be to add day on the divide to the event list.
Yep, I motion we accept, the board event calendar with adding day on the divide.
Second. We have a second by Director Stovall. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes 5-0. Item G.
Uh.
Consider adoption of the workplace violence prevention plan.
Um, Yeah, so this is a legal requirement, SB 553, put into effect starting July 1st. That we needed to have a workplace violence prevention plan as a policy. Elizabeth and Frank's team worked together to put together our plan, as well as the policy committee reviewed and recommended to the board to bring this to you for approval. There's any,
Was this, where did you get the base one for this? Was this through Calosha?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Health insurance. This is an OSHA requirement.
Okay, they had a short, relatively short template like this,
Yeah.
so, that's not, I wouldn't. That's just because that's what most districts and public agencies are doing. Calosha created a template form, and this was modeled on after that, which saves time and money. And the most important thing is Calosha rules, it's their form. Presumably, it would be the most legally compliant.
So it's just a legal requirement that we have to have this in place.
Comments from the public? Back to the board. Motion to adjourn. Second, anybody? Second. Seconded by Director Saunders. Saunders, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Item H, consider adoption of amended policy 4215 rules of order for conduct of board committee meetings.
So this is something that has come back a few times and we have made a few amendments. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the policy committee members to discuss the updates.
We added a couple blue lines. What items we've added, what?
No, I wouldn't say that, so,
No, attorney added purple.
well,
And so anyway, that is under the area of the president may declare a short recess during any meeting. Any member also can request the president to declare a recess.
and
The
I,
president shall honor such request, however, no request for a recess may be made after a motion. As the motion has been made and is pending before the board.
yes.
So in other words, we have to get them conducting business and
Well, so I added that sentence because I've seen board meetings, not just board, but in other board meetings, where you'll have a first and a second, and then someone will want to filibuster a delay, and then they'll request a recess. And then try to create, I doubt that would ever happen, but since we're touching this policy, that seemed to be a good addition to it. So I just, you know, you can take it or leave it, but I just threw that in.
Especially since we don't know how to do it.
Yeah. Well, now you would, 'cause I just taught you.
Yeah.
Open the can. Good thing you put that in there.
Yeah.
And then, in section 4215.02 general, this was for when people are coming in. And I just wanted to see if we could do a change here in language as well. Any director or general manager entering the meeting after the start, it says must wait to be acknowledged by the president. If we could change must wait to, shall be acknowledged by the president, and the board clerk shall enter the meeting record time of the director or general manager's arrival. Just so people can come in and sit down. Yeah, so if we could have, instead of must wait to be shall.
It's not worth the debate, but shall and must are both mandatory language. They're pretty synonymous for me,
But it removes the wait.
yeah.
And that occurred when we do. I mean, that occurs when there's a change in if one person is presiding over a meeting, then the new people come in, so this allows that transition to occur a little more smoothly.
Are these the only two changes?
Yes.
Any other board comment? Open to the public? No public comment, back to the board. Changes. Seconded by Director Stevens. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed, motion passes unanimously. J, consider adoption of amended policy 4205. board
Right,
meeting
aye.
agenda.
I think we skip one I. 8I.
40-30.
Consider then board comp. Which one, Nicholas?
I, 8I.
Aye.
8-5.
8.
Board compensation.
It's a travel.
Travel compensation. Okay, consider adoption of amended policy 4030 board compensation expense reimbursed travel lines.
So this has also come back a few different times. The major change that was contemplated from before, we, well, I say we, the policy committee added language that says 75 miles before you can be considered for lodging. And with one caveat of 50 miles if you were attending a multiple day conference. And this would be from the district office. The mileage would be measured from the district office. So I'll turn it over to the policy committee for any additional comments to the board.
Actually, I had recommended 75 for both of them.
You know, we could vote 50 or 75. The 75 would remove the multiple day conference at Aqua, which means if someone has a 7 o'clock meeting in the morning and they finish at 9 or 10 at night, they'd have to go home and come back and leave at 3, 4 in the morning. So,
You gotta talk loud.
I was just saying the 75 miles would disqualify anyone from the Sacramento meeting to be able to get a hotel reimbursement there. So if there was a meeting from 7 to 10 one day and you have to come back for a 7 a.m. meeting, you'd have to go home at 11 o'clock at night and then drive back at 4 in the morning.
And I know there was one, thing was brought up, if you, for example, if you are required to be at a conference in Sacramento, just use JPIA or the JPI district's representative, you could be penalized by having to have a hotel for a 2-day conference within the 50 miles or over the 50 miles.
I saw your name.
Go ahead.
How is this different than how the general manager, staff recruited?
It's different.
It's definitely,
In what way?
they're putting more restrictions on the elected officials.
We do not have the same, Do not have the same restrictions on mileage.
To the policy committee, why is it?
Because you brought it up that, Director Thorngrove brought up, and Director received that we should not be paying for Sacramento hotels.
And,
Go ahead. Director.
and the reason I went to 75 is because, you know, if you live in Georgetown, then you're exceeding, you know, then it's, you're a little bit over the 50 miles. So that's why I went up higher, so that would encompass the whole area, because like Mike couldn't get it, I couldn't get it. Mitch couldn't get it.
But we made it from the district office, so then it's equitable for everybody.
Mr. Summers, did you run into that problem at the last conference where you had to go home?
I didn't go home until
Okay.
I did have to come back one time. But the problem I ran into was the days I didn't have the hotel was the day that my tail light was broken, and that cost me additional stuff to fix the tail light. So there was cost and extra parking that when you don't have hotels be incurred.
Well, I got a few comments on here. Number one, I don't understand or I don't think that it should be referenced from the district office. That really has no bearing on anything, because when you're talking about how far you gotta drive and everything, you're not driving from here. And so if you live where you live, okay, you're shaving 15 miles off.
That language was taken from the state code. So if you don't want to follow the state code, then that's fine, but
I
now
think-
you're
well, first
putting
of all-
restrictions on elected officials outside of the government allowed requirements.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
My personal feeling on it is I think 75 miles, and it doesn't take that long, 75 miles, I think it's
Right.
100 miles. I think that's, that 100 miles from your house. If you have to drive 100 miles, then you can stay in a hotel. That's what I think. So.
It'd be over 100.
No, it wouldn't be. I'm saying it shouldn't be referenced to the district office. It should be referenced from the residents.
So I would say the options
actual
to vote for 50, 75, or 100.
No. If you are driving to this conference, I don't care where the district office is. You're physically driving that far. That's time and miles. So I don't think that it should be referenced. It's somewhere I've read where it is supposed to be based on the residents. I read that somewhere. But anyway, so I think it should be 100 miles. I really don't understand why the miles is less if you're going to be attending a multiple day event. Why would it be less if you're gonna be there for 2 days? Because, I mean, you're driving there, you say you drive 75 miles. You drive 75 miles to go to a 1-day thing.
So at South Lake Tahoe, you could be snowed in.
Oh, is that what the justification for that is?
Not one of the
Oh,
justifications.
okay.
but
Well, and that is 78 miles to me anyway. Let's see what else we have.
Oh, but you were, how far is it? 39.9 miles to the last conference you meant?
That's 49.2.
49.2, so 50 would disqualify you.
Yes.
But I live 50
41.
whatever it was. I'm a mile farther than you, so I would qualify at the same conference.
But to make it equitable, let's say 50 miles from the district office, and that encompasses these areas allow you to be compensated, because if you're going to be an Aqua JPIA representative, which is a board elected position, you are now required to go to the Aqua conference, which may be in Sacramento. So now you are electing a person and you're saying you have to go and you have to incur any cost, and that's not right. So if we remove ourselves from Aqua JPIA and we don't have to go to that convention center, then that would be fine. But to make someone go there and have to incur costs working for the district is not fine.
I'm not done. You got per diem in here mentioned twice. let's see, per diem was shown twice, it's kind of like a redundant thing in there that we could probably fix that. what was it? Oh, yeah, I would like you guys to explain to me, what exactly per diem includes in this,
Meals, only meals.
just meals, that's it?
Yes.
Okay,
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you get 3 meals,
okay,
and there's a recommended cost within the appendix.
okay.
And those are only meals if the conference doesn't provide that. It's conferences provides.
Okay, and you still need to talk about it, I can't.
I said that's only meals if it's not provided by the conference, so most conferences provide at least breakfast and lunch, so.
Okay, and there's limits on how much the meals are.
I guess one other thing would be per diem would be like parking, if you had to
And
pay for your own
parking,
parking.
yes.
Well, okay, then what's the difference between that and incidental, where it talks about,
It's kind of the same, they fit both in the same idea.
okay. Well, I thought that parking was incidental.
I 6 and 1/2 doesn't, the thing we're trying to avoid is paying for groceries, paying for
Okay.
you want an extra soda, you want to, extra something here or there.
I think that's all I got.
Director Saunders, and because you're the kind of not being put in a box here, and so that's why I said $100 per day for attendance for your stipend, because that kind of frees you from the box a little bit without having all the restrictions. That was why.
I mean, this isn't for me, this is for future board
that's
members
true.
who is probably gonna be, we're on Aqua JPIA. Someone's going to be given that role. They will go to Sacramento and they will be forced to have to get there at 7 in the morning to vote, and they won't be able to stay at the hotel. Or they can, they'll just have to pay for it by themselves. And they're doing district business, and that's not fair.
Director Silva.
It's my opinion, the board members should be treated the same as a GL when it comes to conferences and other things.
If the language was in here, it would be very similar. It's slightly different, but similar.
Is there a minimum of mileage for you?
I would have to say I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to research for
I don't
you.
think it's any minimum mileage.
I don't think there's any minimum. I did.
For mileage, but for hotel.
So no, I get reimbursed for mileage, staff gets reimbursed for mileage. We don't have language like this that calls out when we can stay at a hotel or not. We don't have any lodging, like, obviously I wouldn't stay at something in Placerville where, I live, but.
But would staff get? Do staff get paid mileage from the district office when they go to required training?
They get paid mileage from where they leave from. So if they don't get paid extra, so if they leave from here and go somewhere, then they get paid to leave from here. If they leave from their home, then they get paid to leave from their home.
It would still be calculated from where you live. It's just, that's what areas would qualify.
So mileage is not, there's no carve out for mileage reimbursement. Like I said, I'm gonna use Liz now as the guinea pig. Liz flyered the water town hall. She drove to Poole. She drove to the post office here in Georgetown. She put flyers up. So she can be reimbursed for those costs, even though they're within the district.
That's
Well,
just saying,
anytime they go somewhere on district business.
that's just saying if there's a hotel within
Correct, yeah,
50 miles of the district and someone's at a multi-day conference, they would get.
Okay, it says here, lodging and travel considerations. So
Yes, it's only
is
whether or
travel
not you,
consideration being paid for mileage? If
No,
it's under
mileage.
50?
it's only when you're traveling, whether or not you get a lodging, whether or not you get a hotel.
Probably just a paragraph on top of that,
Thank you.
that's a separate.
Yeah, so section 4030.4.1.
So in the case of the Aqua Spring Conference at 45 miles, we would not be covered for hotel.
Correct, unless it's counted from the district then. That would be everybody who's an elected official would get this hotel. That's why it's 50 miles. from the
If it was written the way it is here, you would get reimbursed for hotel. If it's changed to any other mileage, then you would not.
Did I say that I'm not for it, started here, being calculated here.
To qualify for hotel.
No.
But, and so in this case, Director Saunders would not get paid for that aqua conference hotel, but I would.
You both would with this language.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but
You both would, because it's
But-
calculated from the district office. Now, what
Well,
he's,
I just would go down 50 instead of 80, and then it would be 50 miles.
I'll pay you the
You could have probably not said that.
I'm just. I
you
know
had,
what
you had
it
a
says
question,
here.
over- just make sure you have a question over here.
Point of order.
Okay.
So if you work for the federal government, it works out where I live, if I'm being sent somewhere and my office is in between that, then I only get paid from the office to that location. If my home is on the short end of it, I only get paid from my home to that location. Whatever is most equitable to the government. So in other words, if you put that from the district office, that means anybody beyond that perimeter, say it's 70 miles that they live, they only get paid from the district office.
Paid mileage or paid block?
So that's
Or
different.
whatever.
That's different, that's a
We're
different,
talking-
that's a
we're
different
talking hotel.
qualification than
This
what we're
is
saying
hotel.
here.
Correct, but that's what I'm saying, that's how you.
So if the
it
federal
would-
government
even
sent,
th-
if
so
they send
even
you
if I live
somewhere,
That where, we live less than 40 miles to that Sacramento hotel. If we get paid mileage, we get it from our homes there, we
Correct.
don't get it from the district office,
That is correct.
so.
This
Well,
just says if the hotel is within 50 miles from the district office,
yes.
every
Yeah.
director can. get
And it shouldn't be that
compensated.
way, it should be from whatever's the least, where
It should be from where you live.
it's most equitable to the district.
In reference to your point of order, it
You
seems
guys
like
are chattering back and forth,
a little bit, which happens when I want to speak, it's a point of order for you.
I can take point of order.
Yes, you can, but it's noticeable that whenever I want to get my 2 cents in at the end, I'm fighting to get it in.
I think what the issue is that he's over here raising her hand. You three guys are facing each other, can't see her. So you guys are carrying on the
I
conversation.
wasn't carrying on the conversation. You said you couldn't hear me, so I talked louder.
Yeah, wow. Anyway,
Anyway.
that's what the issue is.
Public comment?
I mean, I'm confused. I don't know. I maybe possibly deal with me if he has money left over in his 4,500.
We already passed that call.
I know, like, thinking.
We're thinking outside the box. Okay, that's good. Director Dow, skip down there.
The Freudian slip.
Steve, you okay?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know what to say.
Okay, so that public comment period is over. What's the board's pleasure at this time?
Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that the, under section 4030, with one about lodging, travel, and public transportation, minimum distance for lodging and travel consideration shall be 100 miles from the person's residence. Also, we may want, I don't know, about the typo part, but, and that goes. Period, that's it.
Okay, so basically delete the second sentence.
No, delete, change the whole thing to 100 miles total.
Well, yeah, but you would just basically change A to say the minimum distance for lodging travel considered shall be 100 miles from the district's, or from the director's primary residence, period.
Right.
Correct. Got that, Elizabeth?
Yes.
That's the first part of the motion, what else?
Let's see. I think that's, I think that's it, so that was really the only.
I would also recommend we change, it says B next to, this is a typo, change B to C next to internal revenue rates.
Yeah, it just was
Yeah, just that.
yeah, so the internal revenue rates will become C and yields will become D. It's a formatting error within Word.
Hey, that's a 100 miles from your residence.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Director Seaman. All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
No,
No.
no, it's not.
No. I have a vote.
Motion So,
Fails.
so that motion fails. You can have an alternate, can they have an alternate
We can
motion?
do an alternate motion or we move on. Don't want-
So I make an alternate motion that we, keep the policy as it's written with the changes of, the lettering changes.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
no,
Motion passes 3-0.
3 to 2.
Two opposed. Two opposed. Consider adoption, item J of amended policy 4205, form meeting agenda.
So again, this is another item that has been requested it was at the board to be discussed. It went to the policy committee for amendment and revision. And it is now back from the policy committee for the board to consider for approval. Much of what is discussed in here is adding items to an agenda and who has the ability to do that. There is several red line, purple line, whatever color we want to call this, under section 4205.02. I will turn it over to the policy committee members to discuss what was discussed at policy committee and their recommendation to the board.
This was pretty much, some of the things were changed at a previous meeting and weren't recognized. So there were some things we changed before. So this is basically allowing every board member to be able to put something on the agenda equitably and the president not having the deliberation power over who gets to put what on the agenda. So instead of having things require president's approval, it's with coordination of the board president. And also, if something is not going to be on the agenda or when it's going to be on the agenda, the board president notifies the director when it's coming up. And then special meetings. Oh, the other thing we took out the majority of the board to decide whether a future agenda is going to be put on or not, because that stipulation isn't there for writing, so it shouldn't be there at a board meeting where it's even you're presenting it to the public as well. The board president creates the agenda, so they also have the ability to create a special meeting. And the only other caveat we put in is if it isn't an emergency, then they should provide that special meeting at the board agenda. Hey, I want to have a special meeting for this, just like we do the regular agenda request, because that one person has more power in controlling the agenda than the rest of us. If it's an emergency, then of course it can come up. Like when we had the fire, when it went to 110 and we called a special meeting to to keep the irrigation going. But that was also, it wasn't just that went through the lawyer and everybody else to decide, but there are things like that where it just allows equitable for each director to have the same ability and where one person doesn't control things.
What do you mean by coordination?
There's a meeting where they coordinate what goes on the agenda, when, what time, so the board president and the general manager meet monthly and they decide the agenda.
You said what and when?
Yes, they can decide when things are placed on the agenda. So if this is
But
gonna
they
go,
can't decide what.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
So you're giving the president.
No, but it
the
says
court-
if we request, then it has to be on within 3 days, within 3 meetings, 3 meetings.
90 days.
As you said, what, and my concern.
Well,
is
they do decide what and when. But if it's our request, then this is the language that puts in, if a board director requests an item, then it shall come on within 3 meetings unless there's something significant. And then they need to be notified by.
But what really comes from the GM on a lot of the items, right? The GM has items that he has to bring before the board. In that sense, it's the what, the when is in combination and consultation with the board president. If the board president wants something on the agenda, he has to follow this policy as well.
And the reason is, basically, once you pass H, that's the time that you are at a meeting. And that's why you kind of have to decide, all right, do you want to put everything on this agenda? Because we're gonna be here till 9 o'clock, or do we want to move this to the next meeting? That's basically to allow that coordination. And,
So the coordination is when it's gonna be on a board meeting, not if, what it's gonna be on.
well, it is what, but if it is what was taken out of here. So if we request something of the board member, then it should be on within 3 days. And that's the language that's.
Should or shall?
Shall. Shall be on within 3 meetings.
I want,
It's supposed to be on it within the next meeting, but if it can't fit, then, or if there's some staff issue, then. But that director should be notified, hey, here's the issue and this is why it's coming forward. So at the next meeting, they don't raise their hand and say, hey, here's my, I asked for this at the last meeting, so that's why you want to notify, so it's not brought up meeting after meeting.
thank you.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Okay.
I covered it.
Open it up to the public now. Close it, public. Period, closed. Support budget.
Can I just make one suggested change? On C, in the B, says the last sentence is the board member requesting the item shall provide a brief description of the subject to be printed for the agenda packet. We just put commas subject to general counsel approval, because the board member may want to put something in the description that doesn't comply with the Brown Act. So the intent would not be to change it, the action or the item, but just to make sure it's copacetic with the Brown Act. So I wouldn't want a board member to then say we didn't follow the policy because it got tweaked a little bit by the general counsel. I just want to make sure we have room to say it has to be changed because the Brown Act stipulates how items have to be described. So that's all.
Looks like, see.
Sounds good.
So at the end of B,
Okay.
where after it says for the agenda packet, you say, subject to revision by general counsel.
And I would add up to the end of A as well. That was the
Same my concept, yes. Yeah, and thank you.
With that,
So I would make the motion with the legal counsel's amendments to add, at the end of the ending sentences of A and B that would comply with, legal counsel,
Subject to.
subject to legal counsel, general counsel approval to comply with the.
one more.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
For your inclusion or your review.
Subject to my, approval. And it's gonna get on, it's gonna, for purposes of having a Brown. So,
Okay.
so like, in a practical sense, if it needs to be tweaked a little bit, I'll tweak it. It's not, the rest of the policy still says it would be on the agenda in 3 meetings. I can't block that. It's just about the words. The last thing I would want to do is block any board member.
Item K, discussion of board directors meeting dates.
So this was an item that was requested by Director Thornborough. He requested us, we had moved the board meeting date to the first Thursday from the second Tuesday. In discussing this with legal counsel, one of the options that he suggested was moving it to the second Wednesday, which would be the same day as today. This is a special board meeting, but it happens to be special because of 4th of July being where it is. And it is an alternative option to the Tuesday. It would give the board an additional 1 day to review documents. We would still be required by staff to post by Friday. So they would have board and public would have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday to have full days of review. And so that's just another option, not making policy. Those are what is up for discussion, whether we move back to the second Tuesday, we leave it where it is today, or another option would be the second Wednesday.
Yeah. One of the, reasons for this change, which I actually live with what we have now, but the problem we're having is that we're not, the Friday getting the packet, it keeps changing up until 24 hours prior to the meeting. And I think that's kind of what our biggest complaint is, that's kind of stopped. So on Friday,
Sorry, I want to respond to that.
well, because it gets put out there, posted, and then it'll change, and then it'll change, and then at the witching hour, we'll get a packet or we'll get it filed here, and that's kind of my concern.
Just from a technical perspective, not weighing in on policy. The Brown Act, the agenda is what has to be posted 72 hours in advance of the regular meeting. No matter where you schedule this is just for clarification, no matter where you schedule the day, the packet could change anytime up until the meeting, the actual supporting document. So I just don't want the board to think that by changing the day, that won't happen. The legal requirement, now, direction to staff, policy-wise, you absolutely can say, whatever you want, but as far as the legal matter, the agenda is what's published 70 days in advance. Whatever day you set it, the packet still could change up until then. The thought, that's all I just want to say that.
If I could also address that. I understand your concern, and I think it's a valid concern.
Every meeting.
I mean, to defend staff, there's, and I'm just gonna go on what Director Saunders just said. There's 10 items on here, 11 items that are action items. We do the best that we can, and I hope Frank doesn't mind me throwing one of the bus. Everything that we put together has to be reviewed by Frank. Every document, we send every single staff report, policy, everything to Frank. And sometimes we don't always receive a revision back as fast as we want it. I would say, yes, there are certain items that we have to bring to you day of, but for a majority of the packet, I mean, today, I don't think anything was changed, save for, I had a conversation with Sanjay beforehand about the 200% increase, and we wanted to include an additional item. So that was something that we added before the meeting, but we really try hard to get a full packet to you by the Friday before. But there's a lot of moving pieces to a board packet. You can see how many documents you have in that book. And it's hard to put all that together that far in advance and not have something change along the way.
Which is a very good reason to give you an extra week to get that. Because the other issue that I'm gonna have is and this is not an attack on anybody. Okay, I am just saying that we added it at the second Tuesdays, okay, and you guys wanted it to the first Thursday, and it's been, I get binders that like the operations manager report's not in there yet, your report's not in there yet. And so we pick this up on Friday. Now, the other thing is not, what Frank was, saying was about, you know, the lateness in getting the documents. You don't have to have them by Friday to have all the documentation, just the agenda has to be posted. But see, that's not the way I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it, the amount of time we have to review this stuff.
Sure.
No, I don't see that. I was
That's
saying
the
what the
thing.
legal requirement was. all
No,
I'm saying.
that's what I'm saying. You said that legally, they,
Yeah.
you know, have, but that, what has to be taken into account, from my perspective anyway, is we have to read all this stuff. And so it's like, so if you go on and it's something that's thick and you read through the whole thing, and then all of a sudden you get a revision, you go, damn it. So then, or if you go to read it and it's not here yet. And so as far as Tuesday or Wednesday, on the second Tuesday or second Wednesday, I'm flexible. I was leaning more towards making it back the way it was, but then again, if we do it Wednesday, it doesn't interfere with Taco Tuesday. So,
Yeah, maybe that's the best thing I've heard all day today is we don't affect Taco Tuesday.
that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I didn't take it as an attack, and I want you to understand, especially with these policies, there are so many moving pieces, so many reviews, and
And I'm happy to be playing next time. I'm happy to be anybody's.
yeah,
agent,
but
though.
Pull 'em.
the
If they
problem
don't
with
have
pulling
more-
an item, is then we have another board meeting where we have other business that, and it compounds future board meetings.
When we had it on Tuesday, we got it done on Friday, and it happened on Tuesday, and we moved on. And now we've got it on Thursday, and you're moving things and changing things up until the day of. So the sell was, it would be more time for us to go through these kind of factors.
And
That was the sell.
That was the goal. And-
That was the sell.
But that was the goal. I understand the sell, you're saying that word, and I'm just saying, we're.
It's not a matter of Tuesday or Thursday. It's a matter of a whole other week.
The week doesn't mean anything. It doesn't, because we set the
No.
standard based on a Friday schedule, and so. The reason that some of the operations reports come in later is because we are waiting for like one piece to come in. And so he doesn't want to post an incomplete document. So it's not like a week. The changes are coming in because we have a change that comes in from Frank. And not to throw him under the bus, a change comes in from, Dr. Saunders will submit his board report, or there's any number of things that can happen. So that's
Director Saunders.
Yeah, the second week is because the first week, if you have the first meeting where it's early on and we have almost a whole week, which is the end of 1 month, all of the end of month reports, that's usually what's getting delayed for us. So that was the first meeting we saw. We didn't get the financial reports. We didn't get the operations report. And now they're catching up to it, but there's a whole bunch of stuff, like I have my meetings and a lot of legislative stuff happens at the end of the month, so I can't even put in the report until it comes in, because there's just a lot of things that don't occur, so having that extra week, that month ends and we could report on everything that happened the month before, so that's basically
fine.
one of the benefits of it.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
I just want to say from Brown perspective, this isn't a sell, but this is a reality, because if you have the meeting on a Thursday, the meeting agenda could get published on a Monday. Right, 72 hours. If you have it on a Wednesday, that means it has to get published the Friday before, unless somebody wants to come in on a Sunday, you can publish the agenda. So I guess what I'm saying is, even though it seems like it's just 1 day less, in effect, it will forcibly require you to get the agenda 5 days in advance, whereas Thursday could be 6 days or it could be 3 days. And so anyways, just wanted to give that perspective.
And then just to bring up the conflicts here, I was just gonna ask Director Thornborough, when does your Edward board meetings end on the Wednesday?
he's already.
No, but potentially
They
in
end at
the
like-
future, there will be a GPUD board member that sits on it, so will
And
they
that's
be
the
able to
second
get to
Wednesday.
this? And it's the
12
second
o'clock,
Wednesday.
they typically end by 12 o'clock.
And then the RWA meeting, a staff member and board member potentially can sit on that, and that's the second Thursday. And that's, even if it ends at 12 o'clock, that could be anywhere from Florence, Sacramento to Roseville. So that's a drive coming up here. So
I think having the second Wednesday would not create a conflict. But that's just, and it's just an opinion. So second Tuesday, second Wednesday, I think if, you know, having the extra day to review, I'm gonna look at Donna, excuse me, Director Seaman. Would that? Again, it's a cell. I understand that's the cell.
In this case, you wouldn't have the option of us posting it on Monday though. It would have to be Friday.
But posting the, I think that we're talking about the actual meat of the agenda, the meat of what's gonna happen.
But that's the problem. The agenda gets posted on Friday.
Yes,
That's not the problem. The problem is
the packet.
this packet keeps revolving and all of a sudden you get something like this dropped at the, in front of you.
That's for closed session.
I know what this is.
Well, but
But this is just actually saying, we get stuff like this set on our, in front of our little spot here, that we didn't get a chance to review and see what the changes were. So it's, you're making funny faces.
That's that's a kind of a dig, and that's a little disingenuous. I didn't like that.
It's not, for me, it's not the agenda. The agenda gets posted. 90% of the time, that agenda hasn't changed. It's what gets put in for each item that gets changed. And here we are, remember? Our big page out here, we're spending, the goal was to have the weekend and a few days in the week so we could comfortably walk through this of 10 items and get it done. And then things change. We still had stuff hitting our little spots here.
No, I understand. I think we're okay with the change. And I understand your concerns. I want to make sure that we alleviate those concerns moving forward. What date would you, I'm not trying to, call the question or anything, but what date would you as a board feel more comfortable with? Would it be the second Tuesday or the second Wednesday? I think that we would be able to be more accommodating towards what you're asking for, is having a full packet to you. We would have less hangers, less extra pieces of paper. Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry about this big envelope. This is something that is not that was not change anything of the agenda. So that this is something that we were for closed session.
Right, but we have received, stacks of paper in front of.
I'm not discounting that. You're right. So all I would say is Tuesday, Wednesday.
I'm not in favor of any change. I like getting what information is available on Friday. For me personally, I have the fortunate to have 4 generations that live on the divide, and Saturday's an important day. We got 7 dogs too. Sunday's a church day. It gives me time to go through, and what I've seen is it's so much easier to read this online when I can change the font to 14. It's also so much easier to take notes and copy that, and I can show you evidence of what I've done. I have 10 pages on board compensation. So that I really appreciate the time to do this, and I can go online and get updates. I agree, it changes over time, but as it changes, I can see those changes online. So I'm not in favor of anything at all.
You want to keep it first Thursday?
That is, yeah, that's good.
Before the discussion of the date options, I'd like it to go to the public to see whether the public can attend, and then we can change it.
Yeah, are we all talked out here? Yeah. I mean, we're not gonna take a motion to vote, but see what the public thinks. Go ahead, open it for
My
public.
problem is the same thing with what Don is, it's the meeting packet, things are added at the last minute, but the public doesn't get notified of it. It's not, there's no revise. If you put review packet number 1, it does not say revise. And there were 2 things added today, but only one of them was put here. So it's just the consistency. So, I mean, am I supposed to check the website 5 times a day before I come to the meeting? I mean, that's just my thing. I just, I download them on Friday or Saturday. but there's never a revision, maybe 6 months ago, the last time we saw something said revised. And then like that, presentation today, is that gonna be added to the website?
It will be.
Okay, so. But it's, to me, I should, and I'm okay with the date, however you want to do that.
Just to address that to the board, I mean, we don't have control over outside presentations when we get documentation, so you know, I'll apologize for that. The only other change was a real-time change to a presentation, and you know, I'll take the blame for that. It was pretty shocking, the 200%, and we wanted to make sure we had some other options. So you know, that is real world working, and how, you know, right up until the last minute of a board meeting, you know, we're deciding or trying to come up with changes and do work to help both you all as a board and our constituents. So that will be added, you know, that extra slide will be added to the presentation. And then I added a grant spreadsheet that I was finishing up for yesterday. We had a grant spreadsheet that we used to use, and I made it a little better yesterday, so that was added as a hanger as well for the agenda. But it was just a cleanup version, same information. I wanted to make sure that everybody had access to that.
So can we get a revised on the website?
Yeah, so you don't have to put revised unless you actually revise the agenda. So the packet, if we revise the packet, that's we send out emails to everybody, and we actually send out what we call top tier email list, and you are on the top tier email list. So every time we add something to the website, you get an email. And just to address that to the board, if you ever would like to see the email logs of when we email out to the public, I can get those to you, and I can actually show you who opens it, who reads it, and when they read it.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd.
I say we get it back to the original Tuesday, second Tuesday. That way you guys get your packets on Friday. You got the weekend to look through them, and being on a Tuesday, we'll hustle these board meetings up so we can go get tacos.
So in lieu of Taco Tuesday, I think we would want to move to Wednesday, because I don't see it in the future us not talking.
Yeah, but then look at how many tacos I've missed out on.
Well, I don't want you to miss out on one more taco.
Okay.
The thing actually on Wednesday, it'll be 72 hours before the board meeting, right?
So the 72-hour rule only applies to the agenda, not the packet. So what they're asking us to do is to have the packet ready for them when the agenda is ready for posting. So that is the difference when you're talking about two different things. So I just want to make sure you're really clear. There's a legal requirement, and then there's a policy that they're asking us to fulfill.
They should have it on Friday so we can have review.
That's Friday.
I meant to say, if I recall, looking at this,
We're gonna close for public period.
looking at this online, I think there were two attachments. One was 235 pages.
Yeah, there was two attachments. Was the grant tracking sheet and the refill presentation we did earlier.
And there was over 300 pages.
So you're talking about the policy manual?
Yeah.
And so we actually had to physically print out the entire policy manual.
And I read the entire policy. And I appreciate the extra day to find some things in there that I thought were relevant to bring to your attention.
Yeah, so moving it to Wednesday, we would still be able to, you'd have one less day, I suppose. Yes.
I like the extra day.
Another thing too,
Public.
Sorry, Mr. Dowd, yeah. Yeah, close.
I didn't hear it.
And I don't have a problem keeping it on Thursday, you know, 'cause as we're rotating this thing around, it does have an effect when you have a business and you have to get things changed around. So,
Thursday could create a little bit of a conflict with an RWA board meeting that both myself and Director Saunders are a member of. So that's the only conflict that we would have to work around for Thursdays.
I know, it's more important.
What's that?
I wanted to say something. I would defer to, because I'm retired now, I would personally defer to any board member's request for accommodation for the work schedule. In this case, it would be the season. That's a comment I want to make. Go ahead, Rick.
I'm concerned, I understand what Bob's saying, and, I don't try to operate like Bob does, but I have to increase the cost to about 18. But, Frank has a good point in that, you know, if you leave it a Thursday, then there could be an occasion where you don't get it till Monday. Yeah, that I'd have to be problem with. So I'm thinking, I'd like to go in the middle, I'd say Wednesday. I like to go Wednesday. Give that a try, see how. Second Wednesday.
That motion?
We had a motion. Yep. Yeah, all right, I make the motion, we change it from what it is now to the second Wednesday of every month.
I have one caveat, when would that start?
Next month.
When it starts next month.
Will affect you.
Yeah,
Well, that affects Aqua JPIA that was going to come up to see us, the next, our next meeting, which was scheduled. I mean, we can talk to them.
Yeah, let's reschedule with them. That's it. Yeah, I think that's an easier thing.
That's easy.
Well, and also if you look at one of those, conferences, it's a, what, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
That was the one that no one was gonna go to though.
is it?
Yeah,
The one that said-
Even though
so
they
that's the
happen-
one. I'll be attending that
So
and,
Thursday would be the open day.
no, it actually goes from Tuesday to Thursday, I believe is what it goes.
There wasn't one said in here, so that's why I was thinking, oh, I would miss, if I went to it, I would miss the board meeting because the board meeting's on Thursday and I would never get to see my tax.
We have a, sorry, we have a motion. We have a second yet, we can't actually talk.
Second. Okay.
No second.
He had a quote up.
Saunders, was that an official second?
So it's for the second Wednesday?
Second one.
We have a second. All in favor?
You can
Somebody-
discuss it, you
Still
can discuss
discussing.
it after a second, I wouldn't say you had to call the vote.
Did you second it?
You need,
Yeah, I second.
Oh, okay.
All right, seeing no more comment?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So two no's.
well, no, is it, so we have Saunders. Thunder, I just want to make sure we're clarifying for the record. You're saying no, you're saying, okay. So then, so they all opposed.
All opposed?
No,
Well,
So 3-2, it's moved. I was just trying to clarify for the minutes who was voting yes and who was voting. No. I apologize for jumping in there.
no, I did one of them. And I did one the second Wednesday. And as I said, it doesn't matter if someone has a job. It's fine. It's relevant. Yeah, the motion passed.
I'd like,
we could bring it up at the next meeting.
Well, there is a reconsideration. You can. But I don't know.
I thought that the Wednesday, not the second Wednesday, I was.
How about you on both?
Okay, where did you vote?
Well,
The second one.
I would recommend that if we don't deal with it now, let's give it some time for finality purposes. That's not a legal thing, that's just my recommendation. So if you want to make a motion to reconsider it, do that now. And let's get it on the floor.
So right now it's the.
Right now, it's the second one.
And then we have irrigation committee on the
Third Tuesday, which
third Tuesday.
that's not gonna really affect us at all. I know it affects you. I'm not saying it affects you.
Somebody who's on the.
I understand. I apologize for saying it that way. I'm just saying it doesn't affect us here.
All right, seeing no motion, we are gonna move forward.
Second, we
I was just recommending if someone wants to reconsider what they just did, they can make a motion, have to be seconded. If not, then I would really move on to the next item. Seeing none.
And if I recall, the only person that could make that
You
motion,
have to be the right party.
one of the three.
it has to be one of those
Yes,
three.
yes,
Yeah.
Okay, just to confirm. That I can't request a second. motion.
No,
It
because
has to
then
be
you
one-
would, then the losing party would be able to filibuster everything.
That's, I'm making a
No, I
clarification.
appreciate that, I
Okay.
appreciate
Okay, I wanted to make a motion in favor of Director Stevens' request to accommodate her.
So what I'll say is this, and I mean this all due respect, I don't wanna hear what you wanna do, I just wanna hear if you wanna make a motion for reconsideration, make a motion for reconsideration, see if you can get a second, see if you can get 3 votes on that. If you do, then you can reopen the discussion.
Does the
That's
second
what
have
you
to
do.
come from one of the I votes?
No. Just the party that moves for it.
I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration. And the motion being.
The motion to reconsider the last action that we just taken, that's sufficient.
Second.
And I would invite you to make the motion.
I just made it.
Now-
The second, the motion was
So now we have
seconded
to-
already.
now we have to Vote on that motion. We have to get a vote on the motion. for
On the motion,
reconsideration.
reconsider. I understand. The public comment?
I don't think you need to do, you can ask, but.
All in favor of reconsidering the vote?
Aye.
Aye.
So I would make one recommendation if we're changing.
All opposed, all opposed,
No, wait for the opposed.
all opposed.
All opposed, all opposed? No, and motion
So
to pass
four to
to
one.
So
reconsider.
now you can reconsider.
So the one recommendation I would make is to make it a little later because people are now driving from Sacramento the same day to come to this meeting on Thursday. Because we're gonna change it to Thursday now, so it would be, if it started at 2:30. We just changed the Wednesday time, so now we wanted to accommodate second Thursday.
I couldn't do the second Thursday.
Why don't we do, why don't we keep it?
You tell us that after.
I didn't know you were considering.
That was what
until
we were
just now.
considering,
That was what-
so.
I thought she said she wanted to keep it as the first Thursday.
I wanna keep it as the first Thursday.
Yeah, that's why I thought
We thought it was the second.
I thought, she said. that-
So the first Thursday is still gonna have an effect on when some of the documents come out.
Correct.
That's what,
But they were catching up, but the documents that
We're-
we have been, let me finish. The documents we have not been receiving or have been changing that were not the financials, that was not any of the, and the legislative stuff that can be read. I mean, that's not a big deal. Your report is not a big deal. It's like when you ask our board report. What do? We don't have anything official in the paper. We just say, we don't have anything, or we have 2 things.
can I offer, can I ask a question, just for clarification purposes? Is there, and this is mostly directed toward you, Donna, and I'm gonna say you, Frank, now that you've clarified something that you don't have an availability.
Like I said, I thought she was referring to the first Thursday. and I-
Totally fine, totally fine. Is Thursday a good day for you in any week, or is it just, is it the first, do certain ones work better for you?
Predominantly Thursday.
Okay.
But
Do you have any availability on Thursdays where you have openings that is not the first Thursday?
The problem is I could do Thursday, but based on the length of our meetings, I have a conflict at the evening time. So if we wanted to switch the time earlier, I could make the second Thursday.
What I'm asking is the third Thursday, do you have availability on the
I have
third?
the same problem
Okay.
on the other Thursday.
So I was just trying to clarify to see if there's an accommodation.
So, what do we do? No, I'm looking for base, motion based on.
I wanna make a motion, we keep it at the first Thursday.
Second, okay.
What?
First Thursday, seconded by Richard Stovall. All in favor?
Alright.
Aye.
Aye.
What? Keep it on the first Thursday.
That's what it is now.
Right.
And you
Right.
just have all the
So
complaints
who's
about the way it is now.
No, we went to the.
And the 2 mics.
So then all opposed?
No. We changed
Measure passes to keep it. Thursday, first Thursday passes 3-2.
We went to this whole school about how bad it was now.
I want.
Let's move on. Point of order, as you always say, we're here pretty late. Next item.
Next item.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's it.
I have a request.
So there's not really the time.
So I have a agenda item request.
I wanted to thank the public real quick for sticking it out. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation at yesterday's meeting to come. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm not allowed to make a comment.
Yeah, right.
There's no public, there's no public comment period at the end of the meeting.
There's no comments available whatsoever. at all.
We had general public comment at the beginning of the meeting.
After we close the meeting,
Yeah, but we're going into closed session right now.
My first time here.
So you could
I've
provide,
been waiting patiently till the
Sure you
end to make a comment.
Could you give me something in writing or something I could read later or something like that?
I will personally get a hold of you.
Thank you. That would be fine.
I think we could have made an exception for you.
Oh,
What, an exception to a policy?
I'm
What
listening to.
policy? The public.
public comment.
At the first.
Should I go?
Ask for the full tirade
I
about.
wouldn't, I wouldn't.
It's, the meeting would be adjourned.
There's no public, the public.
It would be adjourned.
the
She
public-
just doesn't
But then it's
understand,
not-
she just didn't understand the
Should I
timing.
Say she
What's
can.
the board's pleasure? Should I go get her?
No, she should contact you individually.
Yeah. I don't know that her behavior was.
Because she would be here at 10 o'clock waiting for this, and then that's when.
But that's not even a
that's when
time,
Board member request.
yeah, there's no more other time to make a public comment.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
it's,
I want to accommodate, but I want to.
Well, I mean, the problem is, we spell out when public comment is, it's in the meeting, I'm not trying to be unfair, but we have. You know, if we make concessions to that person, what happens to the next person?
But I think the same
Yeah.
president, you wanted to make a you wanted to talk to somebody after the meeting. He
The
said,
meeting's
after-
not over.
no, she said she wanted to make a comment at the meeting.
At the
And
meeting.
then she said, could she make it after the
Are we
meeting?
still recording?
Yeah, we're,
Or whatever, but-
I'm waiting for the
Absolutely.
adjourn to closed session.
So this is all on YouTube, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because we need to gavel into YouTube. I'm waiting for the time to call us into closed session.
Okay, where are we now? Oh, closed session?
We're going to go into closed session, but I'm gonna need to be separate.
Okay. It's now 8:16 PM. We're gonna adjourn to closed session. It's a recess. 5 minutes? Ish. Okay.
Okay, you are good to begin.
It's 9:28 PM, reporting out from closed session, and there's nothing to report out. At this time, I'd like to ask if there's any board member requests for draft.
I have one. I'd like to, review and possibly amend the budget.
It's quick. You know. Rick, son.
Have the executive officer from LAFCO come to talk about options with consolidations.
Oh.
How the process
Okay.
works.
Mr. Stovall, Rick Seaman.
Oh, heck, yeah.
Are you looking for a specific discussion about a particular consolidation or just a high
General,
level
high level.
consolidation in general?
High level and what it entails.
Okay.
and-
Kind of like a primer.
The
Yes.
process.
Thank you for that. Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. 9:30
Fast
PM.